Stellar year 3033. Li Hao, with only a month remaining until graduation, what plans do you have for your future? Are you planning to report to the military, or do you have other ideas? Li Hao's brow furrowed even deeper as his inner frustration grew. He sighed deeply and said helplessly, I don't want to report to the military, but you know that to become a starship captain, one must possess a starship of one's own. But I am merely an orphan commoner incapable of affording a starship. Upon hearing this, Wang Lei felt deep sympathy for him. After a moment of thought, he said there's no need to worry too much. After all, there is still a month. Let's think of another way. At present, there really is no alternative. We can only assess the situation when the time comes, and if push comes to shove, we must wait for the military's arbitrary assignment. Li Hao continued, the holidays are nearly here. Let's pack our things and head home. I heard you bought a new car. Won't you let me have a ride? Wang Lei smiled and replied, of course. My new car is the latest model magnetic levitation sports car, incredibly fast. You will surely like it. After gathering their belongings, Li Hao and Wang Lei headed straight for the garage, preparing to leave the school. Li Hao was a Sunto graduate of the Starship Command Department at the Imperial Royal Academy on Daidu Xing of the Yin Digua. Graduating from the Royal Academy would mean that they had the opportunity to serve as commanders of planetary legions or even as starship captains. Thus, they could distinguish themselves in the military realm of the Empire and carve out a brilliant legacy. Yet despite his outstanding performance, he was forever confronted with one insurmountable obstacle. He was a commoner student. He lacked the star coins to purchase a starship. 10 years ago, during a battle against the insectoid forces, his parents sacrificed themselves by detonating their starship to cover the retreat of the main fleet. In recognition of his parents' heroic deeds, the Empire not only granted compensation, but also ensured Li Hao's admission into advanced studies in the Starship Command Department at the Imperial Royal Academy on the capital star. However, that compensation was only enough to sustain his life on Daidu Xing for 10 years. A pittance compared to what was necessary to purchase a starship. As graduation loomed nearer, Li Hao's anxiety deepened. Without his own starship, he would never truly become a starship captain, and his dreams would remain forever unfulfilled. Arriving at the garage, Li Hao and Wang Lei encountered a group of aristocratic classmates, including Zhang Chong. Zhang Chong blocked their way, and with a look of disdain mocked, Did you manage to purchase a starship? Surely you won't be the only one in nearly a century at the Royal Academy unable to graduate as a captain. Li Hao cast a cold glance at him, offering no reply, and with Wang Lei bypassed Zhang Chong to continue toward the hover car. Seizing the moment, Zhang Chong continued his ridicule. Li, how do you think silence can spare you? Without a starship, you will never become a captain. You are destined to remain paupers forever. Wang Lei gripped the steering wheel tightly, inhaled deeply, and suppressing his anger, said to Li Hao, let's go, ignore him. Li Hao nodded as Wang Lei started the vehicle ready to leave the garage. However, Zhang Chong was unwilling to let them escape so easily. He suddenly rushed to the front of their car, blocking their path. Li Hao, you two paupers. Do you really think you can get away? Li Hao furrowed his brow, glanced at Zhang Chong, and then surveyed the surrounding aristocratic classmates who were all laughing and sneering at him. Zhang Chong, what exactly are you planning to do? What am I planning? How I only wish to let you, a mere pauper, know on what grounds you attend school with us aristocratic youth. You are utterly undeserving. Zhang Chong laughed arrogantly. Zhang Chong, don't go too far. Wang Lei could no longer hold back. Too far? Am I being excessive? What can you two paupers do to me? Li Hao and Wang Lei exchanged a glance, their eyes flashing with anger. Zhang Chong, I assure you that sooner or later we will become starship captains. You, haven't you seen your own conduct? On what grounds do you think you can be a captain? Can you even afford a starship? Li Hao glared at Zhang Chong, his fist clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his palm, yet he restrained himself from striking. Enough, Zhang Chong. What business is it of yours whether we become captains? Wang Lei stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Li Hao. How you think you have any skills? You can't even afford the fuel for a starship. Zhang Chong sneered. Li Hao's face darkened further. Zhang Chong's words were true. He indeed lacked enough money to purchase a starship. All right, Wang Lei, let's not waste time on him. Li Hao patted Wang Lei's shoulder and said, let's go. On their way home, Wang Lei suggested, if all else fails, let's get a second-hand escort ship to tide us over for graduation. Li Hao nodded, aware of the grim circumstances, and remarked, but even a second-hand escort ship is not cheap. Li Hao frowned. Where would I get so much money? I have some savings, and with yours it should cover the down payment, replied Wang Lei. Wang Lei continued, the remainder can be financed with a loan. A loan? Li Hao was taken aback. We are just students. Who would lend us money? I have a relative who is a bank manager, said Wang Lei. I can speak with him to see if we might secure some favorable terms. Very well then, try it, Li Hao said, but we cannot depend entirely on a loan. We must also find ways to earn the money ourselves. Li Hao returned home slowly, approaching the desk where his father often sat. He casually picked up a book and began to leaf through it. Yet his mind was not on the book in his hands, though instead his father's image continuously filled his thoughts. He recalled how in his childhood his father would read with him and explain the knowledge within those pages, the tender memories vividly unfolding before him. Now with his parents gone, he was left alone to reside in the emptiness of his home. Gently, he turned to the first page of the book and was astonished to discover that it was his father's logbook of voyages. Page by page, he examined the logbook with solemn attention until suddenly his hand froze, and his heart was filled with profound emotion. Li Hao carefully perused his father's aged yellowed navigation log. The slanting afternoon sunlight streamed into the room, causing dust motes to dance joyfully in its golden beams. His gaze suddenly fixed on a particular page that recounted his father's patrol prior to heading to the battlefield, during which he had visited an uninhabited planet. This planet had once served as an ancient battlefield during the fierce clashes between the Galactic Empire and alien civilizations 500 years ago. Now it lies beyond the Empire's dominion, like an abandoned child drifting alone through the cosmos. The ravages of time and the devastation of war have left this planet utterly depleted of resources and life, rendering it devoid of any practical value. In the vast expanse of the universe, the planet resembled a forgotten gem, its isolation deepened by the faint, icy glimmers of distant stars that added to its mysterious aura. During an exploration, Li Hao's father uncovered an astounding secret hidden on this seemingly lifeless star, a crash-landed interstellar battleship abandoned in the throes of war. The battleship lay like a dormant behemoth of steel on the barren surface, its hull marred by scars that testified to the brutal vestiges of war. Its bow sharp as a dagger, seemingly capable of slicing through the void, contrasted with the ruined aft thrusters that still whispered of former glory. The battleship's heavy, resilient armor bore every scratch as a testament to the fierce attacks it once withstood. Its enormous turrets, though dimmed by time, continued to exude a formidable menace. Further investigation led Li Hao's father to deduce that the battleship had been forced to land on this planet due to a complete depletion of energy. He surmised that during the ferocious battle, the battleship suffered a sudden malfunction that rendered it incapable of sustained flight, compelling it to descend reluctantly into this forgotten corner awaiting rescue. Yet as time marched on, the Galactic Empire endured over 5 centuries of trials, and more than 200 years ago, it had lost both the technology and materials necessary to build battleships. Today, even the Empire's most elite flagship, a heavy cruiser-class starship, pales in comparison to the colossal presence of this battleship. Cold and solitary starlight filtered through thin nebulae, casting its glow over the Empire's vast territories. Upon finishing the log, Li Hao resolved to seek out the battleship immediately. He swiftly contacted Wang Lei, anxiously asking, "Can your escort ship set sail?" Although Wang Lei was not born into nobility, his affluent family had endowed him with an escort ship as his graduation starship. Wang Lei informed Li Hao that his escort ship had just completed its maintenance and was ready to depart. "How, what exactly is happening?" Li Hao replied with a slight smile. "It's nothing, I just need to fetch something from somewhere. Hurry and get ready. I'll finish my errands and then join you." With excitement evident in his voice, Li Hao spoke. After hanging up, he sat intently before his intelligent console, his fingers flying across the keyboard like a swift wind. The room brimmed with a tense atmosphere, and his eyes revealed an unwavering determination, for the results of this inquiry were crucial to his plan. After a long and methodical search, the intelligent console finally displayed the long-awaited information. Li Hao read the data intently, pausing now and then in deep thought. He discovered that the battleship 500 years ago had employed a nuclear fusion engine, cutting-edge in its time, yet fraught with shortcomings when compared to modern quantum engines. Outside, the night deepened as countless stars twinkled silently, bearing witness to the gravity of his decision. He furrowed his brow, thinking that to restore the battleship to its former glory, its energy system must be upgraded. Thus he consulted his intelligent console once more to check the price of a quantum engine. The exorbitant cost made him gasp in astonishment. The price of the quantum engine was outrageously high, far beyond his budget. Instantly, Li Hao's mood grew somber as he began to reassess his plan. After careful deliberation, he resolutely decided to use his parents' last condolence funds to purchase 2 quantum engine systems and some nuclear fusion materials. This would allow him to initially upgrade the battleship's energy system to endow it with navigational capability. Finally, with resolve hardening his will, he pressed the confirm button. Instantly, his account balance plummeted, yet his heart brimmed with anticipation. Subsequently, with his remaining funds, Li Hao purchased a universal module fabricator, 100 multifunctional robots discarded by others, and 50 maintenance engineering robots. Although these robots were considered obsolete by others, for Li Hao they represented the extent of his current means. After completing his purchase, he promptly headed for the starport. Upon arriving at the starport, he found that Wang Lei's escort ship had long been waiting. Amid towering metallic structures that soared into the sky, starships of every model flowed continuously. Li Hao boarded the escort ship and exchanged brief greetings with Wang Lei before immediately turning to the busy preparations for receiving the cargo. He knew these supplies were key to his plan and that everything must run smoothly. Before long, the cargo arrived one after another at the starport. Together with Wang Lei, he directed the crew to unload and meticulously inspect every item. Once assured that all the cargo was intact, Li Hao exhaled in relief, while Wang Lei, seeing the towering piles of supplies on the ship, was filled with puzzlement. Wang Lei couldn't help but ask, "Li Hao, what do you intend to do with all these acquisitions? They're meant for starships." Li Hao answered softly with a slight smile, "Lei, just wait and see. I'll surprise you later. For now, let's set sail." Following the interstellar coordinates provided by Li Hao, Wang Lei set the course, his confusion deepening as he remained utterly unaware of Li Hao's true intentions. The escort ship sped through the sea of stars, the celestial bodies outside unfurled like a resplendent tapestry, while the unknown ahead loomed like a shroud of mist awaiting discovery. The escort ship raced through the starry expanse, its passage framed by a breathtaking celestial panorama that resembled a dazzling painting. Wang Lei manned the controls with unwavering focus, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he occasionally stole glances at Li Hao, his eyes filled with urgency as he sought a clue in his companion's expression. Inside, his thoughts churned like 15 buckets drawing water at once as he mused, what on earth is Hao up to? He's been so secretive all along. However, Li Hao merely sat quietly, a mysterious smile gracing his face as if shrouded in a veil of fog, making it difficult for others to decipher. At this moment, Li Hao's heart was also far from calm. He was both excited and anxious, thrilled to be nearing his long-desired goal, yet nervous about whether the journey would go smoothly. "Haozi, we are about to leave the borders of the Empire. There are no subspace passages behind us, and we will have to rely on the starship to navigate ourselves." Wang Lei's voice revealed a hint of undeniable concern, his hands instinctively tightening around the control stick. Wang Lei thought to himself, if something goes wrong, it could be a huge problem. Li Hao nodded slightly, his gaze as firm as iron, staring straight ahead. "It's all right, just navigate according to the coordinates I gave you." Li Hao silently encouraged himself, it will definitely work. This is a rare opportunity. The escort ship slowly sailed out of the star gate, like a lonely boat entering an unknown cosmic ocean. The stars around them flickered with faint and strange lights, as if whispering the mysteries and endless dangers of this universe. Wang Lei sat in the cockpit, nervously operating the starship's control panel, each movement appearing cautious and deliberate. Li Hao stood quietly in front of the bridge window, his gaze deep and penetrating, filled with a strong desire for exploration and longing for the unknown world, as if he sought to pierce through the endless darkness. "Haozi, what the heck are you up to?" Wang Lei finally couldn't hold back, asking with a hint of impatience in his voice. Wang Lei felt like a headless fly, completely at a loss. Li Hao turned around, looking at Wang Lei with a faint smile. "You'll know when we get there. You just focus on piloting the starship for now." The escort ship advanced steadily through the cosmos, time seemingly standing still in the suffocating silence. Li Hao and Wang Lei took turns keeping watch, their eyes glued to the status of the starship and the surrounding environment, not daring to let their guard down for a moment. Finally, after a long and excruciating voyage, the escort ship discovered a mysterious planet. Li Hao, seeing this planet, hugged Wang Lei excitedly, shouting, "We've arrived, quick land." Li Hao's inner joy surged like a burst dam. "I have finally found it. This is the land of hope." Wang Lei piloted the escort ship slowly to land on this desolate planet. Through the bridge window, they saw a scene of barren desolation devoid of any signs of life. Wang Lei frowned, puzzled, as he asked, "It's so lifeless here. What are we doing here?" Confusion and unease filled Wang Lei's heart. "Let's go down and take a look first." Li Hao and Wang Lei quickly donned their nano-combat suits, equipped with combat robots and weapons, and resolutely stepped out of the escort ship. Before them lay a vast, boundless desert with howling winds whipping up swirling sands. There were no signs of life, only a chilling silence. "This planet has probably been lifeless for a long time," Wang Lei muttered to himself as he surveyed the desolation. Li Hao, following the clues in his father's journal, desperately searched for traces of the past. They circled this location repeatedly, yet failed to find any sign of a starship. In desperation, he took out the detection equipment and began to probe the past, following the coordinates given in the clues, searching bit by bit. Li Hao focused intently on the data on the detection instrument, eagerly hoping to find even the slightest clue. Suddenly, the instrument displayed a strong signal just behind a nearby sand dune. "There's a signal," Li Hao exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. Wang Lei and Li Hao rushed with the combat robots and weapons towards the direction of the signal. However, when they reached the sand dune, what lay before them was an empty expanse. At this moment, the starry sky seemed to be gazing at the two, with the twinkling stars whispering or perhaps mocking their futile efforts. Could the signal be faulty? "There's nothing here," Wang Lei asked, filled with doubt. "It shouldn't be. The signal clearly shows it is here. Li Hao stared at the sand dune. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could this sand dune be the battleship? He quickly instructed Wang Lei to release all the engineering robots. Soon 50 engineering robots arrived at the dune, enthusiastically beginning their excavation work. As the engineering robots continued to dig, the dune gradually opened up, revealing a massive battleship slowly coming into view before the two. The hull of the battleship was covered in scars and pockmarks, clearly having undergone a fierce battle. Under the backdrop of the vast starry sky, this battleship resembled a sleeping giant waiting to be awakened. Did you come specifically to find a starship? How could this starship be so large? Wang Lei asked, astonished, his mouth agape. That's right, this is the battleship mentioned in my father's journal. Howsy, are you sure this is really a battleship? Aren't battleships supposed to have disappeared for hundreds of years? Wang Lei said, his eyes widening in disbelief. This battleship is a remnant from the Great Battle 500 years ago. An old relic from 500 years ago. Do you think it can still be used? Wang Lei asked skeptically. We'll find out by going inside. Li Hao said with excitement. The two carefully entered the battleship, which was pitch dark with visibility reduced to zero. Li Hao turned on his flashlight, and the dim yellow light barely illuminated the surroundings. The two groped along the dark, deep corridor until they reached the bridge. However, no matter how they tried, the power system remained unresponsive, like a sleeping beast that could not be awakened. In desperation, they followed the vague directions on the corridor to hurriedly reach the energy chamber. However, when they arrived, they found it empty, with no trace of energy left. Wang Lei gazed at the vacant energy chamber, feeling a deep sense of frustration, silently lamenting, without energy, this battleship is nothing more than scrap metal, utterly incapable of operating. What should we do now? Wang Lei exclaimed anxiously, like an ant on a hot pan. Don't panic, Li Hao said with a calm smile. Let the engineering robots bring over what I bought. At this moment, Wang Lei suddenly realized a wave of admiration rising in his heart, secretly marveling at Li Hao's foresight. Before long, the agile engineering robots brought over what Li Hao had purchased. Li Hao eagerly opened a box, revealing neatly arranged nuclear fuel cells inside. Haha, these nuclear fuel cells should provide sufficient energy. Li Hao, with a serious expression, instructed the engineering robot to carefully install the nuclear fuel cell into the energy compartment and then decisively activated the battleship's power system. In an instant, the battleship seemed to awaken from slumber, lights suddenly illuminating, dazzling and brilliant, while various devices began to operate in an orderly and efficient manner. Against the backdrop of the vast starry sky, this reborn battleship resembled a formidable steel giant, appearing particularly magnificent and grand. Great. Now let's see if we can start the battleship. The two of them, filled with anticipation, headed to the bridge together and took their seats firmly in the captain's position. Li Hao took a deep breath, reached out, and pressed the start button. The battleship's operating system instantly lit up, the screen's glow flickering erratically. Subsequently, Li Hao attempted to connect his smart brain to the battleship, but soon he furrowed his brow, realizing that due to the battleship's operating system being too outdated, the connection could not be completed smoothly. Left with no choice, he could only shake his head in resignation and opt for manual operation. Li Hao conducted a thorough inspection of the battleship, and the results indicated that the battleship was originally equipped with 6 engines, but currently only 2 were still operational. Fortunately, the other systems were functioning normally, which was a small blessing amidst misfortune. Thus, Li Hao made a swift decision, ordering the engineering robot to replace the 2 completely scrapped nuclear fusion engines with the 2 advanced quantum engines he had previously purchased. With the tireless efforts of the engineering robot, the engine replacement work was finally completed successfully. Filled with anticipation, Li Hao tried to start the battleship once more. This time, the 4 engines roared with deep and powerful sounds akin to the roar of a colossal beast reverberating in the air. After Li Hao successfully completed the engine tests, he immediately ordered 100 multifunctional robots and 50 engineering robots to board the battleship and commence a comprehensive and meticulous maintenance and repair operation. Meanwhile, they also securely installed the universal module fabricator in the battleship's work compartment, ensuring they could replenish necessary parts at any time for unexpected needs. Without further ado, the multifunctional and engineering robots quickly dived into their tasks, each with clear and defined roles, advancing the maintenance and repair tasks in an orderly manner. Some of the robots were fully focused on carefully inspecting the various systems of the battleship, including the power system, weapon system, life support system, and so forth, ensuring they could all operate normally, while others diligently handled the cleaning and maintenance of the hull, meticulously repairing any potential damage or faults. After installing the universal module fabricator, they swiftly began producing the broken parts that needed to be replaced. This advanced manufacturing device was indeed impressive, capable of producing a wide variety of universal modules based on actual needs, including mechanical parts, electronic components, sensors, and more. Thanks to the diligent efforts of the robots, the maintenance and repair of the battleship progressed very smoothly. Li Hao and Wang Lei periodically checked on the progress, ensuring that everything was advancing in an orderly manner as planned. They were well aware that a well-maintained battleship would undoubtedly demonstrate greater combat capability in future battles. As time flowed like a gentle stream, the battleship gradually regained its former grandeur, and its internal systems underwent comprehensive optimization and upgrades. Wang Lei gazed at the massive battleship and couldn't help but exclaim to Li Hao, "Look at this battleship, its weapons and shields are outdated. We must replace them after returning." Although we now have 2 quantum engines and 2 nuclear fusion engines, they can barely manage interstellar travel, but they cannot enter subspace at all. Li Hao shrugged helplessly and replied, "How could I not be aware of these issues? I've run out of money. All my savings were spent on purchasing the quantum engines and robots. Let's not think too much, just graduating smoothly would be great." Wang Lei frowned, contemplating for a moment before saying, "That won't do. This battleship is the only one of its kind in the Galactic Empire. We can't just return in such a shabby state. But we truly do not have enough funds for these upgrades right now. How about we return first and think about it when we have money later?" Wang Lei shook his head firmly and said, "No, we absolutely cannot return like this. This battleship is our pride and our future. We must find a way to make it stronger. So what should we do now?" Wang Lei pondered seriously and said, "How's he leave the money matters to me. Wang Lei, I really appreciate you, but the money needed for upgrading the weapons and shields is not a small amount." Wang Lei patted Li Hao on the shoulder and said, "How's he? Don't forget what kind of business my family is in. Although I may not be as smart as you, I understand the significance of this battleship." Wang Lei's family is considered wealthy in the galaxy, but he also knows that Wang Lei is not the type to flaunt wealth. His willingness to lend a hand is purely because he sees Li Hao as a true brother. "Thank you so much, Wang Lei. I will repay you as soon as possible." Wang Lei smiled broadly and said, "How's he? What are you talking about? We are brothers. Talking about money feels too distant. As long as you need help, I will always be there for you. Plus, with this battleship, my future safety is guaranteed. Let's head back with the starship." After days and nights of relentless travel, the 2 starships finally reached the territory of the Empire. Wang Lei suggested not to enter the Empire just yet, as this battleship had not been registered in the Empire's starship system and lacked an identification code, making it impossible to navigate within the Empire. Thus, they navigated the battleship to an uninhabited planet not far from the Empire's borders. This uninhabited planet contained an abandoned space station, which was just right for docking and repairing the battleship. Li Hao and Wang Lei slowly piloted the battleship into the space station and then began a thorough inspection and repair. Wang Lei used his family's connections to order 4 quantum engines, as well as the weapon systems and light brain equipment needed for the battleship. These devices were all cutting-edge and could significantly enhance the performance of the battleship. During the waiting period for the equipment to arrive, Li Hao and Wang Lei did not remain idle. They utilized the existing equipment to carry out some modifications and upgrades on the battleship. Li Hao carefully examined the original shield system on the battleship, discovering that it fundamentally differed from current shield technologies. The previous shields were powered by nuclear fusion, which, while powerful, was unstable and susceptible to interference. In contrast, the current quantum energy was entirely different. It was based on the principles of quantum mechanics, possessing extremely high energy density and stability. Li Hao informed Wang Lei of this discovery, and he immediately modified the shield system on the battleship, replacing the original nuclear fusion energy with quantum energy. After testing, they were pleasantly surprised to find that quantum energy instantly elevated the level of the energy shield, even surpassing the current shield levels. In order to verify the strength of this shield, Wang Lei conducted a series of tests and calculations. The final results indicated that even the main cannon of a heavy cruiser could not penetrate this energy shield in an instant. Li Hao and Wang Lei were utterly satisfied with the effects presented by this shield, and they decisively decided to apply this technology to their own warship. With such a powerful shield in place, their starship would undoubtedly have greater advantages in future battles, securing their victory. A few days later, the items ordered by Wang Lei finally arrived after numerous hardships. Li Hao and Wang Lei were eager and hurriedly began the installation and debugging work, their hearts racing like ants on a hot pan. They operated with utmost caution, as if handling a priceless treasure, first meticulously dismantling the old engine and weapon systems, and then precisely and gently installing the brand new quantum engine and weapon systems. While installing the main cannon, Li Hao was fully immersed and dared not be careless. He carefully positioned over 100 particle pulse cannons and plasma cannons where the original secondary guns of the battleship had been. For each cannon's installation position, he pondered deeply and deliberated repeatedly, all to ensure the achievement of the most optimal attack effect. Moreover, Li Hao was pleasantly surprised to discover that Wang Lei somehow acquired 4 laser main cannons through some mysterious means. It should be noted that at this level, only heavy cruisers could currently install 2 such laser main cannons. He steadily installed the 4 laser main cannons at the front and rear parts of the battleship. However, to prevent unnecessary troubles and dangers, these powerful main cannons were all designed with a clever automatic lifting mechanism, making it hard to discern from the outside. After successfully installing the quantum engine and weapon systems, Li Hao and Wang Lei wasted no time in starting the installation of the brand new optical brain. This optical brain was the latest model, significantly smaller than the old one, yet astonishingly, its computing and storage capabilities were several times stronger than the old optical brain. Its presence would allow the battleship's control system to become increasingly intelligent, greatly enhancing the operational efficiency of the battleship, almost as if aided by divine intervention. Li Hao and Wang Lei carefully installed the new optical brain in the battleship's control center, then quickly began the debugging process. They continuously input various commands and data, prompting the optical brain to engage in self-learning and optimization. After several hours of meticulous debugging, the optical brain finally perfectly adapted to the battleship's control system and began to unleash its immensely powerful functions. Under the control of the optical brain, all systems of the battleship became exceptionally responsive and efficient. It could effortlessly adjust the engine's output power, ensuring the battleship maintained optimal speed and maneuverability in various situations. It could even automatically target and attack enemies, making the battleship increasingly accurate and lethal in combat, a true weapon of destruction. Li Hao and Wang Lei were thoroughly satisfied with the newly installed quantum engine weapon systems and optical brain, confident that these new devices would enable the battleship to perform with unprecedented power in future battles. Thus, they resolutely decided to conduct a trial voyage to test the battleship's performance and the effectiveness of the new equipment. During this trial voyage, the battleship's performance was nothing short of spectacular. Its speed was surprisingly even faster than that of a heavy cruiser, allowing it to easily evade enemy attacks. The intelligent control of the optical brain made operating the battleship incredibly simple and effortless, enabling even inexperienced crew members to navigate it with ease. Finally, they meticulously refurbished the battleship's exterior and applied the most advanced stealth coating. Wang Lei gazed at the battleship after its coating was completed, unable to restrain his heartfelt admiration. Wow, it looks absolutely stunning. This battleship now appears just like a brand new warship, shining brilliantly. Li Hao nodded in agreement, responding, "Indeed, this battleship has undergone a complete transformation. Moreover, with this layer of stealth coating, we can avoid detection by enemies even more effortlessly during battles." Wang Lei chuckled, saying, "Haha, the optical brain I purchased from home has already been registered with the Imperial Starship system, so we need to input the relevant information to return to the Empire." Li Hao nodded heavily, fully understanding Wang Lei's intention. The Imperial Starship system is extremely strict. All starships must be registered within this system, otherwise they cannot freely navigate within the Empire. Li Hao and Wang Lei worked together diligently, focusing on inputting the information from the optical brain into the Imperial Starship system. Phew, finally done. Li Hao sighed with relief. Wang Lei then added, "Hey, don't be too happy yet. Take a look. There isn't even an option for battleships in this system." Li Hao and Wang Lei exchanged worried glances, both aware of the implication. If their Wuying was mistakenly classified as a cruiser, it could lead to a slew of troubles. However, they truly had no other options and could only silently pray that the Empire's military would not discover their unique battleship. Li Hao frowned tightly. The heavy cruiser is strictly controlled as the military flagship, and cruisers are never sold to outsiders. What do we do now? Wang Lei pondered for a while and said, "In that case, let's register it as a destroyer first. By the way, we need to carefully design the ship's emblem. I think the emblem could feature a soaring eagle as the main element, symbolizing our warship's courage and fearlessness. The background could be adorned with dazzling stars, signifying that we will carve out a vast territory in the boundless universe." Then, with hearts full of joy and anticipation, they named this battleship Wuying. After completing the information input, Li Hao and Wang Lei started the engines of the Wuying. The Wuying slowly departed from the port, steadily heading towards the direction of the Empire. During the journey, Li Hao and Wang Lei were extremely anxious, their worries mounting as they murmured about whether the Empire's military would notice this unique battleship. After a whole day of tiring travel, the Wuying finally stumbled into the Imperial capital Star. Li Hao and Wang Lei sighed in relief, simultaneously breathing a long sigh, repeatedly murmuring, "Finally back." The Wuying and Wang Lei's escort ship safely docked at the starport of the Imperial capital Star. Li Hao and Wang Lei hurriedly exited the Wuying, and as soon as they appeared, they were met by a group of imposing Imperial soldiers. "Who are you? How did you pilot a cruiser here?" an Imperial officer sternly questioned. Li Hao and Wang Lei exchanged a quick glance, understanding that they must clarify the situation. Li Hao took a deep breath and bravely stepped forward, saying, "We are students from the Imperial Royal Academy's Battleship Command Department, and this is my destroyer, the Fearless." As he spoke, Li Hao hurriedly opened his holographic computer to show them the identification code and registration information. The officer's expression shifted to one of surprise upon hearing Li Hao's words. He first glanced at the Fearless, then scrutinized Li Hao and Wang Lei from head to toe, saying, "So you are students from the Royal Academy. Your registration information is in order, you may leave, but this destroyer is almost the size of a cruiser." Li Hao nodded, slightly smiling as he replied, "Haha, it's just a pretty but useless decoration." Li Hao and Wang Lei left the starport and hurriedly ran towards the academy. They arrived at the academy just in time for the graduation ceremony. Out of breath, the two stood at the entrance of the academy, watching the graduation ceremony taking place on the playground. "We finally made it." Li Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead, revealing a relieved smile. "Yeah, we almost missed it." Wang Lei also sighed in relief, patting Li Hao on the shoulder. They entered the playground, found their class, and sat in their designated seats. The surrounding classmates were excitedly chatting, eagerly anticipating the start of the graduation ceremony. Once the graduation ceremony officially began, the principal took the stage and delivered an enthusiastic speech. He reflected on the students' growth during their time at the academy, filled with confidence and anticipation for their future. Following that, an outstanding graduate representative took the stage to share their learning experiences and insights. Li Hao and Wang Lei listened attentively. At the end of the graduation ceremony, the principal announced the names of the graduates and their assigned fleets. However, when all the names were read, Li Hao did not hear his own. A wave of disappointment and confusion surged in Li Hao's heart. He looked at Wang Lei, who also wore a surprised expression. Although Wang Lei had graduated, he had not been assigned to a fleet. They exchanged glances, then walked together towards the principal to inquire further. "Principal, may I ask why my name was not on the list of graduates?" The principal looked at Li Hao and smiled, explaining, "Li Hao, your grades and performance are undeniably excellent. However, as you know, this graduation assignment is based on a comprehensive evaluation which includes personal grades, abilities, starship equipment, and various other factors. Although you excel in other areas, since you do not have a starship, you were not assigned in this fleet allocation. However, you need not worry. The military will soon make other arrangements for you." Li Hao felt a slight relief at the principal's words, but still felt a bit uneasy. He nodded and said, "Thank you, principal. But I now have a starship." The principal looked surprised and asked, "You have a starship? When did this happen?" "The starship has returned to the starport, and here is the registration information and identification code for the starship." The principal's face broke into a pleased smile upon hearing Li Hao's words. He nodded and said, "Very good, Li Hao. I will immediately contact the military to inform them of your situation. I believe they will make the appropriate arrangements soon." Li Hao looked gratefully at the principal, saying, "Thank you, principal. I will patiently await the military's decision." After the graduation ceremony, Li Hao and Wang Lei prepared to leave the school, encountering Zhang Chang again at the school gate. Zhang Chang, dressed in a splendid uniform with a shiny captain's medal and the rank of major, appeared quite smug. "Oh, isn't this Li Hao and Wang Lei? Why are you still hanging around here?" Zhang Chang mocked. "I heard that neither of you were assigned to a fleet. What a pity. But it's fine. People like you, being commoners, never really had the qualification to enter a fleet." Li Hao and Wang Lei exchanged angry glances, both seeing the fury in each other's eyes. They knew Zhang Chang was deliberately provoking them. "Zhang Chang, don't get too cocky," Li Hao said coolly. "Although we weren't assigned to a fleet, we are still starship captains." "Haha, that's quite laughable," Zhang Chang said disdainfully. "Do you think being a starship captain is so easy? You need to have a starship, and commoners like you have no chance at all." With that, Zhang Chang turned and left, leaving Li Hao and Wang Lei standing there filled with anger and indignation. In the days that followed, Li Hao awaited news from the military while also preparing for his starship. He meticulously studied the starship's performance and characteristics, familiarizing himself with its weaponry and defense systems. Finally, a week later, Li Hao received a notification from the military. With excitement in his heart, he went to the military headquarters. He was brought into an office where a general was seated. "Are you Li Hao?" Huang Paheo asked. "Yes, General." Li Hao saluted. "I am the person in charge of the military department. My name is Huang Paheo," he said. "Your principal informed me that you already have a starship." "Yes, General," Li Hao replied. "I recently acquired a destroyer." Huang Paheo nodded, surprised. "So it's a destroyer. According to regulations, this destroyer will be incorporated into the military, and you will be appointed as the lieutenant commander of this ship." Li Hao felt a surge of excitement in his heart. The captain position he had longed for was finally within his grasp, and it was a lieutenant rank higher than his peers. "However, do not rejoice too soon," Huang Paheo said sternly. "Currently, all military fleets are fully staffed, and you cannot be assigned to a fleet for the time being." Li Hao felt a bit disheartened. He had finally obtained the captain position he had always dreamed of, only to encounter such a situation. However, the military will not leave you idle either. Huang Paheo seemed to sense Li Hao's thoughts and continued. You will temporarily be assigned to the 13th Corps of the Galactic Empire to combat smuggling and piracy along the endless sea borders with your single ship. The 13th Corps of the Empire. I've never heard of it. Huang Paheo smiled and explained the 13th Corps suffered heavy losses in the endless sea war 10 years ago. After the war ended, the 13th Corps was never reformed, and slowly people began to forget this heroic corps, but its structure has been preserved all along. Li Hao was stunned. He had not expected the 13th Corps to have such a history. Where is the base of the 13th Corps? Huang Paheo said with a serious expression. The endless sea is the garrison of the 13th Legion, which was originally the frontier of the Empire. General Huang Paheo inquired. General, how will the crew on my ship and the future military supplies be arranged? Li Hao raised the most important question of this mission. Huang Paheo smiled slightly, as if he had already anticipated Li Hao's question. He slowly stood up, walked in front of Li Hao, patted his shoulder, and said, regarding the members and equipment arrangement on your ship, I will give you the greatest autonomy. You can recruit and allocate as needed based on your own requirements and actual situations. The soldiers you need will be at the coordinates for the endless sea. This is the garrison of the 13th Legion, and you will go to receive them. Li Hao's heart trembled. He did not expect Huang Paheo to grant him such great autonomy. He looked at General Huang Paheo with gratitude and said, General, thank you for your trust. I will not disappoint your expectations. Huang Paheo nodded and said, Li Hao, you must remember that the 13th Legion is the elite of the Empire. Your mission is to defend the Empire's frontier and uphold its dignity. You must remain vigilant at all times, continuously improve your strength, and lead the 13th Legion to glory. After Li Hao left, Huang Paheo stood by the window and said, Legion Commander, our 13th Legion has successors. Li Hao returned to his room, sat at his desk, and began to carefully ponder how to recruit and allocate the crew and military supplies on the ship. He understood that an efficient operational team is crucial for the functioning of a starship, and what he needed were trustworthy and loyal individuals to occupy key positions. However, the temporary recruitment made him feel somewhat uneasy. He did not know the backgrounds and abilities of these strangers, nor could he guarantee that they would stand their ground at critical moments. After careful consideration, Li Hao decided to use robots as substitutes first. He went to the military supply depot to retrieve the military supplies needed for the warship. Li Hao detailed the Mech robots, energy blocks, and daily necessities required for the Invincible on a list. At the supply depot, Li Hao met the supply officer. He handed the list of required supplies for the Invincible to the officer and said, This is the supply list for our ship. Please prepare it for us as soon as possible. The supply officer took the list, examined it carefully, and frowned in confusion, asking, Which fleet are you from? This is the equipment for 2 flagship vessels. I am the captain of the Invincible. This is our ship's supply list. The supply officer's brow furrowed further as he continued to ask, Invincible? I have never heard of it. Which legion are you from? Li Hao calmly took out a document from his pocket and handed it to the supply officer, saying, I am from the Empire's 13th Legion. This is my ship's identification code and related documents. Oh, please take a look. The supply officer received the document and began to examine it seriously. After a moment, he nodded and said, I see. However, where did your 13th Legion get a starship? Besides, this is the supply for 2 flagship vessels. Isn't that a bit too much for just one ship? Our ship is about to head to the endless sea, so we need sufficient supplies to ensure our safety and combat effectiveness. Additionally, we have authorization from the military. All supplies are allocated as needed. Li Hao then handed the authorization document from Huang Paheo to the supply officer. The officer took the document, reviewed it carefully, and his expression showed surprise. He looked up at Li Hao and said, All right, since you have the military's authorization, I won't ask further. I will arrange for someone to prepare the supplies you need immediately. Li Hao breathed a sigh of relief and said, Thank you for your support. We will take good care of these supplies and will not waste or misuse them. After saying this, Li Hao took the list to collect the supplies. He arrived at the storage area of the supply depot and saw various types of mechs and robots. These supplies were the most advanced equipment of the Empire, which excited Li Hao greatly. He carefully selected some of the most advanced mechs and robots, including the latest combat robots, reconnaissance robots, and engineering robots. These robots possessed high intelligence and powerful combat abilities capable of executing tasks in various complex environments. In addition to mechs and robots, Li Hao also collected sufficient energy blocks and daily necessities. Energy blocks are the power source for starships and must ensure ample reserves. Daily necessities include food, water, medical supplies, etc. These are essential materials for ensuring the well-being of the crew. During the process of collecting supplies, Li Hao also encountered several captains and officers from other fleets. They were astonished and envious at the large amount of supplies Li Hao was collecting. Just as he was about to leave the supply depot, he suddenly heard a series of alarm sounds. His heart skipped a beat, unsure of what had happened. He hurried to the entrance and saw a group of people in black uniforms rushing in. "Who are you?" "We are the Special Operations Team of the Imperial Royal Guard ordered to inspect the security situation of the supply depot," one of the leaders said. "We are here on the Emperor's orders to check the supplies." "Which unit are you from to have collected so many supplies?" Another leader chimed in. "I am the captain of the Invincible from the Empire's 13th Legion. This is our ship's supplies. We are about to head to the Endless Sea on a mission." Upon hearing that it was the 13th Legion, the two leaders immediately questioned, "Where does your 13th Legion have a starship? These supplies are for 2 flagship vessels. Is your 13th Legion involved in selling military supplies?" Li Hao felt a sinking feeling in his heart. He knew that the amount of supplies he needed was a bit excessive and had raised suspicions. He took a deep breath and calmly replied, "Gentlemen, the Invincible is the starship of our 13th Legion. Here are the identification code and documents as well as the military's authorization. All requirements for the Invincible can be met." The two leaders exchanged glances and then said, "Since there is an authorization document, then there is nothing more to discuss. However, you must understand that selling military supplies is a serious crime. I hope you will not engage in any illegal activities, or you will only end up in a military court." After saying this, Li Hao left the military supply depot. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing he had just narrowly escaped a disaster. However, he also knew that his actions had attracted others' attention, and he must be cautious. Li Hao returned to the Invincible and had the robots transport all the supplies to the logistics warehouse. Li Hao returned to his captain's quarters. He sat in the chair feeling very tired. Li Hao called Wang Lei and asked, "What about your situation?" "I have temporarily joined the 13th Legion." Wang Lei received Li Hao's call and sounded somewhat excited upon hearing his voice. He said, "I am not too clear either. I am just a frigate and seems to be assigned to the Wanhai fleet at Wanhai Star." "Oh, I see. Then you need to be careful." "Oh, I thought we would be assigned together." After chatting for a while, Li Hao hung up the phone feeling a bit worried. He did not know where Wanhai Star was. As the captain of a frigate, Wang Lei bore the responsibility of protecting Wanhai Star. He wondered if he would encounter danger. After replenishing supplies on the imperial capital, Star, Li Hao applied for departure permission from the military. He knew time was of the essence, and every minute and second was crucial. The military's approval came quickly, and Li Hao's Invincible received permission to depart. He immediately set sail, heading towards the Endless Sea. Li Hao arrived at a border planet according to the coordinates given by Huang Paheo, and soon received an inquiry from the planet's defense. "Starship ahead, please present your identification code and mission brief." Li Hao instructed the communications officer to send the prepared identification code and mission briefing. Shortly after, a reply came from the other side. "Welcome to the border planet, Captain Li Hao of the Invincible. Your docking request has been approved. Please proceed to the designated location as instructed." Li Hao let out a sigh of relief, knowing that the military department had likely notified them in advance. He instructed the starship to proceed to the designated location and then disembarked. As soon as he stepped out of the starship, he was greeted by a middle-aged man in military uniform. The man smiled and said, "Captain Li Hao, welcome to the border planet. I am the person in charge here, just call me Old Wang." Li Hao shook hands with Old Wang and said, "Hello, Old Wang. I hope I'm not causing you too much trouble this time." Old Wang replied, "Not at all, it's all for the Empire. General Huang Paheo has briefed me on your situation. I will take you to the station of the Imperial Guard Brigade. We will cooperate fully with you." "That's good, Old Wang. I would like to understand the situation of the Imperial Guard Brigade first." Old Wang nodded, and then had someone bring over a document about the Imperial Guard Brigade. He said, "Captain Li Hao, the Imperial Guard Brigade belongs to the 13th Legion of the Empire. All the warships of the 13th Legion were destroyed in the Great War 10 years ago, and the Imperial Guard Brigade was formed by the survivors after the war." Li Hao took the document and began to read it carefully. The document stated that the Imperial Guard Brigade has a total of 5,000 personnel divided into 5 regiments with 1,000 members in each regiment. After reviewing the document, Li Hao gained a rough understanding of the strength of the Imperial Guard Brigade. He asked, "Old Wang, does the 13th Legion not have any starships? Why hasn't the Empire restored the 13th Legion?" Old Wang replied, "Captain Li Hao, I don't know about that. You will have to ask the people in the Imperial Guard Brigade for specifics." Li Hao and Old Wang arrived at the station of the Imperial Guard Brigade, a large military base located on the planet's surface. Upon entering the base, they immediately felt a tense and serious atmosphere. They walked along the wide road surrounded by neatly arranged barracks and training facilities. Soldiers dressed in uniform were marching steadily through various training exercises. Li Hao couldn't help but admire the discipline and training level of the Imperial Guard Brigade. Finally, they arrived at the command center of the brigade. It was a tall building with 2 armed guards standing at the entrance. Li Hao and Old Wang presented their identification, and after the guards allowed them through, they entered the command center. Inside the command center, an officer was busy at work. Upon seeing Li Hao and Old Wang, he immediately stood up to greet them. "Welcome to the Imperial Guard Brigade, Captain Li Hao, Old Wang. I am the commander of the Imperial Guard Brigade, Zhang Yu." Li Hao and Old Wang exchanged pleasantries with Zhang Yu before sitting down to discuss serious matters. "Commander Zhang Yu, you should know the purpose of my visit. The Imperial Guard Brigade will be incorporated into my invincible ship." "Captain Li Hao, I understand your intention. Our Imperial Guard Brigade is under the 13th Legion and only takes orders from it. Since you are the captain of the 13th Legion, we accept the reorganization." "Very well then, Commander Zhang Yu, I hope you can arrange for the reorganization of the Imperial Guard Brigade as soon as possible. We need to enable the Imperial Guard Brigade to adapt to the combat environment of the Invincible in the shortest time possible." "Yes, Captain." Commander Zhang Yu stood up and saluted. The Imperial Guard Brigade currently lacks ship pilots and crew. The Invincible is still being operated by robots. However, there are 2 regiments within the Imperial Guard Brigade that are crew members. With these 200 personnel along with robot assistants, we can operate 2 fleets, while the remaining 300 are mech soldiers. However, the Imperial Guard Brigade currently does not have enough mechs. Immediately arrange for the crew members to return with me. The remaining personnel should pack their belongings in preparation for boarding the ship. All unused weapons and equipment should be handed over to Old Wang. I have come to claim sufficient equipment for the Imperial Guard Brigade from the armory. Zhang Yu replied happily. "Yes, Captain, I will arrange it right away." Li Hao left the station of the Imperial Guard Brigade feeling satisfied. He returned to the Invincible with the crew members, who were all astonished at the sight of the Invincible, having never seen such a large starship before. The crew members boarded the Invincible and began familiarizing themselves with various parts of the starship. Li Hao, along with Commander Zhang Yu and some officers from the Imperial Guard Brigade, proceeded to the command center of the Invincible. The command center is the core of the Invincible, equipped with various advanced devices and instruments that can monitor the starship's status and surrounding conditions in real time. Li Hao introduced some basic information about the Invincible to Commander Zhang Yu and then guided him through the operational procedures of the command center. After entering the Invincible, the crew members discovered that the operation of the ship was completely different from what they had encountered before, requiring them to relearn and adapt. In the following days, soldiers from the Imperial Guard Brigade began boarding the Invincible one after another. Li Hao personally led them to the mech hangar, and at the moment they stepped inside, everyone was awestruck by the sight before them. Inside the mech hangar, rows of the Empire's latest mechs were neatly arranged, gleaming with metallic luster and exuding a powerful aura. Each mech appeared to be a work of art. The soldiers of the Imperial Guard Brigade widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. The number of mechs far exceeded their expectations. They had initially thought there would only be a few mechs as symbolic equipment, but the quantity before them was sufficient to equip the entire Imperial Guard Brigade. Li Hao looked at the soldiers' astonished expressions and smiled, saying, "These mechs are equipped for you. They possess the most advanced technology and formidable combat capabilities." He walked up to one of the mechs, gently caressing its exterior, and said, "These mechs not only have powerful firepower and defense capabilities, but are also equipped with advanced sensors and communication systems, allowing us to fight more flexibly and efficiently in battle." The soldiers gathered around, curiously observing the mechs. They could see various weapons and equipment on the mechs, as well as the complex control systems. Some soldiers could not help but reach out to touch the mechs, feeling their sturdiness and strength. Li Hao continued, "However, to operate these mechs, you will need to undergo rigorous training and assessment. We will provide you with professional training to help you master the operation techniques and combat strategies of the mechs as quickly as possible." His gaze swept over each soldier as he spoke. "I believe you are all exceptional soldiers, capable of becoming the pilots of the mechas and the pride of the Invincible." The soldiers, upon hearing Li Hao's words, were filled with confidence and fighting spirit. They knew that these mechas would become their weapons on the battlefield, showcasing the strength and glory of the Vanguard Brigade. In the following days, the soldiers of the Vanguard Brigade began intense and grueling mecha training. They learned the operation methods of the mechas, familiarized themselves with various functions, and engaged in simulated battles and practical drills. Li Hao also closely monitored the soldiers' training, personally guiding some crucial training subjects and providing valuable experience and advice. One day, Zhang Yu approached Li Hao and asked, "Captain, does the military have any tasks for us to execute?" Zhang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately inquired, "What is the task?" Li Hao walked to the command platform and pulled up a star map, pointing at it, as he said, "Our mission is to strike against pirates and smugglers in the Endless Sea. The Endless Sea is the base of our 13th Legion, and we must take it back." His gaze was resolute and determined, as if he had already envisioned the victory of the future. The officers standing beside him also wore serious expressions. "How is the troop training going?" "No problem, we can head to the battlefield at any time," Zhang Yu replied. "If you're ready for combat, then let's go out and test it." Li Hao ordered the Invincible to set sail, heading for the patrol in the Endless Sea. This time they did not venture deep into the Endless Sea, but rather conducted some patrols and reconnaissance along the fringes. During the patrol, Li Hao closely monitored the surrounding star region. He discovered that the situation in the Endless Sea was more complex than before, with meteorites and cosmic turbulence everywhere. If one was unfamiliar with the routes, it would pose significant difficulties for navigation. In the command room of the Invincible, Li Hao and his staff were studying the next course of action. The Endless Sea was a very dangerous place, not only infested with pirates and smugglers, but also home to some mysterious forces operating in the shadows. To better understand the situation in the Endless Sea, Li Hao decided to send out a reconnaissance team to delve deeper into the area. This reconnaissance team was composed of elite soldiers from the Invincible, equipped with the most advanced reconnaissance devices and weapons. After the team set out, Li Hao and his staff waited for their report. However, several hours passed, and the reconnaissance team still had not returned. Li Hao began to worry, fearing that they had encountered an accident. At that moment, the radar of the Invincible suddenly detected an unidentified object approaching. Li Hao immediately ordered the soldiers to enter combat status and prepare for battle. As the pirate ship drew closer, Li Hao commanded the soldiers to activate the defense system of the Invincible. Energy shields unfolded around the ship, forming a formidable defense line. Simultaneously, the ship's weapon systems also entered standby mode, ready to retaliate against the pirate ship. When the pirate ship entered attack range, Li Hao decisively issued the order to fire. The turrets of the Invincible erupted with tremendous firepower, energy beams slicing through the void and targeting the pirate ship. The pirates on the pirate ship were not to be outdone. They retaliated with their ship's weapons, but under the overwhelming firepower of the Invincible, their attacks seemed trivial. In the heat of battle, Li Hao continuously adjusted tactics, directing the soldiers to execute precise strikes. He leveraged the advantages of the Invincible, skillfully dodging the pirate ship's attacks while searching for its weaknesses. After a fierce fight, the Invincible finally struck the critical part of the pirate ship, rendering it incapacitated. Once confirming that the pirate ship no longer posed a threat to the Invincible, Li Hao ordered the soldiers to cease fire and dispatched a small team to board the pirate ship for a search. Upon boarding the pirate ship, Li Hao and his soldiers were greeted by a strong stench of blood and decay. They cautiously navigated through narrow corridors, vigilantly observing their surroundings. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from ahead. Li Hao and his soldiers immediately quickened their pace, rushing toward the source of the sound. When they arrived at the scene, the sight before them left them stunned. A group of pirates was brutally killing a group of innocent crew members. These crew members were tied to poles, their bodies covered in wounds and bloodied. A wave of intense anger surged within Li Hao as he charged towards the pirates without hesitation. His soldiers followed closely behind, engaging in a fierce battle with the pirates. With Li Hao and his soldiers' brave efforts, the pirates were finally defeated. They rescued the surviving crew members and apprehended all the pirates aboard the Invincible. On the Invincible, Li Hao interrogated the pirates. Through the interrogation, they learned that the leader of these pirates was a man named Blackbeard. Blackbeard was a notorious pirate who had repeatedly attacked the Empire's merchant ships and border cities, inflicting tremendous losses on the Empire. In the days that followed, Li Hao and his soldiers continued their patrols and battles in the Endless Sea. The reconnaissance team returned with reports of their findings, having engaged in multiple fierce confrontations with the pirates and gradually grasped their patterns and characteristics. During one patrol, Li Hao stood on the bridge of the Invincible. Suddenly, he spotted a pirate ship attacking a merchant vessel. The merchant ship looked very dilapidated, moving slowly, clearly unable to escape the pursuit of the pirate ship. A surge of anger welled up within Li Hao, and he immediately ordered the Invincible to accelerate towards the pirate ship. As the Invincible drew near the pirate ship, he immediately commanded to open fire. The cannons of the Invincible emitted blinding light, and a volley turned the pirate starship into debris in the cosmos. After sinking the pirate ship, Li Hao and his soldiers boarded the merchant vessel, rescuing the kidnapped crew members and cargo, which included precious items such as jewelry, spices, and silk. Li Hao asked the captain of the cargo ship why he had come this way, knowing there were pirates around. The captain sheepishly replied the toll at the Stargate is too high and they couldn't afford such high fees for their small business, so they had to take the risk and traverse the Endless Sea. Li Hao felt a surge of sympathy in his heart upon hearing the captain's words. He knew that for these small-scale merchants, the exorbitant crossing fees were indeed a heavy burden. "Captain, what you are doing is too dangerous. The pirates of the Endless Sea are rampant, and you could easily be attacked. The captain sighed helplessly. We know this is dangerous, but we have no other choice. If we do not traverse the endless sea, our goods cannot reach their destination, and we will incur losses. Li Hao pondered for a moment before saying, Captain, I understand your difficulties. However, what you are doing not only endangers yourselves, but also poses a threat to other vessels. If all ships take such risks like you, the pirate problem in the endless sea will only worsen. The captain nodded. Commander, you make a valid point. But we have no other options. Let's leave it at that for now. In the future, it's best if you avoid sailing alone. It's too perilous. On the way back, Li Hao was constantly thinking about how to address the pirate problem in the endless sea. He needed to strengthen his fleet. Though the Invincible was a powerful warship, it still seemed a bit outmatched against numerous pirates. He needed more warships and soldiers to effectively combat the pirates. Just as Li Hao was lost in thought, the alarm on the Invincible suddenly blared, shattering the previous tranquility. They were under fierce attack from pirates. Dozens of pirate ships emerged like phantoms from all directions, tightly surrounding the Invincible. These pirate ships unleashed a barrage of cannon fire, pouring down like rain in an attempt to sink the Invincible in one blow. However, Li Hao remained remarkably calm, with no hint of panic on his face. He quickly issued orders for the soldiers to enter combat mode and prepare to confront the enemy. Activate the first-level protective shield. Prepare the secondary cannons to lock onto the enemy ships. As soon as his orders were given, the bridge of the Invincible became busy. The soldiers skillfully operated various instruments and equipment, coordinating closely to demonstrate high combat proficiency. Under Li Hao's command, the Invincible reacted swiftly. The first-level protective shield was instantly deployed, forming a solid energy barrier that blocked all the pirate ships' cannon fire. At the same time, the secondary cannons quickly locked onto the enemy ships, preparing to counterattack. Secondary cannons lock on to the enemy ships' fire. Li Hao issued the command again. The secondary cannons of the Invincible roared, and streaks of fire cut through the night sky, aimed at the pirate ships. The pirates clearly did not expect such a strong counterattack from the Invincible, momentarily caught off guard. Several pirate ships were directly hit, instantly turning into fireballs that burst forth in dazzling light in space. Amidst the brilliant flames, fragments of the pirate ships flew everywhere. Continue firing. Do not give the pirates any chance. Li Hao commanded loudly. The Invincible continued toward the pirate ships, with the secondary cannons roaring continuously, illuminating the starry sky. One pirate ship after another was hit, with some even disintegrating completely. Under the Invincible's overwhelming firepower, the pirates finally began to retreat. They turned their ships around, attempting to flee the battlefield. However, Li Hao did not give them this opportunity. Chase them down. Do not let them escape. The Invincible accelerated, pursuing the pirate ships. In the wake of the Invincible's pursuit, pirate ships were caught one after another, subsequently destroyed and reduced to debris in the stars. Once all the pirate ships were annihilated, Li Hao and his soldiers stood on the bridge of the Invincible, watching the debris floating in the starry sky outside, filled with the joy of victory. Li Hao turned to his soldiers, who wore tired yet satisfied smiles. He cleared his throat and said, Brothers, we have achieved a great victory today. But we cannot be complacent. We must remain vigilant. The soldiers responded in unison, their voices echoing in the bridge. Li Hao nodded in satisfaction and then ordered, Invincible, return to base. On the way back to Star Harbor, Li Hao called Zhang Yu over and inquired, Zhang Yu, how many years have you been in the 13th Legion? Zhang Yu responded upon hearing the captain's question, Captain, I have been in the 13th Legion for 15 years. Then you also participated in the Endless Sea War 10 years ago. Zhang Yu's eyes deepened, as if recalling that thrilling past. He slowly said, Yes, Captain. That battle is one of the most unforgettable experiences of my life. Li Hao quietly watched Zhang Yu, waiting for him to continue his story. Zhang Yu took a deep breath and slowly said, At that time, I served as the aide to the Legion commander. When the Endless Sea War broke out, our entire Legion was ordered to the front lines. His voice trembled slightly, as if the fierce battle was still vivid in front of him. At that time, the number of the insectoids far exceeded ours. However, we did not retreat in the slightest. We firmly believed that as long as we worked together, we could defeat the enemy. Initially, our 13th Legion, as the main force of the Empire, had a fleet composed of over 100 cruisers, and the entire Endless Sea was our station. As Zhang Yu reminisced, a magnificent scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. In the vast star domain of the Endless Sea, the cruiser fleet of the 13th Legion stood like a group of steel behemoths arranged majestically. Their hulls shimmered with a metallic luster, and the weapons on the turrets exuded a deadly threat. Through Zhang Yu's narration, people seemed to see that glorious era. The soldiers of the 13th Legion stood in neat uniforms, poised and resolute at their posts, their eyes filled with determination and resolve. However, the brutality of war far exceeded people's imagination. The insectoids swarmed like a tide, their attacks fierce and merciless. The 13th Legion's fleet gradually fell into difficulties under the onslaught of the insectoids. The attacks from the insectoids came in waves, and our fleet suffered heavy losses. Yet we did not give up. Every warship fought fiercely, and every soldier battled to defend their homeland. In that battle, I witnessed many brave soldiers sacrifice their lives for victory. Their sacrifices deeply made me realize the cruelty of war and the preciousness of peace. Zhang Ye's eyes shimmered with tears. As time passed, the 13th Legion's fleet was gradually surrounded by the insectoids. At this critical moment, the Legion commander made a very difficult decision. He decided to lead a portion of the fleet to break through in order to buy time for the other soldiers to retreat. Zhang Ye's voice was filled with admiration and sorrow. It was a breathtaking breakout battle where we fought desperately against the insect race. Under the command of the Legion commander, a portion of the fleet successfully broke through the encirclement of the insect race. However, we paid a heavy price. When we finally shook off the pursuit of the insect race, the fleet of the 13th Legion was almost annihilated. Zhang Ye's voice was filled with loss and grief. Why was it only our 13th Legion in the entire battle? Why was there no reinforcement? Li Hao's question left Zhang Yu in silence, his eyes dimming. After a long while, he slowly spoke. Actually, we did send a distress signal to other legions at that time, but... His voice gradually lowered as if he found it hard to speak. However, due to the sudden attack of the insect race, the entire empire's defense lines fell into chaos. Other legions were engaged in fierce battles against the insect race on their own fronts, and they simply could not spare any troops to support us. Li Hao frowned and said, "Is there really no other way? Are we just going to be surrounded by the insect race with no way to retreat?" Zhang Yu shook his head helplessly and said, "The situation at the time was extremely urgent. We could only rely on our own strength to resist the insect race's attack. Although our fleet was at a numerical disadvantage, our soldiers all possessed unwavering faith and tenacious fighting spirit." His eyes sparkled with determination, as if recalling those arduous battle days. So that's how it was. How did the war end in the end? In the final stages of the battle, our fleet had suffered heavy losses, and the Legion commander decided to lead a suicide squad to charge towards the insect race's nest, trying to destroy their command center. Everyone knew this plan was extremely dangerous, but the Legion commander did not hesitate to personally lead the suicide squad. Zhang Yu replied with sorrow. Li Hao's eyes became moist. He was touched by the courage and spirit of sacrifice of the Legion commander. In the end, the Legion commander successfully destroyed the insect race's nest, creating an opportunity for our breakout. We finally broke through the encirclement of the insect race and arrived at this border star. Zhang Ye's voice was filled with sadness and emotion. Li Hao listened quietly to Zhang Ye's account, filled with respect for the Legion commander and emotions about that part of history. He understood that it was because of heroes like the Legion commander that the Empire could stand tall in times of crisis. What happened to the 13th Legion afterwards? Zhang Yu sighed softly, revealing a hint of sadness in his eyes, and said, "After that battle, we returned to the battlefield to search for survivors, but in the end we found less than 500 people." Upon hearing this, Li Hao's heart sank. This battle was an extremely painful defeat for the 13th Legion. Not only did they lose a large number of soldiers, but also many excellent commanders and comrades. In a great battle, over 1 million officers of the 13th Legion were left with only 5,000. Li Hao murmured, his mood very heavy. Then why has the 13th Legion not been rebuilt after all these years? Zhang Ye's expression darkened as he slowly said, "This is a decision made by the high-ranking officials of the Empire, and we cannot change it. Does the Empire not value the history and honor of the 13th Legion?" Zhang Yu sighed and said, "The considerations of the Empire are multifaceted. On one hand, rebuilding the 13th Legion requires a vast amount of resources and time, while the Empire is currently facing threats from the insect race and other forces needing to concentrate resources on defense and expansion. On the other hand, the 13th Legion was supported by the Li family, where the Legion commander was from, and after his sacrifice, the Li family no longer bore the military expenses of the 13th Legion. How can this be? Shouldn't the military be supported by the Empire?" Zhang Yu chuckled helplessly and said, "This is the system of the Empire. At the beginning of the Empire's establishment, in order to encourage various families to serve the Empire, it was stipulated that each family could form its own private army, with the family bearing the military expenses. And the 13th Legion was the private army of the Li family. But wouldn't this lead to the growing power of each family potentially threatening the Empire's rule?" Zhang Yu nodded and said, "You're right. Therefore, the Empire has also imposed strict restrictions on the private armies of various families, regulating their scale and equipment, and the 13th Legion was established under such circumstances. Then why doesn't the Li family bear the military expenses of the 13th Legion anymore?" Zhang Yu paused for a moment and said, "This is because the head of the Li family has changed. The current head is the younger brother of the Legion commander who believes that the Lee family has already contributed too much to the Empire and should not continue bearing the military expenses of the 13th Legion. Moreover, the cost of rebuilding the 13th Legion is enormous, and he also wants to use this money to develop other family industries, enhancing the family's status and influence. Do you know where the military expenses for the Guard Brigade have come from in the past 10 years? Zhang Yu shook his head and said, I don't know, aren't you a descendant of the Li family from the Imperial capital? I'm not. I'm a civilian graduate from the Royal Academy of the Imperial Capital's Battleship Command Department, this year assigned to the 13th Legion by General Huangpu Hao. Zhang Yu was quite surprised by Li Hao's words. He did not expect that Li Hao was not a descendant of the Li family from the Imperial capital, but a civilian graduate. How did you get into the Royal Academy of the Imperial capital? Zhang Yu asked. My parents also sacrificed in the Endless Sea War. I was less than 8 years old when they both died, and after learning of their sacrifice, I was sent to the Royal Academy. Hearing Li Hao's words, Zhang Yu couldn't help but feel a surge of sympathy. He could imagine how heavy a blow it was for a child, not yet 8 years old, to lose his parents. Yet Li Hao was able to grow strong in such adversity. What great courage and perseverance that required. Your life at the Royal Academy must have been tough, right? Zhang Yu asked. It's all in the past, it's nothing now. His tone was flat, but Zhang Yu could see a hint of barely perceptible pain in his eyes. After returning to the Border Star starport, Old Wang hurriedly ran to the docking position of the Invincible, waiting for Li Hao. His forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat, and his eyes revealed a hint of worry. When Li Hao's figure appeared in Old Wang's sight, he immediately went up to him. He tightly grasped Li Hao's arm and asked impatiently, Captain Li, have you offended someone? Today our starport command received orders from the Imperial military that from now on we will no longer provide military supplies to the Invincible, and you cannot remain stationed at the Border Star for long. Li Hao was shaken by Old Wang's words, yet his face remained calm. He frowned slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, said, Old Wang, don't rush. Let's find a place to sit down and talk slowly. The two men arrived at a nearby cafe and found a quiet corner to sit down. Li Hao looked at Old Wang's anxious expression and softly asked, Old Wang, I don't know what happened either. What is the situation on your side? Old Wang, having heard Li Hao's words, felt slightly calmer. He took a sip of coffee and slowly said, the situation on my side is also unclear. I just received a notification from the Border Star Command stating that from today the Guard Brigade will return to the 13th Corps, the Wu-Wei, and will no longer be part of the Border Stars organization. He also mentioned that the Wu-Wei is the starship of the 13th Corps and cannot remain stationed at the Border Star for long. Li Hao frowned, contemplating for a moment, then said, it seems someone doesn't want us to have it easy. Old Wang replied, yes, but what can we do? We are just ordinary soldiers with no background or connections. We can only obey orders. It's all right, Old Wang. We'll leave as soon as we finish our supplies. We won't put you in a difficult position. Old Wang nodded and said, this supply will be on me. This is all I can do to help your 13th Corps. Thank you, Old Wang. After parting ways, Li Hao returned to the Wu-Wei and discussed Old Wang's situation with Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu frowned tightly and said, Captain, what does the military mean by this? Are they trying to force our 13th Corps to death? His tone was resolute. Li Hao remained silent for a moment, a hint of worry in his eyes. Zhang Yu, our main priority now is to find a place to settle down. This military order is rather suspicious. We can investigate further when we find the opportunity. Zhang Yu thought for a moment and said, Captain, there are many uninhabited planets in the Endless Sea Star region. We can first find an uninhabited area to settle down, but after this I estimate the military won't supply us again. Li Hao nodded. We can no longer rely on military supplies. We must find a way ourselves. Zhang Yu frowned. Captain, our resources are limited. Surviving in an uninhabited star region is not an easy task. Li Hao smiled. Zhang Yu, don't forget we have the Wu-Wei. Go arrange things and have the brothers prepare. We must set off quickly to the Endless Sea Star region. Zhang Yu nodded and then turned to leave the command cabin. Li Hao looked at Zhang Yu's back, silently vowing to lead everyone out of this predicament. Soon the Wu-Wei set sail towards the Endless Sea Star region. After several days of travel, the Wu-Wei finally arrived in the Endless Sea Star region. The starry sky here appeared particularly vast and silent, instilling a sense of inexplicable oppression. Li Hao ordered the Wu-Wei to slow down and began scanning and detecting the surrounding planets. They hoped to find a suitable planet for habitation, a place where they could start anew. After several days of searching, Li Hao and his team finally discovered a seemingly suitable planet. Although the environment of this planet was somewhat harsh, it had abundant resources and vast land temporarily sufficient to meet their needs. Li Hao and Zhang Yu decided to establish a base on this planet. They searched around the planet, hopeful of finding a suitable location. After several days of exploration, they finally discovered a valley with flat terrain, ample water sources, and some small hills that could serve as natural barriers. As they entered the valley, they were astonished to find a massive natural cave. The entrance of the cave was wide enough for large vehicles to enter and exit. Inside the cave, the space was enormous, the ceiling high, and the surrounding rock walls shimmered with strange lights, as if the mysteries of the universe were hidden within. "This cave is amazing," Zhang Yu exclaimed excitedly. "We can transform it into an underground base, ensuring both safety and cost savings in construction." Li Hao nodded, also very satisfied with this cave. "However, we need to conduct a detailed survey of the cave to check for geological hazards." Zhang Yu agreed, saying this is indeed a good place. "We can establish the base here." After confirming the valley as the base location, Li Hao and Zhang Yu began planning and construction. In this harsh environment, a sturdy and durable residence was crucial for the crew's living conditions and safety. Therefore, they decided to use local stones and construct housing for the soldiers using a universal module production device. To enhance the comfort and safety of the houses, they also installed some advanced equipment and facilities within. For example, they installed air purification systems and oxygen supply systems to ensure the indoor air was fresh and healthy. Li Hao, Zhang Yu, and the other officers held a meeting in the base command center. Zhang Yu proposed, "Our supplies are running low, and we need to quickly find new sources of supply." Li Hao nodded, realizing the seriousness of the issue. After some discussion, they decided to send out a reconnaissance team composed of experienced officers to search for resources nearby. Li Hao took the Wu Wei to check for resource planets nearby, while Zhang Yu stayed at the base command center to oversee and continue construction of the base. Subsequently, Li Hao piloted the Wu Wei away from the base planet. For the future of the Wu Wei and the development of the 13th Corps, he decided to search for resources in the Endless Sea Star region. On the bridge of the Wu Wei, Li Hao and his officers developed an exploration plan. They decided to initially explore some known star systems for potential resource planets. At the same time, they remained vigilant, observing the surrounding starry sky for traces of other forces. The Wu Wei sailed slowly through the sea of stars with Li Hao and his crew on high alert. They encountered some asteroid belts and cosmic dust, but successfully avoided them. After several days of sailing, they finally discovered a group of pirates. This group of pirates had numerous ships and were well equipped. Li Hao estimated that this would be a fierce battle, so he ordered the crew to prepare for combat. As the ship sailed quietly, the pirates remained oblivious to the presence of the fearless. Li Hao observed the pirates' actions and speculated that they had just finished raiding a merchant convoy. He decided to stealthily follow the pirates, planning to launch an attack only after locating their lair. Li Hao estimated that a direct confrontation with the pirates could lead to unnecessary risks and losses. By tracking them, he could better understand the pirates' strength and defense, allowing him to formulate a more comprehensive battle plan. Moreover, finding the pirates' lair would enable him to eliminate their stronghold in one fell swoop, completely eradicating this threat. The fearless maintained a safe distance, carefully trailing the pirates' ships. Li Hao and his crew closely monitored the pirates' every move, ready to launch an attack at the opportune moment. After some time of following, the pirates finally arrived at their lair. It was a secret base hidden within an asteroid belt, surrounded by various defensive structures and traps. Li Hao did not rush to attack. Instead, he first deployed a small probe to conduct detailed reconnaissance of the pirates' lair. He collected intelligence regarding the layout of the base, troop distribution, and defense systems. Once he thoroughly understood the enemy's situation, Li Hao gathered the officers to formulate a battle plan. They decided to adopt a phased attack strategy, initially using the fearless formidable firepower to destroy the enemy's defenses, and then deploying the mech forces to land on the base for close quarters combat. Once all preparations were complete, the fearless quietly approached the pirate lair like a ghost. With a determined gaze, Li Hao decisively issued the attack order. In an instant, the main cannon of the fearless unleashed powerful energy beams, illuminating the darkness like lightning as they accurately struck the defensive structures of the pirate base. A deafening roar followed, and the defenses of the pirate base were instantly reduced to rubble, flames soaring high and thick smoke billowing. The pirates were caught off guard by the sudden attack, their defense systems collapsing rapidly under the fierce onslaught of the fearless. Soon the mech forces swiftly descended into the base. "What's happening? Where did the attack come from?" the pirate leader shouted in shock. "Leader, it's the military battleship. They suddenly appeared near our base and launched a fierce attack," one pirate replied in panic. "Military battleship? How could they find this place?" the pirate leader gritted his teeth. "Leader, now is not the time to question this. Our defense systems have been destroyed and the mechs have already landed. We must organize a counterattack quickly," another pirate urged anxiously. "Counterattack? How do we counterattack? Our weapons and equipment are no match for them," the pirate leader said angrily. "Leader, we can't just sit here and wait to die. We still have some hidden weapons and defenses that can be used against them," one pirate suggested. "Good. Activate the defense systems immediately and let their mechs taste our power," the pirate leader commanded. The pirates busied themselves activating the defense systems. Suddenly, the interior of the base was filled with the sounds of explosions and flames. Leading the mech forces, the captain proceeded cautiously. They continuously destroyed the pirates' defenses and weapons while also facing tough resistance from the pirates. Observing the battlefield, the captain felt a twinge of urgency. He knew they had to break through the pirates' lines quickly or the consequences would be dire. He turned to his team and shouted, "Everyone push harder. We must break through their defenses." Hearing the captain's words, the team quickened their pace. Utilizing the powerful firepower of the mechs, they relentlessly destroyed the pirates' fortifications. However, the pirates' resistance became increasingly fierce. Employing various weapons and traps, they tried to halt the advance of the mech forces. In a fierce exchange of fire, one team member's mech was hit by the pirates' cannon fire and lost control. "Be careful," the captain shouted, rushing forward to pull the team member from the mech. He looked at the team member with concern, saying, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, Captain. Just the mech," the team member replied. The captain patted his shoulders, saying, "It's okay, we will avenge your mech." With that, the captain led his team to continue advancing. They finally broke through the pirates' defenses and entered the core area of the base. In the core area, they discovered a massive energy reactor. The captain realized this was the pirates' source of energy. If they could destroy this reactor, they could completely eliminate the defenses of the pirate base. "Listen up, everyone. Our target is that energy reactor. As long as we destroy it, we will achieve victory," the captain declared loudly. The team responded enthusiastically, rushing toward the energy reactor. However, just as they were about to reach it, a powerful energy shield blocked their path. "What is this?" the captain exclaimed in surprise. "Captain, this is probably the pirates' last line of defense," one team member said. The captain nodded, saying, "All right, everyone, attack this shield together and see if we can break it." The team members launched their attacks, but the shield remained unmoved. The captain looked at the shield before him, feeling anxious. He knew they had to find a way to break through the shield quickly, or all their previous efforts would be in vain. At that moment, one team member suddenly thought of a solution. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he said, "Captain, I have an idea. We can use the energy core of the mech to create an energy pulse. Perhaps it can break this shield." The captain's eyes lit up and a glimmer of hope surged within him. He nodded, saying, "Good idea. Everyone get to work immediately." The team members quickly removed the energy cores from their mechs. These cores were the power source of the mechs, containing immense energy. They carefully connected the energy cores together, forming a powerful energy matrix. Then they activated the energy pulse device. With a deep rumbling sound, the energy pulse device began to operate, gradually channeling the energy from the matrix. Under the watchful eyes of the team members, a formidable energy pulse gradually took shape, radiating a dazzling light, resembling a bolt of lightning. The captain gazed at the energy pulse, filled with anticipation. He knew this was their last hope. If this energy pulse could break the shield, they would destroy the pirate base and complete their mission. "Get ready," the captain shouted loudly. 3, 2, 1, launch. With the captain's order, the team members pressed the launch button. The energy pulse device instantly released a powerful energy pulse, racing towards the shield at an incredible speed. Under the impact of the energy pulse, cracks began to appear on the shield, rapidly expanding until the shield was completely shattered. "We did it," the team members cheered. The captain led the team into the reactor control room, where they found a group of pirates attempting to initiate the reactor's self-destruct sequence. "We can't let them succeed," the captain shouted. "Eliminate them immediately." The team members raised their weapons and opened fire on the pirates. In the intense gunfight, bullets whizzed through the air like rain, emitting sharp whistling sounds. Although the pirates resisted fiercely, they fell one after another under the overwhelming firepower of the mech units. The team members coordinated closely, covering each other as they advanced. Their mech shone with a metallic brilliance amidst the flames, showcasing unmatched power and majesty. Each shot hit its mark, leaving the pirates with no escape. As the battle progressed, the number of pirates gradually dwindled. They began to feel despair, realizing they could not withstand the mech unit's assault. Some pirates attempted to flee, but were swiftly caught and eliminated by the team members. Ultimately, the team successfully wiped out all the pirates, leaving no one behind. The mech squad leader then informed Li Hao, "Captain, all the pirates at the base have been eradicated." Li Hao, sitting in the captain's chair of the Invincible, smiled with satisfaction upon hearing the news. He immediately ordered, "Pilot the Invincible down to the pirate base. Let's see what spoils we can find this time." The Invincible slowly descended at the pirate base. Li Hao led a team of soldiers out of the Invincible, scanning their surroundings cautiously. "Split into groups, search this base for anything of value," Li Hao commanded. The soldiers immediately divided into groups and began searching through the ruins. They carefully avoided dangerous areas, seeking any potentially useful information or supplies. Li Hao also joined the search party, observing everything around him meticulously. Suddenly, he discovered a hidden chamber amidst the ruins. The door to the chamber was tightly closed, but Li Hao sensed that something important lay within. There's a hidden chamber here. The soldiers quickly gathered around, and together they pushed the door open with all their might. Once the door opened, Li Hao was so delighted, he almost jumped up. How can there be so many energy blocks here? Li Hao walked into the chamber, immediately captivated by the various energy blocks stacked within. These energy blocks shimmered in different colors, resembling brilliant gems, each representing a different type of energy. He casually picked up one energy block, feeling the immense power contained within, as if he were grasping the very force of the universe. These energy blocks will last our invincible for a long time. Li Hao said, his eyes revealing excitement and satisfaction. A soldier joyfully replied, "Captain, the energy mines in this room are all high-grade enough for an entire fleet." Li Hao observed the energy blocks, closely pondering their origins and uses. He knew that these energy blocks were crucial for the invincible. They would provide powerful propulsion and support, enabling them to continue exploring and fighting in the cosmos. The soldiers also excitedly entered the chamber, busily collecting energy blocks and packing them into backpacks, their faces glowing with joy. "Captain, we also found some documents," a soldier said, handing Li Hao some papers. Li Hao took the documents and began to read them carefully. These energy blocks were originally military property sold off by certain individuals. "They have quite the audacity," Li Hao remarked, his tone growing serious. After the soldiers finished collecting the energy blocks, Li Hao led them out of the chamber, looking around with a serious expression as he asked, "Is there any other gain?" The mech squad leader quickly approached, saluted Li Hao, and reported, "Captain, we launched a surprise attack on the pirates, this time achieving quite good results. We successfully captured most of the pirates' starships, including over a dozen transport ships, 10 frigates, 4 destroyers, and a decommissioned cruiser. Although these ships may seem somewhat outdated with repairs and modifications, they should still be usable." Li Hao nodded, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. He was well aware that these captured ships represented a valuable asset for them. Though old, with careful repairs and modifications, they could regain their combat effectiveness. The mech squad leader continued, "We also found many minerals and supplies in the rear warehouse." Li Hao's eyes lit up. These minerals and supplies were also very important resources for their fleet. "Take me there to have a look, and make sure to check carefully for any oversights." The mech squad leader guided Li Hao to the warehouse storing the supplies. As Li Hao stepped into the warehouse, his gaze swept over the stored supplies, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise. Inside were many items forbidden by the Empire from being sold, likely smuggled in. "These minerals and supplies can be used to manufacture more mechs and weapons," Li Hao said, "and can also be used to repair and upgrade our starships. We need to transport them back to the base for processing and utilization as soon as possible." Under Li Hao's command, the soldiers began busily transporting the minerals and supplies. They carefully loaded these precious resources onto the transport ships, ensuring they would be safely returned to the base. Just as everyone was busy moving the supplies, a soldier ran over to Li Hao and reported, "Captain, we found something in the warehouse that you need to see." Li Hao's heart tightened, and he immediately followed the soldier to the warehouse. When they arrived, Li Hao was stunned by the sight before him. In the corner of the warehouse, 2 Star Destroyer cannons stood silently, their gun muzzles glimmering coldly, as if telling of their power. "What is going on here?" Li Hao asked, his voice filled with surprise and confusion. The soldiers exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain how to respond. At that moment, an officer approached, the one in charge of cargo handling for this warehouse. "Captain, we discovered these Star Destroyer cannons inside the warehouse. Both are brand new and have never been fired," the officer reported. "What?" Li Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. How could such formidable weapons end up in the hands of pirates? And the officer shook his head. "We have yet to determine the specifics. However, we can confirm that these Star Destroyer cannons possess staggering destructive power. If deployed by pirates against our fleet, the consequences would be catastrophic. We must transport both cannons back to base immediately," Li Hao declared, his gaze fixed intently on the 2 silent, imposing cannons standing motionless in the warehouse, urgency tightening his chest. He turned to the Mechanized Armor Battalion commander and asked, "How much cargo remains unloading?" And the commander replied promptly, "Captain, approximately 1/3 of the supplies have yet to be loaded aboard ship." Li Hao furrowed his brow, paused in thought, then ordered, "Load the Star Destroyer cannons onto the transport vessel first. Everything else follows afterward." "Yes, Captain." The battalion commander saluted and immediately mobilized the troops to carefully load the Star Destroyer cannons onto the transport vessel. Through the soldiers' concerted efforts, the Star Destroyer cannons were finally secured aboard the transport vessel. And Li Hao exhaled in quiet relief. After several hours of intense labor, every last item had been loaded. Gazing upon the fully laden transport vessel, Li Hao felt a profound sense of accomplishment. "And set course," he commanded. The fleet slowly withdrew from the pirate base, heading steadily toward their own stronghold. En route back to base, Li Hao pondered deeply. The arrival of these two Star Destroyer cannons would irrevocably reshape their strategic calculus. Upon the fleet's arrival at base, Li Hao convened an urgent meeting with senior officers to deliberate how best to deploy the two Star Destroyer cannons and the broader haul of captured supplies. Inside the conference chamber, tension hung thick and palpable. Li Hao stood at the head of the table, his expression grave as he surveyed the assembled officers. Gentlemen, the two Star Destroyer cannons we seized constitute a pivotal strategic asset. We must harness them fully to elevate our combat effectiveness. The officers nodded in unison, well aware of the cannons' devastating potential. Deployed wisely, they could decisively tip the balance of future engagements. Based on comprehensive data simulations, I've determined that the Dauntless-class vessel can withstand the recoil force generated by a Star Destroyer cannon. Li Hao continued, we shall mount one of these cannons aboard the Dauntless. With that, we shall possess a warship endowed with unparalleled firepower. That's impossible. Even a heavy cruiser flagship would buckle under such recoil. The Dauntless is merely an enlarged destroyer. One officer objected. Li Hao offered a faint, knowing smile. He understood the concern. Star Destroyer cannons were legendary for their apocalyptic recoil, capable of tearing a warship apart at its seams. I know it sounds implausible, but who told you the Dauntless is a destroyer? When precisely have you ever seen a destroyer of this scale? Li Hao pressed on, we'll retrofit the Dauntless with advanced shock dampening systems and structural reinforcements, ensuring it bears the cannon's recoil without compromise. The officers exchanged skeptical glances. They knew full well the Star Destroyer cannon was no mere weapon. It was a harbinger of annihilation. Captain, I urge caution, another officer interjected. This weapon is profoundly hazardous. Misuse could inflict catastrophic damage upon ourselves. Li Hao nodded gravely. He acknowledged the validity of that fear. A single misfired shot from a Star Destroyer cannon could obliterate an entire planet. And should recoil destabilize the firing platform, even their own vessel might be torn asunder. I recognize your apprehension, but we cannot forfeit this opportunity out of fear. Li Hao added, beyond mitigating recoil, we can also throttle its output power, rendering it controllable yet still decisive. And the officers fell into thoughtful silence. Very well, Captain. We place our trust in you, one officer affirmed. We will carry out the retrofitting of the Dauntless, ensuring it withstands the cannon's recoil. We also seized substantial mineral reserves and logistical stores. Let us retain only what we require, and liquidate the surplus to acquire critical resources we lack. Li Hao's proposal met with broad consensus, and discussion shifted to disposition strategies for the captured minerals and supplies. We could engage black market brokers. They often possess discrete channels for offloading such assets. Unacceptable. Black market brokers are unreliable, and their pricing fluctuates wildly, countered another officer. Then let us approach legitimate merchants instead, reputable firms with transparent trade protocols. No, that won't suffice. Much of this haul consists of imperial prescribed material. Open sale would invite severe complications. We require intermediaries who are both trustworthy and invisible. Only then may we safely divest. The room fell silent. The volume of seized goods was immense. Delayed disposal would not only consume precious onboard storage, but risk drawing imperial scrutiny. Yet direct sale remained perilous. Captain, I have a suggestion. One officer ventured suddenly. Black market brokers, though volatile, maintain extensive networks and trusted conduits, ideal for discreet, high-volume liquidation. No, unreliable, and prices remain volatile, Li Hao replied, shaking his head. Enough. I'll handle the disposition of these assets. For now, focus on the Starship integration plan. We captured 1 decommissioned cruiser, 4 destroyers, and 10 frigates. With these, we may establish a planetary defense fleet. Zhang Yu proposed. The Imperial Naval Command may refuse formal approval, and many of these vessels lack adequate armament, observed an officer. Zhang Yu smiled calmly. Once the Dauntless is refitted with the Star Destroyer cannon, its 2 primary laser batteries will become available, perfect for arming the cruiser. Secondary armaments should pose no insurmountable challenge. Formal fleet establishment requires Naval Command authorization, and flagship command appointments are centrally assigned. Zhang Yu clarified, as the 13th Legion, we receive no such appointments from the Empire. Moreover, command of a planetary defense fleet falls to a lieutenant colonel, precisely Captain Li's rank. Very well. Proceed with this plan, Li Hao nodded. Zhang Yu, you will take charge of repairing and refitting these starships. I will contact the military headquarters and see if we can petition to form a fleet. Yes, Captain. Zhang Yu saluted crisply and left the command chamber. Li Hao watched his retreating figure, his mind already turning over the task ahead. Forming a fleet would not be simple. There were myriad considerations to weigh. First and foremost, they needed a sufficient number of warships and armaments. Though they had captured several vessels, each required extensive repairs and refitting before it could be commissioned. Second, they needed adequate personnel. The Janeway Brigade had enough crews to pilot the ships, but their complement of mecha soldiers was insufficient. Finally, they would have to secure the approval and backing of the military headquarters. Without that endorsement, nothing could proceed. Li Hao resolved to go to headquarters in person to explain the situation and seek support. He selected several capable officers to accompany him. After several days of transit, Li Hao finally arrived at the military headquarters. They approached the imposing headquarters building, where sentries stood at the entrance, weapons at the ready, their vigilance sweeping the surroundings. Li Hao drew a long breath, straightened his uniform, and led his officers toward the entrance. The sentries, seeing them approach, immediately leveled their weapons and barred the way. "Identify yourselves," a soldier demanded sharply. Li Hao produced his identification and handed it over. The soldier examined it carefully, then nodded and returned the papers. "Ah, Captain Li Hao, you may enter," the soldier said. Li Hao reclaimed his credentials and led his officers into the headquarters building. Li Hao located Huang Puheo's office and stood at the threshold, uneasy. He did not know whether Huang Puheo would grant him an audience. He drew a steadying breath and tapped lightly on the door. "Enter," came a low voice from within. Li Hao opened the door and, accompanied by his officers, stepped into the office. The office was sparely appointed, a desk, a chair, and a few filing cabinets. Huang Puheo sat behind the desk, head bent over a document. Li Hao stepped forward, saluted, and announced, "Report, General. I am Li Hao, captain of the Wu Wei of the 13th Corps, reporting in." Huang Puheo looked up, cast a brief glance at Li Hao, then inclined his head. "Sit." Li Hao and his officers took their seats and waited in silence for Huang Puheo to speak. Huang Puheo studied him for a moment, and then asked Li Hao, "Why have you returned? What brings you to headquarters this time?" "General, I have come to report certain developments," Li Hao replied. Huang Puheo nodded slightly and said, "Proceed." "We eradicated a pirate stronghold near the Wujin Sea sector and seized a decommissioned cruiser, 4 destroyers, and 10 frigates. We wish to apply to form a planetary escort fleet." A faint smile crossed Huang Puheo's face. "Impressive. You met the pirates so swiftly." "General, we hope the military headquarters can grant us support and assistance." Huang Puheo nodded. "I have noted your fleet application. Headquarters will study your request as soon as possible." "Thank you, General." Li Hao rose, saluted, and with his officers took his leave of the office. After leaving headquarters, Li Hao remained on Daidu Star for the time being. They checked into a nearby hotel and then visited various markets across the city to survey prices for minerals and supplies. Once he had the information, Li Hao called Wang Lei. "Where are you now?" Wang Lei replied, "I'm at the Wanghai Star base at the moment." "What's the matter, Haozi?" Li Hao answered, "I'm on Daidu Star. We destroyed a pirate band in the Wujin Sea and seized a consignment of goods. I wondered if you had channels to help offload them." Wang Lei responded, "That should be manageable. My family can probably handle it. I'm not on Daidu Star right now. I'll have my father speak with you." "Very well, arrange a time, and I will meet your father to discuss the details." After a moment's thought, Li Hao agreed. Wang Lei added, "No problem, I'll arrange it as soon as I can. Before the meeting, we need to know the precise composition of the goods so we can negotiate a fair price," Wang Lei continued. "I will have someone compile a detailed inventory for you. Additionally, you might commission professional appraisers to value the cargo, so we have a sound basis for discussion." Wang Lei said, "Understood. I will arrange for that at once." Wang Lei asked, "Is there anything particularly noteworthy among the seized goods?" Li Hao smiled faintly. "A few warships and assorted weaponry. By the way, how are things at the Wanghai Star base?" "Fairly busy," Wang Lei replied. "We have detected some anomalies near Wanghai Star recently. There may be a new pirate force operating in the area." Li Hao frowned. "Pirates. Be vigilant and do not underestimate them." After a lengthy conversation, the two men ended the call. Li Hao lay on the hotel bed, staring up at the ceiling in thought. He pondered how best to negotiate with Wang Lei's father and how to handle the seized cargo. The haul represented a considerable fortune, yet it could also invite trouble if mishandled. Caution was imperative. After some time, Li Hao rose, took a shower, and changed into fresh clothes. He checked the time. It was already past 4 in the afternoon. He decided to get something to eat before returning to wait at the hotel for Wang Lei's father. Li Hao went to a nearby restaurant and ordered a steak with a glass of red wine. He savored the meal, slowly relishing this rare moment of leisure. After dinner, he returned to the hotel, sat on the sofa, and watched the news for a while. Around 7 in the evening, his phone rang. It was Wang Lei. Wang Lei told him that his father was already on his way to the hotel. Li Hao ended the call, straightened his attire, and went out to wait at the hotel entrance. Presently, a black sedan pulled up at the curb. The door opened, and a middle-aged man stepped out. He was tall, his features hardened by years of command, his gaze imposing. Li Hao stepped forward, extended his hand, and said, "Good evening. I am Li Hao. It is an honor to meet you." The middle-aged man grasped Li Hao's hand and said, "Hello, I am Wang Lei's father. It is a pleasure to meet you." The two exchanged a few pleasantries before entering the hotel and arriving at Li Hao's room. Li Hao invited Wang Lei's father to sit down and poured him a glass of water. Wang Lei's father took the glass sipped, and then said, Li Hao, I heard from Wang Lei that you have seized a batch of supplies and would like my help in disposing of them. Yes, I want to sell them for cash or resources. Wang Lei's father nodded and said, I am already aware of the specifics regarding this batch of supplies. I can help you dispose of them, but we need to negotiate the price. All right, please go ahead. Wang Lei's father stated, the value of this batch of supplies is approximately 120 million star coins. I can offer 90 million star coins to purchase them. Li Hao furrowed his brow and said, 90 million star coins. That's a bit low, isn't it? Wang Lei's father replied, Li Hao, you must understand that this batch of supplies was seized from pirates and lacks legal documentation. If we want to sell them, we need to go through certain channels, which will incur some costs. Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, all right, Uncle Wang, 90 million star coins. However, I hope you can dispose of these supplies as soon as possible, as I need the money to purchase some weapons and materials. Wang Lei's father nodded and said, no problem. Rest assured, I will give you the money as agreed. Thank you, Uncle Wang. By the way, I have a list here. Can you help me procure these items? Wang Lei's father took the list, looked it over, and said, no problem, I can help you procure these items. However, you need to tell me the time and place for the delivery so that I can arrange for someone to bring them to you. All right, Uncle Wang, I need these items delivered to Star Harbor within a week. Wang Lei's father responded, that's no problem. I will quickly arrange for procurement and delivery. That's great, thank you, Uncle Wang. Wang Lei's father replied, you're welcome, Li Hao. You are a capable young man, and I admire you. If you need any assistance in the future, feel free to come to me. Okay, thank you for your appreciation. Wang Lei's father said, then I will take my leave now. We will be in touch if anything comes up. Goodbye, Uncle Wang. After seeing off Wang Lei's father, Li Hao called over the accompanying officers and told them, we need to stay at the Imperial Capital Star for a week and wait for news from the military department. The next day, the military department sent someone to notify Li Hao to attend a meeting regarding the formation of the 13th Legion's fleet. Li Hao brought the relevant materials and went to the military department with the officers. Inside the conference room, the senior leaders of the military department were already seated. Li Hao and his officers entered the room, saluted the leaders, and took their seats. The meeting began, and the presiding leader said, Captain Li Hao, first of all, congratulations on your victory in the battle in the Endless Sea. Li Hao humbly replied, thank you for the compliment, General. This is the result of the collective efforts of all the soldiers of the 13th Legion's invincible ship. The leader nodded and continued, today we have gathered everyone mainly to discuss the formation of the 13th Legion's fleet. According to your report, you have seized a decommissioned cruiser, 4 destroyers, and 10 frigates, correct? Li Hao stood up and said, yes, General. These are the star ships we seized in this operation. The leader looked at Li Hao, nodded in satisfaction, and said, good, your operation was very successful. Although these starships are decommissioned, they can still play a significant role after modifications and upgrades. The leader nodded and asked, I have another question. How do you plan to address the command and management issues of this fleet? Li Hao thought for a moment and said, General, the 13th Legion currently has enough starship pilots and officers, and these officers all participated in the Endless Sea battle 10 years ago, possessing rich management experience. Several leaders smiled in relief upon hearing Li Hao's words. Very well, Captain Li, we trust the officers of the 13th Legion. Since the personnel issue is resolved, I have no objections. The leader nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, a general spoke up. Captain Li, are you aware of the situation in the 13th Legion? General, I have a rough understanding. Although the 13th Legion is part of the Imperial Army, its supplies have always been self-sustained. The general said, since you are aware, then that settles it. The military high command quickly reached a consensus and approved the request for the 13th Legion to form a fleet. Li Hao was appointed as the commander of the Imperial 13th Legion fleet. This appointment meant that Li Hao would bear significant responsibilities. At the same time, it also marked that the 13th Legion would have greater autonomy in its future development. A few days later, Li Hao successfully received the military department's appointment authorization. Excited, he arrived at Star Harbor waiting for the supplies that Wang Lei's father helped procure. These supplies were crucial for the formation and development of the fleet, so he personally came to receive them. Finally, the supplies procured by Wang Lei's father began to arrive at Star Harbor. Li Hao personally directed the soldiers in transporting and inventorying the items, ensuring that each piece of equipment was intact. During this process, he discovered that not only did Wang Lei's father procure high-quality weapons and gear, but he also prepared ample supplies and necessities for the fleet. Uncle Wang, why did you come personally? Wang Lei's father smiled and replied, I was worried about the transport of these supplies, so I came along to take a look. Thank you, Uncle. Are you going to join us on the return to the Endless Sea? Li Hao asked. Wang Lei's father smiled and answered, I'd better personally check on that batch of sea supplies. There are too many contraband items in there. I need to ensure they can be disposed of safely without causing any trouble for everyone. Li Hao nodded, understanding Wang Lei's father's concerns. Then it will be hard work for you, Uncle Wang. Li Hao said gratefully. It's no trouble at all. Wang Lei's father patted Li Hao on the shoulder and said, Congratulations, you are now the commander of the fleet, and the burden on your shoulders is heavy. You must be careful and prudent in the future. Wang Lei's father gave Li Hao a few more words of advice before turning to leave. Li Hao watched his departing figure filled with gratitude and respect. After receiving the supplies, Li Hao immediately arranged for departure. This time they did not use the Stargate, but instead navigated the starship through countless star systems within the Empire, returning to the Endless Sea. After a month of sailing, they finally entered the Endless Sea Star region. Upon entering the Endless Sea Star region, Li Hao ordered everyone to remain highly vigilant, ready to respond to any potential dangers. At the same time, he instructed the technicians to conduct a thorough inspection and maintenance of the starship to ensure it operated at its best. In the following days, the fleet encountered several interstellar storms and black holes. After returning to the base, Li Hao informed Zhang Yu about the military's approval for them to form a fleet, which made Zhang Yu very pleased. Great! Zhang Yu exclaimed excitedly, this has been our dream for a long time, and now it can finally be realized. Li Hao nodded, a smile of satisfaction appearing on his face. However, don't celebrate too soon, Li Hao reminded. Although the military approved our request, they did not provide us with any logistical support. Zhang Yu agreed, saying, I thought of this issue long ago. Our 13th Legion is not a royal legion. The military won't give us much support. How do you know that? I mentioned it last time. The 13th Legion was essentially leased private army back in the day. Now that you are rebuilding the 13th Legion, the military won't care about our logistics. Zhang Yu said. So what should we do? It's fine. Let's focus on building our strength in the Endless Sea for now. Li Hao nodded, knowing Zhang Yu was right. What they needed to do most now was to accumulate strength in the Endless Sea and wait for the right moment. The supplies I brought back this time include weapons and modification materials needed for our starship upgrade. Zhang Yu asked in surprise, why is the military being so generous this time? Li Hao smiled and explained, you are overthinking it. This isn't the military being generous. I had someone help me procure these supplies. Besides the weapons, we also got essential living supplies, and we dealt with the confiscated items we had to process. They'll come by later to collect them. Zhang Yu nodded, secretly admiring Li Hao's abilities, saying, that means we don't have to worry about military funding for a while. However, we also cannot let our guard down, Li Hao reminded. We need to modify the starship as soon as possible. Zhang Yu agreed, saying, once the materials arrive, we can start the modifications immediately. By the way, what type of starship is your Invincible? We found that its materials and design are quite different from the current destroyers during the modification process. When did I ever say it was a destroyer? Have you ever seen such a large destroyer? Zhang Yu suddenly realized and asked, is it a heavy cruiser flagship? Enough about what type of starship it is. Has the annihilation cannon been installed? It has been installed, but we still can't resolve the power output issue. The 2 laser main cannons we removed have been installed on the cruiser. Zhang Yu replied. We'll go take a look. You all hurry up and finish modifying the other starships. Li Hao stood on the bridge of the Invincible, and after the efforts of the fleet's engineers, the annihilation cannon was finally successfully installed on the Invincible. He looked with satisfaction at the annihilation cannon positioned where the main cannon should be, but now looked much more like a battleship. He entered the weapon energy control room connected to the mind computer and checked the control system of the annihilation cannon, discovering that it required maximum output power to fire each time. He realized that if this issue wasn't resolved, the annihilation cannon could severely damage the Invincible, even jeopardizing its safety. He decided to personally improve the output data of the annihilation cannon. He began to carefully study the control system of the annihilation cannon, analyzing every parameter and line of code. After several days of effort, he finally found the root of the problem. It turned out that the output power of the annihilation cannon was determined by a control chip, and this chip had a design flaw requiring an enormous amount of energy for each output. Li Hao began to modify the design of the control chip. Utilizing his professional knowledge and experience, he redesigned the chip's circuitry and code program to enable more precise control of the annihilation cannon's output power. After numerous tests and adjustments, he successfully improved the output data of the annihilation cannon. Thus, the annihilation cannon installed on the Invincible was now fully operational. Li Hao looked at the redesigned control system, and the combat capability of the Invincible would be greatly enhanced. He sat in the command chair of the Invincible, filled with anticipation. He had just informed the crew to prepare for departure, as he wanted to find a place to test the annihilation cannon. Captain, we are ready to set sail, an officer reported to Li Hao. Okay, let's go. The Invincible slowly departed from the base, heading into the endless starry sky. Li Hao sat in the command chair, quietly waiting. He knew that this test firing was very important for the Invincible, as it would determine its performance in future battles. Captain, we have arrived at the designated test firing location, an officer reported to Li Hao. Okay, prepare for the test firing. The bridge of the Invincible became busy with various instruments and equipment starting to operate. Li Hao fixed his gaze on the main screen, awaiting the results of the test firing. The annihilation cannon is fully charged and ready to fire, the engineer reported. Fire. A dazzling light shot out from the muzzle of the annihilation cannon, instantly illuminating the entire starry sky. The energy beam flew forward at incredible speed, striking a small asteroid. The asteroid was instantly blown to pieces, disappearing into the cosmos. Test firing successful. The engineers cheered. Li Hao also revealed a satisfied smile, knowing that with this annihilation cannon, the Invincible would become the dominant force in the endless sea star region. Captain, now that we have the annihilation cannon, can we go find a pirate base to test it? An officer asked. Li Hao shook his head and said, this is our trump card. It's a bottom line that shouldn't be casually exposed. What should we do then? The officer asked. We should return to the base to replenish supplies and fuel, then conduct another patrol. Yes, Captain. The officers all took their orders and went off. The Invincible slowly sailed back to the base, and Li Hao began to think about the next course of action. He knew the situation in the endless sea was very complex, and he needed to respond with greater caution. Li Hao returned to the Star Valley base after testing the effectiveness of the Invincible's annihilation cannon. He headed straight to the maintenance area, where several warships awaited repair and modification. Inside, the maintenance factory machines roared as workers busily moved between the various warships. Li Hao saw that the engine of one warship had been reinstalled and was undergoing inspection and maintenance. He approached a maintenance worker and inquired, how is the repair progress of this warship? The maintenance worker wiped the grease off his hands and replied, Captain, the engine of this warship has been repaired and is currently being debugged. It is expected to take another day to complete the repairs. Li Hao nodded and asked, what about the repair status of the other warships? The maintenance worker pointed to a nearby warship and said, that warship's weapon system has malfunctioned, and we are replacing some components. It is expected to take another 2 days to complete the repairs. Li Hao frowned and said, the weapon system is a crucial component of the warship. We must ensure the quality of the repairs. The maintenance worker quickly nodded and said, rest assured, Captain, we will strictly adhere to the repair standards to ensure the performance and reliability of the weapon system. Is the laser main gun of the cruiser installed? It is already being installed, but there are some difficulties. The 2 laser main guns were originally equipped for a heavy cruiser, and now they need to be installed on the cruiser, which may sacrifice some defensive gun positions. The maintenance worker replied. Li Hao's brow furrowed. He knew that defensive gun positions were vital for the cruiser's survival in battle. However, the power of the laser main gun could not be ignored. If successfully installed, it would greatly enhance the cruiser's combat capability. Are there any alternative solutions? The maintenance worker pondered for a moment and said, Captain, we could consider upgrading the defensive shields to compensate for the loss of the defensive gun positions. Li Hao nodded. The Invincible has another set of defensive systems. Could you see if you can replicate it? The maintenance engineers carefully studied the technical parameters of the Invincible's defensive shields according to Li Hao's order. After several days of effort, they gathered the materials needed to produce the defensive shields. The engineers began working overtime to produce the shields, and finally the first batch of defensive shields was completed. Li Hao personally went to the production workshop to inspect the new shields. He was very satisfied with the quality of the defensive shields and praised the engineers for their outstanding work. Subsequently, Li Hao ordered the installation of these defensive shields onto the warships. Soon, all the warships he had captured were equipped with new defensive shields. With the defense shortcoming of the starship resolved, Li Hao summoned all the officers to the command center for a meeting. When all the officers arrived, Li Hao stood up and surveyed the crowd, his eyes revealing determination and confidence. Everyone, our starships have completed maintenance and modifications. It is now time to form the fleet. Li Hao's voice echoed in the command center, and his words filled everyone present with excitement and anticipation. We currently have 1 Invincible, 1 cruiser, 4 destroyers, and 10 frigates. I plan to divide these warships into 2 teams. Team 1 will be under my command with the Invincible as the flagship, accompanied by 2 destroyers and 5 frigates. Team 2 will be under Zhang Ye's command with the cruiser as the flagship, also accompanied by 2 destroyers and 5 frigates. As soon as Li Hao finished speaking, a wave of discussion erupted in the conference room. Everyone was contemplating whether this arrangement was reasonable and which team they would be assigned to. Does anyone have any opinions? I think this arrangement is very reasonable. Zhang Yu spoke first. The Invincible and the cruiser are our main warships, serving as the flagships of the 2 teams, which will allow them to better fulfill their roles. I agree, another officer said. Such a distribution will make our fleet more flexible, allowing us to respond to different situations. Other officers also expressed their agreement, and thus Li Hao's arrangement was confirmed. Next, Li Hao began to assign the captains and crew for each warship. He carefully considered each candidate based on their abilities and experience. After a busy allocation, the personnel for the fleet were finally determined. Zhang Yu proposed, "In this modification, all the star brains have been updated and require new identification codes. Our cruiser still does not have a hull number. Should we give it a new name? Let's call the cruiser Starry Sky and let the other captains name their ships themselves." A captain assigned to a destroyer stepped forward and said, "Commander, should we give the fleet a name?" This proposal received unanimous approval, and everyone began discussing the fleet's name. "What should we call it?" someone asked. "How about Starry Fleet?" another suggested. "It signifies that our fleet shines like the stars." "I think Galactic Guardians is also good," someone else said. "It sounds very imposing." Everyone was passionately discussing various names, but none could satisfy everyone. At this moment, Li Hao stood up and said, "I have an idea. Let's call our fleet Dawn Fleet. Galactic Empire's 13th Legion Dawn Fleet." Everyone echoed the name, contemplating its meaning. "Galactic Empire represents our ambition to become the overlords of the universe," Li Hao explained. "The 13th Legion is our legion's number and our honor. Dawn symbolizes hope and brightness. We will bring a new dawn for humanity." After hearing Li Hao's explanation, everyone felt this name was excellent and unanimously approved the proposal. Zhang Yu led the other officers to begin the tedious registration and updating work. They meticulously filled in the detailed information for each warship, including ship names, models, weaponry, crew lists, and so on. This information would be entered into the military system, becoming the official record of the fleet. Thus, the Galactic Empire's 13th Legion Dawn Fleet was officially established. After the fleet was established, Li Hao and other officers, including Zhang Yu, gathered around the conference table in the command cabin to discuss the fleet's subsequent plans. Li Hao was the first to speak. "Everyone, our fleet has been fully assembled, but this is just the beginning. To ensure the healthy operation and development of the fleet, we must take the initiative." Zhang Yu nodded and said, "I agree. We have already investigated the pirates that ambushed us last time. They belong to the Blackbeard pirate group. We should eliminate this threat as soon as possible." The discussion grew lively as everyone began to share their thoughts. After much debate, they ultimately decided to concentrate their forces to eliminate the pirate group. After several days of sailing, the Dawn Fleet's detection equipment discovered several spaceships hidden behind a small asteroid belt. Li Hao felt a tightening in his chest and immediately ordered the fleet to remain vigilant and prepare for any potential danger. Zhang Yu also arrived at the command cabin, looking at the bright spots on the detector screen with a furrowed brow. "What are these spaceships? Could they be pirates?" Li Hao shook his head, saying, "I'm not sure, but we cannot let our guard down. Keep the fleet in combat readiness, prepared to respond to any sudden situations." The fleet slowly approached the asteroid belt, while Li Hao and Zhang Yu closely monitored the detector readings. Suddenly, they noticed the spaceships starting to move towards the fleet. "Prepare for battle," Li Hao commanded loudly. The warships of the Dawn Fleet immediately activated their weapons systems, targeting the approaching ships. Li Hao gripped the armrests of the command chair tightly, filled with tension. Just as the two sides were about to engage, the spaceships suddenly emitted a bright light, illuminating the entire asteroid belt. "Activate shields, lock onto targets with the secondary cannons." Li Hao's voice echoed in the command cabin as he held onto the armrests, his eyes fixed on the targets displayed on the screen. The warships of the Dawn Fleet swiftly activated their shield systems, forming energy barriers around the ships, enveloping the fleet within. At the same time, the secondary cannons also locked onto the incoming ships, ready to fire. However, the spaceships did not continue their attack, but instead came to a sudden halt. "Captain, the enemy has stopped their attack. What should we do?" the officer asked. Li Hao pondered for a moment and replied, "Stay alert and continue to observe." Meanwhile, on the pirate ship, a pirate said to the captain, "Captain, that's not a merchant convoy ahead, it's an Imperial fleet. What should we do?" The captain replied, "How could it be an Imperial fleet? Where would an Imperial fleet come from in the endless sea?" Another pirate crew member added, "Captain, the attack we just launched was blocked by their star shields. Civilian ships don't have star shields, though only warships are equipped with them." The captain frowned and said, "It seems we're in trouble. The Imperial army is not to be trifled with. So what do we do now?" a pirate asked. The captain thought for a moment and said, "Let's retreat for now and assess the situation." The pirates hurried back to their ships to prepare for retreat. Just then, Li Hao's voice echoed through their communicators. "This is the Dawn Fleet of the 13th Legion of the Galactic Empire. Our fleet is currently executing a patrol mission in the Endless Sea Star region. All ships ahead, please shut down your systems immediately and stop for inspection. Repeat, this is the Dawn Fleet of the 13th Legion of the Galactic Empire. Our fleet is currently executing a patrol mission in the Endless Sea Star region. All ships ahead, please shut down your systems immediately and stop for inspection." Hearing this, the pirates were stunned. The 13th Legion of the Empire. Wasn't that legion completely wiped out 10 years ago? How could they still have a fleet? One pirate, upon seeing the ship number of the Invincible, exclaimed, "The Dawn Fleet of the 13th Legion of the Empire. That flagship is the Invincible." The captain gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "If we can't escape, we'll fight them to the end." He decisively ordered the pirates to launch an attack on the Dawn Fleet. The captains of the Dawn Fleet were exhilarated to see the pirates daring to retaliate. "Charge the main cannons and target the enemy ships," a destroyer captain commanded. The fleet's main cannons began to gather energy, emitting dazzling light. Moments later, powerful energy beams tore through the void, striking the pirate ships. The pirates were terrified to discover the astonishing power of the Empire's fleet. Their ships were utterly defenseless. One by one, the pirate ships were hit, exploding into fireballs that bloomed in space. "Evade the attacks and turn back to escape," the captain shouted hoarsely. However, under the fierce assault of the Dawn Fleet, one pirate ship after another was blown to bits. Some pirate ships attempted to flee, but were tightly pursued by the Dawn Fleet, unable to escape. "Don't let them get away, or capture them alive," Li Hao commanded from the command room of the Invincible. The Dawn Fleet quickly surrounded the pirate ships, trapping them in the middle. The pirates found themselves in a desperate situation, realizing they had no way out. "Surrender, you have no chances left," an officer from a destroyer shouted through the communicator to the pirates. The remaining pirates looked at each other, ultimately resigning to shut down their ship systems and choose to surrender. They knew that further resistance would only lead to death, and opposing any longer had become meaningless. The mecha soldiers of the Dawn Fleet swiftly boarded the pirate ships, taking control of the surrendering pirates one by one. These once arrogant and overbearing pirates were now dejected, having lost their former swagger. "Commander, we have captured a large number of pirates. What should we do with them?" an officer asked Li Hao. Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, "Take them back to the base star and hand them over to logistics for future use in mining resources." After that, he turned to his aide and said, "Make arrangements to bring back the remaining 3 starships as well. Our fleet needs more starships." The aide nodded and immediately conveyed Li Hao's orders. The soldiers in the fleet quickly sprang into action, escorting the surrendering pirates onto the transport ships, while also taking control of the remaining 3 starships. "Captain, we have entered the orbit of the base star." The aide's voice interrupted Li Hao's thoughts. Li Hao nodded, saying, "Prepare for landing and notify the logistics department at the base to get ready to receive the prisoners and starships." With a slight tremor, the fleet successfully landed at the military base on the base star. Li Hao stepped out of the command cabin, looking at the busy logistics personnel and soldiers, feeling a sense of relief. "Commander, only one of these 3 starships is a warship. The other 2 are transport ships," the aide said somewhat dejectedly. "It's all right. Transport ships have their own value," Li Hao reassured him. "We can use them to transport supplies and personnel, enhancing our logistics capabilities." The aide nodded, saying, "You're right, Commander. I'll arrange for someone to inspect these 3 starships to see what their condition is." "Have all the prisoners been interrogated? Which pirate group are they from, and where is their hideout?" "Reporting, Commander. The captives have all been interrogated," the adjutant rose and saluted Li Hao. "They belong to the Skull Pirate Fleet, a notorious band that frequently operates within this star sector. According to their confession, their stronghold lies on a planet called Dark Star." Li Hao furrowed his brow. "I assumed they were affiliated with the Blackbeard Pirates." "Dark Star. I've heard of that world. It's a desolate, resource-poor planet. Why would they choose such a place as their base?" The captive stated that Dark Star occupies a uniquely strategic position at the confluence of several star systems, serving as a vital interstellar crossroads. The Skull Pirates exploit this advantage by establishing checkpoints there, levying tolls on passing vessels, and simultaneously conducting smuggling operations and trafficking slaves. "I see," Li Hao nodded. "This Skull Pirate fleet is truly heinous. We must eradicate them without delay." "Commander, our current strength is insufficient for a full-scale assault. They have entrenched themselves here for decades. Their fleet outnumbers ours. Failure to annihilate them in one decisive strike will invite grave complications later. Our power remains inadequate. Let's locate the Blackbeard Pirates first." At that moment, Zhang Yu approached and reported, "Commander, a merchant claims to be the father of your classmate Wang Lei. He has arrived at the base and requests an audience." In the base's reception chamber, Li Hao met Wang Lei's father. "Uncle Wang, you've come." Li Hao warmly stepped forward to greet him. "Conditions here are indeed harsh. I truly admire your endurance," Uncle Wang remarked with quiet reverence. "Uncle Wang, the 13th Legion faces difficult circumstances. We'll need your support moving forward. Let me inspect that shipment you delivered last time. I'll arrange its immediate transport. With mineral prices currently favorable, we should liquidate it swiftly," Uncle Wang said. Li Hao nodded. "Uncle Wang, do you collaborate with Stellar Shipbuilding Corporation? We wish to acquire several cruisers." "I'm afraid I can't assist you there," Uncle Wang replied, frowning. Cruisers are sold exclusively to military authorities. At best, we can obtain heavily restricted destroyers, and even those carry exorbitant price tags. Li Hao felt a pang of disappointment upon hearing this, yet he understood the corporation's strict regulations. He nodded. No matter, Uncle Wong, I know it's standard policy. Still, if any opportunity arises, I'd be deeply grateful if you could keep an eye out for us. Uncle Wong smiled. Of course, I'll watch for any openings. But hasn't your fleet already acquired numerous warships? Why do you require cruisers? Li Hao sighed. Uncle Wong, a formidable pirate force has recently emerged in this sector, far surpassing our combat capability. Hence, I intend to procure several cruisers to bolster our strength. Uncle Wong frowned. Even if cruisers were available, their cost would be astronomical. You might petition the Imperial Navy for reinforcements. No, Li Hao shook his head. So long as the pirates remain outside Imperial borders, the Navy refuses intervention. It's deemed the 13th Legion's sole responsibility. We must rely on ourselves alone. Uncle Wong paused in contemplation, then said, Very well, Li Hao. I'll investigate alternative channels upon my return and see whether cruisers might be obtained through other means. Should anything materialize, I'll inform you immediately. Li Hao expressed heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Wong. You're extraordinarily generous. Here is the payment for the seized cargo, 90 million stellas. After deducting prior arms shipments and this latest consignment, 65 million stellas remain. Li Hao gazed at the sudden influx of 65 million stellas into his account. His heart stirred with profound emotion. For his fleet, this sum was nothing short of providential relief. Thank you, Uncle Wong, Li Hao said sincerely. You're most kind. This is entirely deserved. Uncle Wong chuckled. Think nothing of it. Contact me anytime you need further assistance. Li Hao accompanied him as service drones loaded the entire cargo onto the transport vessel. After Uncle Wong's departure, the Dawn fleet resumed its voyage. Li Hao stood on the bridge of the flagship, gazing into the boundless starfield. Commander, the fleet is fully prepared. Shall we depart? The adjutant's voice broke Li Hao's reverie. Depart, he commanded without hesitation. At his order, the Dawn fleet's warships ignited their engines one by one, gliding serenely away from the base. In the days that followed, the Dawn fleet continued patrols along the fringes of the endless sea star systems. One day, while cruising as usual, they suddenly intercepted a distress signal. Captain, we've received a distress transmission. Its origin, a nearby asteroid. The comms officer reported to Li Hao. Li Hao frowned. Who sent it? A merchant vessel, attacked by pirates and requesting immediate aid, the officer replied. Pirates? Li Hao's expression hardened. How audacious. They dare commit such crimes beneath our very gaze. Captain, what shall we do? The adjutant asked. Proceed immediately to render aid. Li Hao declared decisively. We will not allow these pirates to prevail. The Dawn fleet instantly altered course, accelerating toward the asteroid. Upon arrival, they found the merchant vessel under sustained pirate assault. Broadcast an open channel transmission to the vessel ahead, Li Hao ordered. The comms specialist transmitted plainly. This is the Imperial 13th Legion's Dawn fleet. All vessels ahead. Power down systems immediately and submit to inspection. The merchant ship ignored the hail and instead accelerated to flee, while the pirates exploited the asteroid's rugged terrain to evade the Dawn fleet's fire. Captain, what is our course? The adjutant asked. After a moment's reflection, Li Hao replied, That merchant vessel is suspect. Assign the Starlight cruiser to pursue it. We will continue pursuit of the pirates and transmit unconditional surrender terms. Should they refuse, we will obliterate their vessel. Seeing Imperial warships, the pirates knew escape was impossible. After brief hesitation, they surrendered. Captain, the pirates have capitulated, the comms specialist reported. Excellent. Deploy Mechs to board their vessel, secure all personnel, and bring the prisoners aboard. Li Hao commanded. Mechanized boarding teams stormed the pirate ship. Facing armored troopers, the pirates submitted without resistance and were escorted aboard Dawn fleet vessels. Li Hao ordered them detained, then turned to inspect the merchant vessel. His inspection revealed the merchant ship laden with rare high-grade minerals, vital resources within the sector commanding immense strategic and commercial value. Captain, how shall we handle these minerals? The adjutant asked. Li Hao thought for a moment and said, Let's take it back first and investigate the people behind this merchant ship. The Dawn fleet dispatched a destroyer and 2 frigates to return to the base star with the ore and the pirates. Then Li Hao continued to cruise with the remaining fleet. During the cruise, he saw the detector display an unidentified fleet approaching the edge of the star system. Li Hao immediately ordered the fleet to accelerate and prepare for battle. When the Dawn fleet reached the edge of the star system, their detector suddenly sounded an alarm. Li Hao immediately ordered the fleet to enter combat mode and had the staff analyze the data from the detector. Captain, according to the detector's data, this is the fleet we discovered earlier belonging to an unknown force. There is actually a heavy cruiser flagship and 4 cruisers. the staff reported. Li Hao frowned, knowing this was a serious challenge. After pondering for a moment, he issued the command, "All hands attention. Maintain battle formation and prepare to engage the enemy." The Dawn Fleet's warships quickly adjusted their formation, forming a tight defensive circle. Li Hao stood on the bridge of the command ship, nervously watching the approaching unidentified fleet. The Invincible's annihilation cannon at 30 power target the enemy flagship. The Invincible and the Starry Skies laser main guns lock onto the cruisers. "Hey, let's take out their main battleships first and activate the Star Shield," Li Hao commanded. The pirates were startled to see the Dawn Fleet locking onto them. This fleet they encountered had firepower that could not be underestimated. "Boss, what should we do?" a pirate asked. "Don't panic. From the scanner, it seems there are 2 heavy cruiser flagships and 5 main guns are locked on. Based on the locked firepower, their fleet should have 5 cruisers. This doesn't add up, but we have a flagship and 4 cruisers. Our firepower is superior." The pirate leader said, "Order all warships to fire at full strength. We must show them who we are." As the order was given, all warships in the pirate fleet opened fire. Beams of laser shot toward the Dawn Fleet. Li Hao saw the pirate fleet open fire and couldn't help but smirk. He knew that although the pirate fleet's attack was fierce, it posed no significant threat to the Dawn Fleet. "Activate the Star Shield, fire the main guns," Li Hao commanded. With his order given, all warships of the Dawn Fleet activated their energy shields. A blue glow enveloped the warships, blocking all attacks from the pirate fleet. The Invincible's annihilation cannon fired together with the 2 laser main guns and the Starry Skies laser main gun. A massive beam of laser and a huge energy beam shot toward the pirate fleet. The pirate heavy cruiser flagship was directly hit by the Invincible's annihilation cannon and exploded instantly. Another cruiser was hit by the Starry Skies laser main gun, igniting a raging fire. "Boss, our flagship's engine has been hit and is non-operational. What should we do?" a pirate asked. "What about the other warships?" the pirate leader said helplessly. "In one encounter, all 5 of our main vessels have been damaged. The enemy has military warships equipped with star shields, and we can't break through," a pirate replied. The pirate leader said, "Communicate with them, we surrender." He knew that if they continued fighting, they would only face total annihilation. Thus, he issued the order to surrender. "Captain, the enemy has sent a communication request. Should we connect?" the communications officer asked. Li Hao hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Connect it, let's see what they want to say." After connecting, the pirate leader appeared on the screen. He said with a flattering face, "Respected Commander, we surrender. Please show mercy and spare our lives." Li Hao coldly looked at the pirate leader and said, "You pirates have committed countless evils. Today is your day of reckoning." The pirate leader hurriedly said, "Commander, we had no choice. We are all poor people who turned to this path to survive." Li Hao replied, "I am tired of your excuses. How many merchant ships have you robbed, and how many innocent lives have you taken? Your crimes are unforgivable." The pirate leader said, "Commander, I have some intelligence that could save our lives if you let us go." Li Hao coldly looked at the pirate leader, not believing that these pirates had any valuable intelligence. In his view, these pirates were merely trying to take this opportunity to escape punishment. "Do you think I would believe you?" Li Hao said, "You pirates have committed every crime imaginable. How do I know that the intelligence you give me is true?" The pirate leader hurriedly said, "Commander, I speak only the truth. This intelligence is very important to you. You must be Commander Li Hao of the 13th Legion, right?" Upon hearing this, Li Hao felt a jolt. He did not know how the pirate leader discovered his identity. However, he did not show it, but coldly said, "What does it matter that you know my identity? It doesn't change your fate." Pirate leader said, "Commander Li Hao, I can provide you with intelligence in exchange for our lives, and this information will be helpful to you." Li Hao, upon hearing it was about himself, said, "What intelligence? If it is true, I may let you go." The pirate leader hesitated for a moment and said, "We have received news that various forces in the Endless Sea Star region have learned that the 13th Legion has begun to reassemble its fleet and is starting to cruise in the Endless Sea. Several forces in the nearby star systems are organizing to ambush your fleet. Do they have any specific actions?" The pirate leader said, "We only know they are secretly gathering forces, preparing to find an opportunity to ambush you." Li Hao pondered for a moment and asked, "What was the purpose of your coming here?" The pirate leader replied, "We purchased a batch of ore for building warships from Imperial merchants. We came to pick it up." Li Hao finally realized that the cargo of this smuggled merchant ship was sold to the pirates, and a surge of anger welled up in his heart. "All right, I believe you. However, you must cooperate with our investigation and provide more intelligence." Li Hao decisively ordered the fleet to encircle the pirates' warships and then dispatched mech teams to board the pirate leader's flagship and 4 cruisers. After successfully boarding the pirate ship, the mech troops quickly apprehended all the pirates and then took possession of the 5 pirate warships. Upon inspection, it was found that the heavy cruiser flagship could no longer navigate while the 4 cruisers still had operational capability. Therefore, Li Hao ordered 2 frigates to tow the heavy cruiser flagship, while the remaining ships set sail for their return journey under the protection of the Dawn Fleet. After returning to the base, Li Hao handed the pirates over to the logistics department, where they would continue to contribute to the construction of the base star. Li Hao took the pirate leader to his office alone and inquired about the specific situation of the pirates. This group of pirates is a force from the central star system of the Endless Sea, with a well-organized structure, advanced weaponry, and a large number of members, making them a formidable power not to be underestimated. Li Hao learned that the leader of this pirate force is named Black Rose, a female pirate who commands a loyal group of pirates who obey her every command. Black Rose's influence extends widely, as she not only operates within the central star system of the Endless Sea, but also frequently appears in surrounding star systems. After gathering information, Li Hao found that Black Rose was relatively far from their location, posing no immediate threat. Therefore, he decided to head to the maintenance area for the warships to personally inquire with the engineers about the damage to the cruisers and heavy cruisers. When he arrived at the maintenance area, the engineers were busy at work. Li Hao found the engineer in charge of repairs and asked about the damage to the warships. The engineer reported to Li Hao, "Commander, the damage to these cruisers is relatively minor, mainly involving some external armor damage and certain weapon systems being compromised. We have conducted a thorough inspection and repair, and as long as the weapon systems are purchased and installed, they should be restored to normal operations soon. However, the situation with this heavy cruiser is more serious," the engineer continued. "Its engine has sustained severe damage and requires major repairs. All 4 quantum engines are scrapped. In addition, its weapon systems have also suffered varying degrees of damage, and the star shield system of this heavy cruiser has been dismantled. We need to repurchase new star shields, quantum engines, and laser main cannons." Upon hearing the engineer's report, Li Hao felt a sinking feeling in his heart. While the quantum engines weren't a major issue, the star shields and the heavy cruiser's laser main cannons posed a bit of a problem. "Let's first install the energy shields we produce ourselves for the star shields. We can think of a solution for the other equipment later," Li Hao suggested. The engineer hesitated for a moment and said, "Captain, these items are controlled by the military, otherwise we should apply for purchasing them from the military." Li Hao called Zhang Yu over and asked Zhang Yu, "If we purchase the laser main cannons for the heavy cruiser and the cruisers from the military, will they agree?" Zhang Yu pondered for a moment before responding, "Commander, the military has always been strict about weaponry control, especially for important equipment like the laser main cannons of heavy cruisers and cruisers. Generally, the military does not easily sell these weapons to other units, and currently the military is unaware that we possess heavy cruiser laser main cannons. I suggest we consider alternative solutions for safety. Since the military route is not feasible, we can dismantle the 2 rear laser main cannons from the Invincible and install them on the flagship heavy cruiser." "But what about the defenses of the Invincible?" the engineer immediately interjected. "Don't we still have a planet annihilator cannon? After practical combat, I found that a single shot with 30 energy can penetrate a heavy cruiser. The Invincible can easily accommodate another one." Li Hao's suggestion made everyone ponder. They had witnessed the power of the planet annihilator cannon firsthand. A shot with 30 energy could penetrate a heavy cruiser, which meant that if the Invincible were equipped with another planet annihilator cannon, its combat power would be greatly enhanced. "Captain, although the power of the planet annihilator cannon is immense, its energy consumption is also very high. Can the Invincible withstand the long-term output of energy from 2 planet annihilator cannons?" Zhang Yu raised his concerns. "This is indeed a problem," Li Hao nodded. "We need to upgrade the energy system of the Invincible to meet the energy demands of 2 planet annihilator cannons." "Captain, upgrading the energy system is not an easy task. It requires a significant amount of time and resources. Furthermore, we must also consider the weight and size of the planet annihilator cannons." The engineer stated this shouldn't be a problem. There should be enough space after removing the 2 rear retractable laser main cannons. "If not, we won't use retractable ones," another engineer who had installed planet annihilator cannons added. After agreeing to the modification plan, Li Hao saw the engineers immediately begin the modification work for the Invincible. They first removed the 2 rear retractable laser main cannons to make space for the planet annihilator cannon. Then they upgraded the energy system to meet the energy demands of the planet annihilator cannon. This modification was much faster than the last one, as the overall scheme was based on the first planet annihilator cannon's modification. After about 10 days of modifications, the front and rear main cannons of the Invincible were exposed, giving it a more imposing appearance. Li Hao looked at the massive warship's cannons, feeling a sense of pride. "Commander, the modifications to the Invincible have been completed. Should we take it out for a trial run?" Zhang Yu asked. "Not today. How is the repair status of the other warships? The weapon systems and energy shields of the heavy cruiser have been modified. We just need the quantum engines. We have already placed the order, and they should arrive in a couple of days. The other 4 cruisers have been repaired and are already conducting training outside the base star. Zhang Yu replied. Li Hao sat in the command chair listening to Zhang Yu's report while contemplating. He knew that his fleet had captured a considerable number of starships during this battle, and the weapon systems and energy shields of these starships had already been modified. They were just waiting for the quantum engines. Once all these starships were fully equipped, the strength of his fleet would be greatly enhanced. However, Li Hao also knew that certain individuals within the military might try to suppress his fleet. If they were to learn of the rapid development of his fleet, they would undoubtedly find ways to stop him. Thus, Li Hao decided not to report these captured starships to the military for the time being. He would wait until his strength was sufficiently formidable before confronting the military. You notify everyone that after testing the captured starships, they should all return to the base and not report to the military for now, Li Hao commanded. Understood, Captain. I will notify them right away. Zhang Yu finished speaking and turned to leave the command room. Li Hao watched Zhang Yu's departing figure and let out a quiet sigh. 2 days later, the quantum engines finally arrived. Li Hao immediately ordered the engineers to install the quantum engines onto the captured heavy cruiser starships. After several days of effort, all the starships were fully equipped. Captain, all the starships are ready. When do we depart? Zhang Yu asked. Who are you going to meet? Zhang Yu asked curiously. The god of wealth, Li Hao replied with a mysterious smile. 2 days later, Li Hao brought Zhang Yu along with the cargo of minerals they had seized to a small asteroid belt at the border. Their spaceship navigated through the asteroid belt searching for clues about Wang Lei's father. Finally, they discovered a large transport vessel on an asteroid. Li Hao and Zhang Yu landed their spaceship on the asteroid and docked with the transport vessel. They saw a man in work clothes walking towards them. This man was Wang Lei's father. He looked tired, but his eyes sparkled with joy. You finally came. Uncle Wang, we need your help again. This cargo wasn't seized from pirates, was it? Uncle Wang pointed to a pile of, or nearby. Li Hao chuckled and replied, You guessed it right, Uncle Wang. This batch wasn't seized from pirates, it came from a smuggling merchant ship. A smuggling merchant ship? This is no small matter. How do you know this? Uncle Wang furrowed his brow. Li Hao explained the buyer for this batch of ore is the Black Rose pirate group of the Endless Sea. They've been searching for high-quality ore like this for weapon and equipment manufacturing. I see. Do they know this batch of ore has fallen into your hands? Uncle Wang nodded. We encountered the Black Rose pirate group's reinforcements and annihilated their fleet. Uncle Wang said with satisfaction, Then it should be fine for now. They'll sell this batch as soon as possible. Its value is even higher than last time. They'll get back to you with the specifics soon. No problem, Uncle Wang. Thank you for your help. Seeing Li Hao's hesitant expression, Uncle Wang asked, Is there anything else? Just say it. Li Hao hesitated for a moment and said, Uncle Wang, do you have any news about the purchase of the heavy cruiser I inquired about last time? Uncle Wang nodded and said, I've inquired about it. The new heavy cruisers are not available for purchase. However, there might be opportunities with retired ones. The latest news is that a cruiser from the Royal Legion is being decommissioned, but it will be auctioned. The estimated price is over $1 billion. Li Hao frowned and replied, Over $1 billion? That's a bit steep. Uncle Wang smiled and said, That's a conservative estimate. The actual price might be even higher. After all, it's a cruiser, and it's from the Royal Legion. Its performance certainly won't be subpar. Li Hao nodded and said, I understand, Uncle Wang. Thank you for the information. Uncle Wang patted Li Hao on the shoulder and said, Don't rush it. This is not a small matter, you need to think it over carefully. And over $1 billion is no small sum. After their conversation, Li Hao and Zhang Yu flew their spaceship back to the base star. Zhang Yu said, You're still thinking about that cruiser, aren't you? Li Hao nodded and replied, Yes, I've been thinking about how to legally acquire a starship so I can purchase weapons and equipment normally in the future. Commander, you're still too young. Even if you participate, you won't be able to purchase that cruiser. There are too many families in the Empire that want it. Even if you manage to buy it, the military won't supply you with weapons and equipment later, Zhang Yu said. Li Hao frowned. He knew Zhang Yu was speaking the truth, but he was unwilling to give up so easily. This was a cruiser. If he had it, his fleet's strength would greatly increase. What should we do? Should we just give up? Li Hao said reluctantly. Where do you think our current starships come from? Zhang Yu reminded him. At that moment, Li Hao suddenly understood. He slapped his forehead and said, That's right. We can go hunt pirates and seize their ships. Exactly. Pirates usually acquire their wealth through robbery and are willing to pay a hefty price for starships. So we have a great chance of seizing some decent starships. Just look at how the Black Rose Group struck this time with a heavy cruiser and 4 cruisers. Li Hao nodded, excitement flickering in his eyes. Their mission in the Endless Sea was to combat smuggling and eradicate pirates. He immediately ordered the fleet to prepare for departure to the area where pirates were active. Before they set off, Li Hao and Zhang Yu formulated a battle plan. They analyzed the pirates' activity patterns and chose a suitable ambush location. After several days of sailing, the fleet finally arrived at the area where pirates frequently appeared. Li Hao and Zhang Yu commanded the fleet to spread out and form an encirclement waiting for the pirates to appear. Soon the screen of the detector displayed a spaceship approaching. After 2 minutes, a dozen various starships followed behind, firing at the leading spaceship. Li Hao and Zhang Yu immediately sensed that the situation was dire and ordered the fleet into battle readiness. "What's going on?" an officer asked. "It seems the ship ahead is under attack and the following starships are pursuing it," Zhang Yu analyzed. "Should we help?" an officer asked. "Let's observe the situation first," Zhang Yu said as he looked at Li Hao. In the main cannon control room of the Invincible-class battleship, the atmosphere was tense and heavy. The gunners were fully focused on the target indicator on the screen, their fingers gently touching the launch button. "Main cannon charged and target locked," a gunner reported. "Fire," Li Hao commanded without hesitation. In an instant, the main cannon of the Invincible-class battleship emitted a dazzling light, and a powerful energy beam tore through the void, heading straight for the heavy cruiser flagship. The energy beam traversed space at an incredible speed, instantly striking the heavy cruiser flagship. The flagship's shield rippled under the force of the attack, but held for a while. They actually have a star shield. It seems to be an internal faction of the Empire. "Continue charging to prepare for a second attack," Li Hao ordered again. The gunners busied themselves once more, preparing to charge the main cannon. Meanwhile, the heavy cruiser flagship began to counterattack with energy beams and missiles flying towards the Invincible-class battleship. The Invincible-class battleship's shield system operated at full capacity, withstanding most of the attacks. The preparations for the second attack were complete, and Li Hao ordered to fire again. This time, the energy output of the main cannon was increased to 50. Another powerful energy beam shot out, striking the heavy cruiser flagship once more. This time, the flagship's shield finally could not bear the strain and collapsed completely. The energy beam pierced directly through the flagship's hull, triggering a series of explosions. With a flash of light, the heavy cruiser flagship disintegrated in the explosions, turning into countless shards. These fragments scattered through space like brilliant fireworks, illuminating the entire battlefield. Li Hao stood on the command bridge, his gaze firmly fixed on the battlefield. A hint of a smile appeared on his face. "All ships focus on the enemy. Do not give them a chance to regroup." Li Hao issued the command through the communicator. His voice was clear and powerful, resonating throughout the fleet. The warships of the fleet responded, adjusting their course and accelerating forward, charging towards the remnants of the enemy forces. The main cannon fired again. Energy beams shot out like raindrops, weaving a dense net of fire in space. The enemy's warships struggled within this net of fire, attempting to escape, but found no way out. One enemy warship was hit by the main cannon, its hull exploding into a fireball. Another enemy warship was struck by a pulse cannon, losing power and drifting in space. Another enemy warship attempted to flee, but was caught by the fleet's escort ships and ultimately destroyed. Under the fleet's fierce assault, the enemy's remaining forces retreated in disarray. They lost command of their flagship, descending into chaos and panic. As time passed, the enemy's remaining forces dwindled. In the end, only the fleet's warships and debris remained on the battlefield. Li Hao looked at all this, filled with emotion. "Report, Captain, the battlefield has been cleared. We have destroyed 1 heavy cruiser flagship, 3 destroyers, and 6 escort ships, with our losses being 3 escort ships and 56 casualties," a staff officer reported to Li Hao. Li Hao nodded, satisfied with the outcome. He knew that although this battle was a victory, it came at a considerable cost. "Order all ships to bring our brothers back and return to base for rest and resupply," Li Hao commanded. Li Hao contacted the pursued Imperial Royal ship, and upon connection, he immediately identified himself. "I am Li Hao, commander of the Empire's 13th Legion's Dawn Fleet." A sweet voice appeared on the Imperial Royal ship. "Commander Li Hao, thank you for your rescue. It is my duty. Please tell me your situation. Are there any casualties?" A hint of sadness appeared on the girl's face. "We have some injuries, but fortunately there are no life-threatening cases." Li Hao breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. We will transfer you to a safe location as soon as possible and provide medical assistance." The girl looked at Li Hao with gratitude. "Thank you, Commander. Your appearance has given us hope." "You're welcome. Now please follow our guidance and enter the Dawn Fleet formation for your escort." Just as they flew near the border star, Li Hao connected again with the royal ship. "Hello, ma'am. We are about to reach the Empire's border star, and we will conclude this escort. You can contact the guards at the border star directly." Suddenly, the girl on the royal ship said, "Commander, I am the 6th princess of the Empire. Thank you very much for your rescue, but we have just been attacked, and we hope you can escort us back to the capital star." Li Hao frowned slightly. He did not expect this ship to belong to Her Highness the 6th Princess, but his mission was to combat pirates at the border, and his fleet had no orders to enter the Empire's territory. However, he could not refuse directly, as she was a princess of the Empire. Your Highness, my mission is to escort you to the border star, and I have not received orders to escort you back to the capital star. Commander Lee, I know this may cause you some trouble, but our ship was attacked, and we are concerned about being attacked again on the way back to the capital star. The princess said. Li Hao was silent for a moment, knowing the princess was right. All right, Your Highness, I can escort you back to the capital star, but I need to report the situation to the military first. The princess nodded. Thank you, Commander Lee. We will fully cooperate with your actions. Li Hao ended the call and immediately reported the situation to the military through the Star Network. The sixth princess also contacted the Emperor of the Galactic Empire through the Star Network. While waiting for a reply from the military, Li Hao began to think about how to safely escort the princess back to the capital star. Suddenly, Li Hao's communicator rang. It was a response from the military. Li Hao immediately connected. Commander Lee, please ensure to escort the princess back to the capital star at all costs. The voice on the other end belonged to a spirited old man. Li Hao immediately replied, Rest assured, General, we will escort the princess safely back to the capital star. The old general from the military said, Thank you, Commander Li Hao. Meanwhile, the sixth princess also received a response from the Emperor. The Emperor ordered her to return to the capital star immediately and instructed the military to ensure that Li Hao's fleet would fully protect her safety. After receiving the orders from the military and the Emperor, Li Hao immediately contacted the sixth princess. They decided to first conduct repairs and resupply at the border star before departing for the capital star. Li Hao led the fleet through a long journey, finally arriving at the border star. Old Wang had been waiting at the port for a long time, and upon seeing Li Hao's fleet arrive safely, a smile of relief spread across his face. Li Hao stepped down from the flagship and embraced Lao Wang warmly. Looking at Li Hao, Lao Wang's eyes were filled with concern. You must have had a hard journey. How is the fleet situation? Li Hao patted Lao Wang's shoulder. Everything went smoothly, though we encountered some minor troubles along the way, all of which have been resolved. Lao Wang nodded. That's good to hear. By the way, the military has just issued an order for us to supply your fleet. The military's orders arrived this quickly. Lao Wang smiled. Yes, do you have some mission? The military places great importance on your fleet. We have everything ready and can start the supply at any time. Li Hao said, Lao Wang, I will leave the supply matter to you. I have other matters to attend to. Lao Wang looked at Li Hao puzzled. Is there anything more important than the supply? Li Hao smiled, but did not answer Lao Wang's question, simply saying, Just follow the military's orders, and I will handle the other matters. Though Lao Wang was somewhat perplexed, he knew that Li Hao must have his own considerations, so he nodded. All right, I will go arrange the supply then. Li Hao watched Lao Wang's departing figure deep in thought. He knew that the identity of the sixth princess was extraordinary. If Lao Wang learned of her existence, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. Thus, he decided to temporarily keep the matter of the sixth princess from Lao Wang. Li Hao returned to the Invincible, ordering the fleet's soldiers to prepare for the supply. At the same time, he also instructed the soldiers to enhance their vigilance to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Throughout the supply process, Li Hao pondered how to protect the safety of the sixth princess. Just then Zhang Yu approached and said, We have brought the sixth princess to the Invincible's lounge. Could I understand? Zhang Yu, notify Lao Wang to expedite the supply. We need to leave here quickly to prevent any unexpected events. Also send some soldiers to the Invincible's lounge to protect the safety of the sixth princess. Zhang Yu took his orders and left while Li Hao headed towards the lounge of the Invincible. Upon entering, he saw the sixth princess sitting on the sofa, looking somewhat fatigued. Li Hao walked to the sixth prince's side and asked with concern, Your Highness, are you all right? The sixth princess raised her head, looking at Li Hao, a glimmer of gratitude in her eyes. Thank you, Commander Li. I'm fine, just a bit tired. Li Hao smiled. Your Highness, there's no need to be polite. This is my duty. Please rest for a while, and I will arrange everything. The sixth princess nodded, then closed her eyes, resting against the sofa. At that moment, a soldier walked in and reported to Li Hao, Commander, we have detected an unidentified spaceship approaching us. An unidentified spaceship. What is its intention? The soldier replied, Currently unclear. We have used the scanner and are analyzing it. All right, keep a close watch on its movements and report any developments to me immediately. The soldier took his leave while Li Hao fell into deep thought. He knew that the appearance of an unidentified spaceship at this time was certainly not a good sign. Could it be sent by the unidentified fleet from earlier? Li Hao decided to personally go to the command room to check the situation. When he entered the command room, he saw Zhang Yu standing in front of the large screen, looking serious. Li Hao approached Zhang Yu and asked, Zhang Yu, what's the situation? Zhang Yu pointed at the large screen and said, Commander, look, this is that unidentified spaceship. It is moving fast and has no markings, so we cannot determine its identity. Has it sent any signals? Zhang Yu shook his head. No, it has maintained silence. Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, Deploy Mech to intercept it. If it has any malicious intent, shoot it down immediately. Once the order was issued, the fleet's fighters quickly took off heading towards the unidentified spaceship. Li Hao and Zhang Yu watched the large screen with tension waiting for results. The fighter jets rapidly approached the unidentified spaceship. Through the communicator, Li Hao commanded the fighter jets, "Stay alert and keep an eye on the movements of the unidentified spaceship. If it shows any signs of attack, retaliate immediately." A few minutes later, the mech soldiers reported, "Commander, it has escaped. This spaceship is very fast." Li Hao frowned, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. The appearance of this unidentified spaceship was too peculiar, and its speed was alarming, making Li Hao uneasy. "Zhang, you have the fleet increase vigilance and closely monitor the surrounding situation. Ask Lao Wang if the supply is ready." "Yes, Commander." Zhang Yu took his leave. Li Hao paced in the command room, contemplating the next course of action. At that moment, a soldier walked in and reported, "Commander, the supply has been completed." He stopped, turned to the soldier, and nodded. "Good, prepare the fleet to set sail." He looked at the star map, which displayed two routes, one through the Stargate's hyperspace passage and the other through the internal star systems of the Empire. "If we take the hyperspace passage, though the time is short, the risks are significant. We might encounter various unknown dangers in the hyperspace passage, and our fleet might also be detected by the enemy. If we navigate through the internal star systems of the Empire, although it takes longer, it is relatively safer. We can avoid the dangers of the hyperspace passage and evade detection by the enemy." Another officer spoke. Li Hao pondered for a moment. "We cannot take the risk of the hyperspace passage. Let's proceed through the internal star systems of the Empire. Though it takes longer, we can ensure the fleet's safety." "Understood, Commander," the officers replied in unison. He ordered the fleet to set off, advancing towards the internal star systems of the Empire. The fleet moved slowly through space, and Li Hao sat in the command room, still feeling somewhat worried. The fleet had been sailing for several days, and everything was going smoothly. Li Hao gradually relaxed. He began to communicate with the other commanders of the fleet, discussing tactics and strategies. These officers were experienced soldiers, very familiar with the operation of the fleet, so Li Hao enjoyed exchanging ideas with them. However, at that moment, an officer suddenly burst in, "Commander, not good. Our scanners have detected an unidentified fleet approaching us. Immediately activate the scanners to ascertain the situation of that fleet." Soon the results from the scanners came back. This fleet had no markings and was heading straight towards them. Where did this fleet come from? Li Hao was filled with confusion. "Commander, what should we do?" an officer asked. After pondering for a moment, Li Hao made a decision. Have the fleet maintain a defensive formation, activate the star shields, and prepare all main cannons for charging. At that moment, an unidentified fleet suddenly accelerated towards the fleet. The Dawn fleet's artillery immediately opened fire at the unidentified fleet, yet the latter remained unaffected and continued its charge. Once the unidentified fleet closed in, it began attacking the Dawn fleet. After a round of exchanges, all attacks from the unidentified fleet were repelled by the star shield. The crew reported to Li Hao, "Commander, the star shield's energy is still at 85. Seeing that long-range attacks could not penetrate the star shield, the unidentified fleet began deploying numerous small fighters to assault the Dawn fleet. "Activate the close defense system and shoot down those fighters." The close defense system activated, firing lasers at the small fighters and taking them down one by one. However, the sheer number of fighters from the unidentified fleet allowed some to breach the defenses, charging towards the Dawn fleet. The star shield of the Dawn fleet activated, keeping those fighters at bay. Yet the energy of the energy shield was continuously depleting, quickly dropping below 50. "Report to the captain, the energy shield is insufficient to continue withstanding the attacks." The crew reported to Li Hao. Seeing that the star shield was about to break, the unidentified fleet launched an even more ferocious assault. "Activate the energy shield," Li Hao ordered. Just as the star shield was on the verge of collapse, a brand new energy shield emerged. The unidentified fleet, witnessing the newly raised shield, cursed. "What the hell is this? How could there be another shield? How could this fleet's warships be equipped with so many shields?" Li Hao sighed with relief as he watched the attacks from the unidentified fleet easily blocked by the energy shield. This energy shield was the last line of defense for the Dawn fleet. If it were to be breached, the warship would face utter destruction. "Report to the captain, the energy shield's energy is still at 95. The crew reported. "Very good, maintain the shield's strength and activate the main cannon to show them a lesson." The main cannon of the Dawn fleet began to charge energy beams, shooting towards the unidentified fleet. At that moment, Li Hao noticed a flagship turning around. He immediately commanded, "Main cannon of the Invincible lock onto the enemy's flagship, fire at 50 energy." The Invincible's main cannon charged up, unleashing a massive energy beam towards the enemy flagship. The enemy flagship also detected the attack from the Invincible, activating its energy shield in an attempt to withstand it. However, the power of the Invincible's main cannon was far too great, instantly shattering the enemy flagship's energy shield and directly striking the flagship's bridge. The bridge of the enemy flagship erupted in a violent explosion, causing the entire vessel to lose control and drift into the depths of space. Report to the captain, the enemy flagship has been destroyed. Should we continue attacking other enemy ships? An officer from the Invincible asked. Li Hao looked at the wreckage of the enemy flagship, feeling a sense of relief. Cease fire, dispatch rescue ships to search for survivors from the enemy flagship. The Invincible dispatched rescue ships to begin searching for survivors from the enemy flagship. After extensive searching, the rescue ships found no survivors. That attack had directly pierced through the entire starship, vaporizing the interior at the speed of energy light. After cleaning up the battlefield, Li Hao commanded the fleet to continue towards the Imperial Capital Star. After several days of travel, the Imperial Capital Star finally appeared within the fleet's sight. This planet was the political, economic, and cultural center of the entire star system, and it was also Li Hao's ultimate objective for this mission. As the fleet gradually approached the Imperial Capital Star, a communication from the Imperial Capital's guard fleet was received. Ahead is the capital star of the Galactic Empire. Please identify yourselves and provide your identification code. Reply to them that we are the Dawn Fleet of the Empire's 13th Legion on a mission to the Imperial Capital Star. The communication officer promptly replied according to Li Hao's instructions. Moments later, the other party sent another message. Dawn Fleet, please provide your mission authorization documents and identification code. Send them the mission authorization and fleet identification code. The communication officer replied again according to Li Hao's instructions. This time the other party remained silent for a long time, seemingly verifying their identity. Finally, the other party sent another message. Dawn Fleet, your identity has been verified without issue. Please deactivate all weapon systems, enter the orbital path of the Imperial Capital Star, and await further instructions. The fleet slowly entered the orbit of the Imperial Capital Star. Li Hao gazed at the Imperial Capital Star on the screen, feeling a surge of emotions. This planet was the heart of the Galactic Empire and his hometown. He had once lived and studied here. Captain, we have entered the orbit of the Imperial Capital Star. Can we begin preparations to dock? The voice of the executive officer interrupted Li Hao's thoughts. All right, begin docking preparations. As soon as Li Hao's fleet was securely parked at the starport, an officer from the port's guard unit approached him, scanning the fleet before finally settling his gaze on Li Hao. Welcome to the Imperial Capital Star. I am the commander of the starport guard unit sent here to receive you, the officer said. Li Hao stepped out of the fleet and saluted the officer. Thank you for your welcome. We are the Dawn Fleet of the 13th Legion sent here to perform a mission at the Imperial Capital Star. The officer nodded. I have received your mission notification. May I ask where the 6th princess is? Li Hao hesitated for a moment, knowing the sensitivity of the mission, and said, Our task is to safely escort the 6th princess back to the Imperial Capital Star. The officer frowned. You are already at the Imperial Capital Star. Your mission is complete. Li Hao shook his head. We need to deliver her to the military or the royal family for this mission to be considered complete. The officer pondered for a moment. All right, I will report to my superiors as soon as possible. Please rest here for now. The 6th princess approached and inquired, Commander Li, what just happened? Your Highness, the commander of the starport guard unit came to receive you, but I did not agree. We need to escort you to the palace or the military headquarters. Which would you prefer to go to first? After some thought, the 6th princess decided to return to the palace first. Li Hao selected a team of elite soldiers to personally escort the 6th princess back to the palace. As Li Hao escorted the 6th princess back with the elite soldiers, many civilians at the starport noticed this squad of soldiers unlike those in their usual green uniforms. They wore black combat uniforms, black helmets, wielded various advanced weapons, marched in perfect formation, exuding an aura of strength and mystery. The people were speculating about the identity and intentions of these soldiers. Some believed they were special forces of the Empire, while others thought they were messengers from an alien civilization, and still others considered them members of a mysterious organization. In no time, various rumors and speculations spread throughout the starport, capturing the public's great attention and interest. Li Hao and his elite soldier team paid no heed to the crowd's speculations and discussions. They simply escorted the 6th princess, silently advancing towards the palace. When the convoy arrived at the palace gates, Li Hao and his elite team halted. They lined up neatly at the palace entrance, saluted the 6th princess, and then turned to leave. The 6th princess watched their departing figures with a heavy heart. After returning to the palace, she immediately met with His Majesty the Emperor, recounting the ambush she had faced and how she encountered Li Hao. Father, I was sent to inspect the border and unexpectedly encountered an ambush on the way, the 6th princess said. Fortunately, Li Hao appeared just in time and saved my life. His Majesty the Emperor's expression turned grave upon hearing the 6th princess' words. He knew the border regions had always been unstable, but he never expected someone would dare to ambush a princess in broad daylight. Li Hao, His Majesty inquired. Who is he? Li Hao is the commander of the Dawn Fleet, and his soldiers are all elites. Each one is quite formidable, replied the sixth princess. It was thanks to Li Hao and his fleet that I was able to return safely. They fought fiercely to protect me. His Majesty nodded and said, which planet does Li Hao's fleet belong to? His bravery deserves recognition. The princess thought for a moment and replied, I believe he said it was from the 13th Legion. Father, why have I never heard of this 13th Legion? His Majesty furrowed his brows, falling into deep thought. He was well aware of the Empire's military forces, and hearing about the 13th Legion puzzled and unsettled him. His Majesty fell into reminiscence about the past regarding the 13th Legion and muttered, Li, I am sorry for you. His thoughts drifted back to 10 years ago when he had just ascended to the throne, and the Empire faced a full-scale invasion by the Zerg. The 13th Legion stood alone defending the endless sea, star domain, engaging in a thrilling battle against the Zerg. Hundreds of thousands of officers fought valiantly in this battle, with over 100 elite fleets of the Empire joining the fray. However, faced with the overwhelming offensive of the Zerg, they ultimately met with total annihilation. As His Majesty recalled these scenes of the 13th Legion perishing along with the Zerg, Queen tears silently fell from his eyes. The sixth princess, seeing her father shed tears, felt both surprised and confused. She softly asked, Father, why are you crying? His Majesty slowly raised his head, looking at the sixth princess with eyes full of affection and sorrow. He gently stroked her hair and said, Child, I was reminded of some past events and my heart is somewhat moved. The sixth princess grew even more confused and pressed. Father, what past event makes you so sad? His Majesty fell silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Child, you just mentioned that Li Hao's Dawn Fleet belongs to the 13th Legion. The sixth princess nodded and said, Yes, that is how Li Hao introduced himself, and the military documents state the same. His Majesty commanded, Lady Officer, notify the military department to summon Huang Pu Hao. A lady officer beside him immediately replied, Yes, Your Majesty. After the lady officer withdrew, His Majesty fell into contemplation. Not long after, Huang Pu Hao arrived at His Majesty's study. Your Majesty, what do you need me for? Huang Pu Hao respectfully asked. His Majesty slowly lifted his head, gazing at Huang Pu Hao with a hint of complex emotions in his eyes. In a low tone, he asked, Huang Pu Hao, what exactly is the situation with the 13th Legion's Dawn Fleet? His Majesty furrowed his brow and continued to inquire, Is the Li family planning to rebuild the 13th Legion? Huang Pu Hao quickly answered, It is not the Li family. If it is not the Li family, then what is the situation with this 13th Legion's Dawn Fleet? His Majesty impatiently asked. Huang Pu Hao felt a chill in his heart, knowing that His Majesty was very sensitive about the 13th Legion's matters, so he hurriedly explained, Your Majesty, the 13th Legion's Dawn Fleet was established by Li Hao, and its members mainly consist of the original 13th Legion's guards. Li Hao, who is he? His Majesty asked again. Li Hao is a commoner graduate from the Royal Battleship Command Department last year. At that time, all the other legions were at full capacity, so I assigned him to the 13th Legion. Huang Pu Hao replied. His Majesty slightly nodded, his gaze deep as he looked at Huang Pu Hao, a commoner student, and in less than a year, he has formed a fleet with 2 cruisers for destroyers and 10 frigates. Do you believe this? Huang Pu Hao pondered for a moment and slowly said, Your Majesty, although Li Hao comes from a common background, he excelled in the Royal Battleship Command Department, demonstrating exceptional talent and potential. At that time, his graduation ship was a second-hand destroyer obtained from somewhere, and according to the battle report, they launched a surprise attack on a pirate stronghold in the endless sea, and these warships were all captured. His Majesty gently stroked his chin, pondering, Is that so? It seems this child is quite impressive. Your Majesty, Li Hao is indeed very capable and an excellent fleet commander, Huang Pu Hao cautiously responded. His Majesty nodded. I know he is an excellent child, but rebuilding the 13th Legion is not an easy task. It requires a great deal of resources and time. Huang Pu Hao quickly said, Your Majesty, I am only temporarily placing him in the 13th Legion. I will move him away when a suitable position comes up. His Majesty glanced at Huang Pu Hao. Why transfer him? Isn't he doing well in the endless sea combating pirates? He even saved the 6th princess this time, so let him continue to stay in the 13th Legion. Allocate a heavy cruiser flagship from the royal supply as his flagship and 5 cruisers as a reward for saving the 6th princess. That should count as royal support for the 13th Legion. Huang Pu Hao felt a surge of joy in his heart. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will convey my gratitude to Li Hao on your behalf. Li Hao followed Huang Pu Hao out of the military department office, arriving at the Royal Supply Depot. The Royal Supply Depot is a vast complex responsible for providing various materials and equipment for the Royal Army. Huang Pu Hao and Li Hao entered through the main gate of the supply depot, where they found a bustling environment filled with people coming and going. They approached an office and knocked before entering. Inside the office sat a general who immediately stood up upon seeing Huang Pu Hao and Li Hao. General Huang Pu, you have arrived. Huang Paheo nodded, saying, Yes, I am here to collect some supplies and equipment. The general smiled. Very well, please let me know what you need. Huang Paheo said His Majesty has rewarded this lad with a heavy cruiser flagship and 5 cruisers. I brought him to collect them. Li Hao felt a surge of excitement upon hearing this. The general nodded and checked his records, saying, All right, I will arrange that right away. Soon the general led Li Hao to the warehouse of the supply depot. The warehouse was filled with various warships, leaving Li Hao awestruck. The general pointed at a massive warship, saying, This is the heavy cruiser flagship awarded to you by His Majesty. It is equipped with the most advanced weapons and defense systems, a pride of our empire. Li Hao stepped forward to examine the warship closely. Its exterior was imposing and majestic, adorned with the golden emblem of the royal fleet, signifying its noble status. The general then pointed to 5 cruisers nearby, saying, These 5 cruisers have also been specifically selected by His Majesty for you. They are fast and powerful, the best partners for the heavy cruiser flagship. Li Hao looked gratefully at Huang Paheo and the general, saying, Thank you for His Majesty's generosity, and thank you, General, for your support. Huang Paheo patted Li Hao's shoulder, saying, This is what you deserve. You performed excellently in this mission, and His Majesty is very pleased with you. I hope you will work even harder in the future to make greater contributions to the Empire and its people. Li Hao solemnly nodded, saying, Yes, General. I will not disappoint His Majesty and your expectations. The general smiled, saying, All right, go arrange for someone to take your warships away. Here are the documents and identification codes for these ships. Li Hao notified the fleet personnel to come and receive the warships. Zhang Yu asked, Where did these warships come from? These are rewards from His Majesty, including a heavy cruiser flagship. Zhang Yu jumped with excitement, saying, That's fantastic. Our fleet's strength has just been greatly enhanced. After receiving the warships, Li Hao quickly assigned everyone their posts and immediately flew from the imperial capital Star to the starport to rendezvous with the fleet. This time Zhang Yu said with some concern, Commander, we need to recruit more people. The base still has a heavy cruiser and 4 cruisers, and now, with another heavy cruiser and 5 cruisers, we don't have enough personnel. Li Hao nodded, realizing the seriousness of the issue. As the fleet expanded, the problem of insufficient manpower became increasingly prominent. Li Hao knew he had to recruit a new batch of crew members as soon as possible, so he decided to go with Zhang Yu to the military department. They arrived in front of Huang Paheo's office door, knocked, and entered after receiving permission. Inside, Huang Paheo was focused on a document. General, I have something to report to you. Huang Paheo looked up at Li Hao, asking, What is it? Li Hao approached the desk, saying, General, I want to ask if we can arrange for some of this year's graduates from the Royal Academy. Huang Paheo looked at Li Hao, thought for a moment, and then replied, This year's Royal Academy's Naval Command Department does not have civilian students, so don't hold out hope for the noble students. General, why are there no civilian students this year? Other departments should be fine, especially for engineering and mecha studies. I need those too. Huang Paheo smiled and said, You can forget about that. Besides, the recruits for the 13th Legion are not in the imperial capital, so we cannot make arrangements for you here. Li Hao was filled with confusion and couldn't help but ask, Then where is our 13th Legion recruiting from? Huang Paheo cast a glance at Zhang Yu, showing displeasure. You didn't tell him. He, as the commander, doesn't even know where to recruit personnel from. Zhang Yu stammered, General, I didn't want to. Li Hao, feeling baffled, urgently asked, What are you all talking about? I don't understand anything at all. Huang Paheo, looking impatient, waved his hand, saying, Enough, you two go back and let Zhang Yu explain the rest to you. You may leave now. Li Hao and Zhang Yu exited the military department, and Li Hao's confusion grew stronger. He stopped, turned to Zhang Yu, and asked seriously, Zhang Yu, what are you hiding from me? Now that we are out of the military department, you can tell me, right? Zhang Yu looked down, remained silent for a moment, then slowly raised his head, looking at Li Hao, saying, Commander, there is actually nothing that can't be said, it's just. Li Hao frowned, tightly, speaking in a low voice. Zhang Yu, what are you really trying to say? Just tell me directly, no need to beat around the bush. Zhang Yu took a deep breath and said, Commander, the source planet for our 13th Legion's recruits is Zhongzhou Star, but we haven't gone back to recruit for 10 years now. Li Hao was taken aback by Zhang Yu's words, recalling what Zhang Yu had said before. He asked, Why haven't we gone back? Is it because of that great war? Zhang Yu nodded, saying, Yes, in that great war 10 years ago, all the million soldiers of our 13th Legion perished, and Zhongzhou Star was engulfed in sorrow. After that battle, the vitality of Zhongzhou Star was severely damaged, and the populace was filled with fear and resistance towards war. No one was willing to send their children to the battlefield anymore. Moreover, the Empire has never intended to reorganize the 13th Legion, and over time our connection with Zhongzhou Star has gradually severed. Li Hao listened to Zhang Yu's words, feeling an immense weight in his heart. He understood the tremendous harm this war had inflicted on Zhongzhou Star and the significant responsibility he bore. After a moment of silence, he said, Zhang Yu, we cannot give up like this. We must find a way to re-establish our connection with Zhongzhou Star and regain the trust of its people. Zhang Yu nodded, saying, I know, Commander, but this is easier said than done. The wounds from the past were too deep. We still have to face it. We can first return to Zhongzhou Star to take a look. Zhang Yu looked at Li Hao, a surge of admiration welling up in his heart. He knew that this young commander, though newly appointed, possessed extraordinary courage and determination. All right, then let's prepare for it. The two returned to the bridge of the Indomitable class flagship. Li Hao convened all fleet officers to discuss the recent mission. His Imperial Majesty had awarded them 1 heavy cruiser flagship and 5 cruisers. In addition, their base held 1 captured heavy cruiser and 4 captured cruisers. Together with the Indomitable and the Stellar Radiance, their total strength now comprised 1 Indomitable class flagship, 2 heavy cruiser flagships, 10 cruisers, 5 destroyers, and 7 frigates. Currently, they faced 2 critical constraints: a severe shortage of personnel and comparatively outdated performance among their destroyers and frigates, factors that significantly hampered operational efficiency during navigation and combat. To resolve this, Li Hao announced a comprehensive fleet reorganization. First, all destroyers and frigates would be reassigned to form the Planetary Defense Fleet permanently stationed at Base Star to safeguard the base's security. The remaining capital ships would also be reallocated. The Indomitable would serve as the fleet's command flagship, while the 2 heavy cruisers and the Stellar Radiance would constitute the primary striking force. Heavy cruisers possessed formidable firepower and robust armor, enabling them to dominate frontline engagements. The Stellar Radiance, meanwhile, combined the heavy cruiser's armament with exceptional maneuverability, ideal for precision strikes against high-value enemy targets. 9 cruisers would provide layered defensive coverage. With balanced defensive capability and resilient shielding, they could adapt fluidly to evolving battlefield conditions and deliver decisive tactical support across the formation. This configuration surpasses even the main fleets of other legions, remarked an officer. His words met with immediate nods of agreement from the assembled command staff. Indeed, the reorganization had markedly elevated the fleet's overall potency, not only amplifying its firepower and defensive resilience, but also refining its operational tempo and strategic agility. Yet our personnel remain critically limited, Li Hao observed soberly. We cannot fully harness these vessels' potential, so we must concentrate every resource toward ensuring our collective survival. At the conclusion of the meeting, Li Hao declared we shall return to Base Star immediately, via the Stellar Gates subspace corridor. His decision received unanimous endorsement. All understood under present circumstances safety was paramount. Though traversing the Stellar Gate entailed heightened risk, it drastically reduced transit time, and thereby minimized exposure to hazards lurking in deep space. Once preparations were complete, the fleet set course for the Stellar Gates subspace corridor. Before entry, Li Hao addressed the officers once more, reiterating with unwavering gravity the imperative of vigilance. He ordered absolute alertness and readiness to counter any emergent threat. Moments later, the fleet crossed the threshold, space itself warping around them like liquid obsidian. Cobalt blue engine trails blazed behind each vessel as they surged forward. Within the corridor, velocity defied conventional measure. Thousands of light years dissolved in the span of a breath. Li Hao sat motionless in the command chamber, eyes fixed on the main display. A cascade of real-time metrics scrolled across the screen: velocity, spatial coordinates, energy reserves, and system integrity. Yet just as the fleet neared its destination, calamity struck. An unidentified warship materialized directly ahead, blocking their path with chilling abruptness. What is happening? Li Hao's brow furrowed. Identify that vessel immediately. Within moments, intelligence confirmed the worst. The intruder was a pirate vessel. Accursed pirates! Li Hao hissed through clenched teeth. How dare a single ship brazenly bar our passage? Commander, what are our orders? Asked an officer. Li Hao paused, then issued his command: prepare for combat. Main batteries, lock on. Klaxons wailed. Crews snapped into battle stations. Weapon systems hummed as capacitors surged, ready to unleash annihilation upon the interloper. Just as Li Hao authorized firing, the pirate ship transmitted a priority hails request. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted the channel. Greetings, Commander. I am the leader of the Black Rose Pirate Syndicate, and I wish to speak with you. Li Hao's expression tightened. Speak. What do you want? Did you not recently seize a mineral freighter? And did your forces eliminate the escort squadron dispatched to retrieve it? Li Hao fell silent, then replied, yes. The freighter was seized by my order. The escort squadron was destroyed by my fleet. So what? Do you comprehend the magnitude of your transgression? The voice flared with fury. That freighter carried our purchased cargo, and those escorts were Black Rose vessels. You have declared open hostility against us. Li Hao's gaze hardened. The 13th Imperial Legion operates in the Endless Sea to suppress smuggling and eradicate piracy. What law does that violate? You claim affiliation with the 13th Legion. I am commander of the Dawn Fleet 13th Imperial Legion. A pause, then quietly, very well. This matter ends here. We bear no desire to make you our enemy, nor do I wish to make enemies of you. But cease your piracy, or I will show you no mercy. After the transmission ended, the Black Rose vessel unexpectedly veered aside, gliding silently into the void until it vanished beyond the horizon of stars. Zhang Yu stared after the retreating ship, baffled. Commander, why not annihilate them outright? Must we watch them depart so brazenly? Have you taken a fancy to their captain? Li Hao's gaze drifted far across the starfield, calm, fathomless. Zhang Yu speaks sense. In this infinite dark, every enemy multiplies danger 100-fold. To slaughter them today would forge an unbreakable blood enmity. While the wound remains fresh and not yet fatal, we may yet turn foe into ally. Zhang Yu nodded slowly, newfound reverence deepening in his eyes. Meanwhile, aboard the pirate vessel, their leaders sat in silence, replaying Li Hao's words in her mind. A crewman ventured cautiously, Captain, do we truly accept this? They seized our cargo and destroyed an entire heavy cruiser flagship squadron. Half our strength is gone. How shall we face the Syndicate Master? The captain exhaled, then spoke with quiet finality. I will answer to the Master myself. For now, no operations near the Imperial frontier or the Endless Sea. Not for a long while. After Li Hao led the fleet back to the base star, he began to reorganize the fleet. They rearranged personnel according to the original plan, reallocating those capable of piloting cruisers while temporarily replacing insufficient positions with robots. This was to ensure the overall combat effectiveness of the fleet. After the personnel distribution, Li Hao discovered that their main issue in achieving full staffing was the lack of mecha soldiers and mechas. Currently, the total number of mecha soldiers they had was less than 300. The Invincible could carry 150 mecha soldiers. The standard number for heavy cruisers was 150 mecha soldiers. For cruisers, it was 800 mecha soldiers. For destroyers, it was 500 mecha soldiers. And for frigates, it was 100 mecha soldiers. Thus, the Dawn Fleet faced a shortfall of over 150 mecha soldiers. Li Hao summoned all the captains and mecha team leaders of the Dawn Fleet to inform them about the current soldier shortage. With a grave expression, he said in a serious tone, "Everyone, we are currently facing a severe issue, which is the shortage of mecha soldiers. According to the latest statistics, our fleet is short of 150 mecha soldiers, which greatly affects our combat capability." The captains and mecha team leaders present fell silent, all aware of the seriousness of the issue, but unsure of how to address it with Li Hao. Li Hao continued, "I plan to make a trip to Zhongzhou Star to see if we can recruit mecha soldiers while the others will stay at the base." Zhang Yu, upon hearing Li Hao's words, felt a bit worried. He knew Li Hao had the fleet's best interests at heart, but since Li Hao was unaware of the situation on Zhongzhou Star, he decided to accompany him. "Commander will go with you," Zhang Yu said. "No need, Zhang Yu," Li Hao replied. "Stay at the base and handle the fleet's daily affairs. He'll go to Zhongzhou Star by myself, though I will return as soon as possible." Zhang Yu insisted, "Just take me with you. Oh, I understand the situation there better than you, and you might not be able to recruit anyone on your own. All right, you can come with me." They boarded a small interstellar spaceship, and after several days of travel finally arrived at Zhongzhou Star. Zhongzhou Star was a bustling planet with a very high level of technology and a well-developed mecha culture. As Li Hao and Zhang Yu walked along the streets of Zhongzhou Star, they were filled with emotion at the sight of the mechas coming and going. "The mecha culture here is truly rich," Zhang Yu remarked. "Yes, the mecha technology is also very advanced." Li Hao replied, "We are here to see if we can recruit some outstanding mecha soldiers." Li Hao and Zhang Yu prepared to take a taxi to the Zhongzhou Star Military Academy, but the driver informed them that the academy no longer existed. Li Hao and Zhang Yu were both very surprised by the driver's words. "How could it be gone? I don't know the specifics." The driver said, "All I know is that Zhongzhou Star Military Academy closed a few years ago, and now it has turned into a wasteland." Li Hao and Zhang Yu exchanged glances, both filled with confusion. "Do you know why the Zhongzhou Star Military Academy closed down?" Zhang Yu asked. "I know a little about that," the driver replied. Zhongzhou Star Military Academy used to be a very famous military academy that trained many outstanding mecha soldiers. However, after the Endless Sea War 10 years ago, no one was willing to enlist, and the academy lost its students, leading to its closure. Does that mean the people of Zhongzhou Star don't want to enlist anymore? Have they lost their fighting spirit? Li Hao asked, confused. The driver sighed. At first, yes, everyone was unwilling to serve in the military. The battle 10 years ago saw all the mecha troops of the 13th Legion come from Zhongzhou Star, with millions dying in a single battle, and the entire planet was draped in white flags. This battle directly wiped out a generation of people from Zhongzhou Star. Li Hao and Zhang Yu sat silently in the car, not speaking. Their mood was heavy, as if they could feel the immense pain brought by that war. The driver continued, "Once everyone recovered from the grief of losing their loved ones, many young people entered the military academy, wanting to take revenge for their families. At that time, the number of students at the academy was higher than ever, but for 2 consecutive years the military department did not come to recruit, leaving every graduating student without a place to go. In the end, to survive, everyone gave up the path of enlisting. Thus no one joined the military afterward. The driver's words hit Li Hao and Zhang Yu like a heavy hammer. They sat quietly in the car, immersed in the sorrow of that brutal war. Outside the car window, the scenery of Zhongzhou Star remained beautiful, but Li Hao and Zhang Yu had no desire to admire it. Their thoughts were drawn back to that war 10 years ago by the driver's words. Li Hao furrowed his brow and asked, if the military department hasn't come to recruit from Zhongzhou Star for so many years, then how come the mecha culture here is so good? The driver smiled and said, after the military school closed, the headmaster opened a mecha training hall at home, and gradually more and more students came, forming what is now the Zhongzhou Star Mecha Academy. Li Hao and Zhang Yu exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise and excitement in each other's eyes. Li Hao exclaimed, then let's go directly to the Mecha Academy. The driver smiled and said, you can go and give it a try, but the headmaster is not an easy person to deal with. He has high requirements for students, and only the most outstanding can enter his academy. After saying that, the driver dropped them off at the entrance of the Zhongzhou Star Mecha Academy. Li Hao and Zhang Yu got out of the car, gazing at the magnificent building before them, filled with anticipation. As they entered the academy, they were immediately attracted by the lively atmosphere inside. The students dressed in uniform were engaged in various training exercises on the playground, some piloting mechas, some practicing physical training, and others learning theoretical knowledge. Li Hao and Zhang Yu found the headmaster's office and knocked on the door. Come in. A deep voice responded from inside. Li Hao and Zhang Yu pushed the door open and walked in, finding a middle-aged man sitting behind a desk focused on reading a document. He was tall with a resolute face, and his eyes revealed an air of authority and confidence. Who are you? What brings you here? The headmaster asked, looking up at them. Li Hao stepped forward and respectfully said, hello, headmaster. We are recruitment officers from the military department, and we would like to recruit some mecha soldiers from your academy. The dean frowned, saying, the military? How did you find your way here? Li Hao explained, we heard that your academy is the best mech academy in Zhongzhou Star, so we hope to find some excellent soldiers here. The dean sneered, recruitment officers from the military. You military folks only know how to exploit our students and send them to their deaths. I will not let my students become your cannon fodder. Li Hao quickly replied, Dean, you misunderstand. We are here to recruit soldiers, and we will provide them with the best equipment and training to make them true elites. The dean shouted angrily, get out. My students will not serve your military. At this moment, many students in the academy heard the dean's fury and rushed over to see what was happening. Upon learning that the military had arrived, the crowd began to murmur. A student quietly remarked, it's a rare day indeed. The military hasn't come to Zhongzhou in 10 years, has it? Another student chimed in, exactly. Why did the military suddenly think of coming to our academy to recruit soldiers? Is it because the front lines are tight, and they need us Mech Academy students to act as cannon fodder? The dean directly kicked Li Hao and Zhang Yu out of his office, stating, I will not allow my students to serve you. Leave now. At that moment, Zhang Yu stepped forward and suddenly knelt, saying, Old Dean, I have failed your teachings. I couldn't bring back the regiment leader and my brothers. The old dean's expression changed slightly, and looking at Zhang Yu, he asked with a hint of sorrow and helplessness, Child, who are you? Old Dean, I am Zhang Yu, the former deputy commander of the 13th Regiment, Zhang Yu replied. The old dean stood at the office door, reminiscing about the past with the commander of the 13th Regiment. It was a time filled with passion and challenges. They had experienced many battles and difficulties together, witnessing numerous glories and victories. You are Deputy Zhang Yu, rise, child. It is good that you returned alive, sighed the old dean. This is not your fault. War is this cruel, and no one can predict the outcome. Zhang Yu stood up, tears blurring his vision. After the great battle, how many of us in the 13th Regiment survived, and where are they now? The old dean asked. Zhang Yu wiped his tears and replied, Old Dean, that battle was too brutal. Our 13th Regiment was nearly wiped out completely. In the end, only about 500 brothers survived by chance. The old dean felt a deep sorrow upon hearing this. He remembered the youthful faces from back then, full of passion as they dedicated themselves to the military, only to find eternal rest on the battlefield. So how have you fared all these years? The old dean asked with concern. After rescuing those 500 brothers, we have been waiting at the border star for the day we can rebuild the 13th Regiment, Zhang Yu replied. The old dean, listening to Zhang Yu, couldn't help but feel emotional. He knew that these 500 brothers were warriors who had undergone life and death tests, making tremendous sacrifices to protect the nation and its people. You are all exemplary, the old dean said. However, rebuilding the 13th Regiment is not an easy task. The Empire has not recruited soldiers in Zhongzhou for 10 years. Zhang Yu nodded and said, Old Dean, we understand, but our hope has arrived, and that hope is him. The old dean looked at Li Hao and said, "Isn't he a recruitment officer from the military?" Zhang Yu introduced, "Li Hao is the commander of our 13th Regiment's Dawn Fleet. He led us back from the border star to the endless sea and is now reassembling the Dawn Fleet. He has taken up the banner of our 13th Regiment." The old dean felt a surge of admiration upon hearing Zhang Yu's introduction. After the 13th Regiment was completely wiped out in the endless sea, to think of re-establishing the fleet and raising the flag of the 13th Regiment requires immense courage and determination. "Commander Li Hao, the old man, thanks you for all you have done for the 13th Regiment," the old dean said with emotion. Li Hao humbly smiled and replied, "Old dean, I am also a member of the 13th Regiment. This is what I should do." The old dean nodded and asked, "So are you here to rebuild the 13th Regiment?" Li Hao and the old dean discussed the situation of the fleet in the office. "Old dean, currently the biggest problem facing our fleet is the shortage of mech soldiers. We only have 300 mech soldiers with a shortage of over 100 soldiers." Upon hearing Li Hao's words, the old dean furrowed his brow. He understood the importance of mech soldiers to the fleet. Without enough mech soldiers, the fleet's combat effectiveness would be severely compromised. "Li Hao, there aren't that many graduates from the academy this year," the old dean stated. "Old dean, this is also a headache for me. Currently, the shortage of mech soldiers in the fleet is significant. How many can you arrange from the academy?" The old dean thought for a moment and said, "Let's talk later. You should rest for a bit." After Li Hao and Zhang Yu went to the nearby lounge, the old dean called the head of Zhongzhou Star, saying, "Old chap, come to the academy for a visit." Upon hearing the old dean's words, the star head immediately put down his work and rushed to the academy. When he walked into the lounge, he saw Li Hao and the old dean talking. "Dean, what happened?" the star head asked. The old dean glanced at Li Hao and then said to the star head, "This is Li Hao, the commander of our 13th Regiment's Dawn Fleet." The star head was slightly taken aback, then excitedly shook Li Hao's hand, saying, "Ha ha ha, I have finally been waiting for this day. Our 13th Regiment is back." Li Hao shook hands with the star head and said, "Hello, star head." The old dean continued, "Old chap, don't be too happy too soon. The 13th Regiment fleet is short of mech soldiers with a shortage of over 100. What can we do about it?" The star head laughed and said, 1000. "I thought it was some big issue. I will go back now to issue a recruitment order. Gathering 100 mech soldiers in Zhongzhou is not a problem." The star head was very efficient. The next day, he issued a recruitment order, and upon seeing that it was for the 13th Regiment, the young people of Zhongzhou Star immediately became excited. The 13th Regiment had finally returned. At various recruitment points in the cities, young people came to sign up in droves, forming long queues and eagerly filling out application forms. The officers responsible for recruitment were busy working, carefully reviewing each application and conducting strict tests and interviews with every applicant. They needed to ensure that every selected soldier possessed sufficient qualities and capabilities to fulfill the duties of a mech soldier. Li Hao contacted the fleet via the Star Network to come to Zhongzhou Star to pick up the soldiers, and this news quickly spread across the entire planet. 15,000 young people were about to leave Zhongzhou Star to join the fleet for training and become mech soldiers of the 13th Legion. The fleet finally arrived at Zhongzhou Star with massive warships docking in orbit around the planet. The people of Zhongzhou Star held a grand farewell ceremony for these young individuals. The planet's leader personally attended the ceremony and delivered an impassioned speech. During the farewell, the families and friends of the young people gathered to see them off. Tears glistened in their eyes, but they wore proud smiles on their faces. After resolving personnel issues, Li Hao approached the planet's leader and asked, "Grandpa Leader, does Zhongzhou Star have advanced mechs available for military use?" "Li Hao, we are aware of the situation with the 13th Legion. The mechs previously used by the 13th Legion were all provided by Zhongzhou Star." "Follow me," the leader replied slowly. The leader took Li Hao to a massive warehouse where they performed a facial recognition scan to enter. "The mechs here are reserved for the 13th Legion. You can arrange for people to come and take them," the leader said. Li Hao replied awkwardly, "Grandpa Leader, our fleet has just been established, and we don't have enough money to purchase mechs yet." "Li Hao, you need not worry about the finances. You can pay us back later when you have the means," the leader assured him. "Grandpa Leader, thank you for your support. We will definitely return with our brothers," Li Hao said. Hearing his words, the leader's eyes filled with tears as he said, "You all must take care and live well." After arranging for the fleet to send people to retrieve the mechs, the fleet's armament was greatly enhanced. These mechs represented the most advanced technological achievements of Zhongzhou Star, possessing formidable firepower and defensive capabilities ready to play a significant role in battle. After receiving the personnel and mechs, Li Hao and Zhang Yu discussed preparing to return to the base star. Before departing, they visited the Mech Academy to say goodbye to the principal and the planet's leader. "Old Principal, Grandpa Leader, the fleet is ready to return to the Endless Sea base star," Li Hao announced. "Li Hao, go with peace of mind. Remember, Zhongzhou Star will always be the backing of the 13th Legion. The leader continued, 10 years ago, our million soldiers were willing to give their lives to protect our homeland. Now you can fight without psychological burdens. A Zhongzhou Star will always support you. After their conversation, Li Hao and Zhang Yu bid farewell to the principal, and the leader boarded the fleet's warship and prepared to return to the base star. Li Hao and Zhang Yu were in the command center of the Invincible, discussing the next steps of their action plan. This time the Dawn fleet was fully staffed, filling Li Hao's heart with confidence. He considered leading the fleet directly to the Endless Sea for actual combat, to test the fleet's combat capabilities and help the new recruits quickly adapt to the combat environment. However, Zhang Yu held a different opinion. He believed that there were too many new recruits in the Mech unit. Although they had undergone Mech training, their actual combat experience was still lacking. If they went directly to the Endless Sea, they might face significant risks. Thus, he suggested returning to the base to rest and train, giving the recruits more time to familiarize themselves with Mech operations and combat techniques, enhancing their practical abilities. After some consideration, Li Hao ultimately decided to adopt Zhang Ye's suggestion. Therefore, the Dawn fleet returned to the base star along the originally planned route. Just one day after entering the Endless Sea, alarms sounded on the Invincible. Li Hao rushed to the command center and asked what's the situation. The duty officer reported the scanner detected energy fluctuations near the asteroid belt ahead, suspected of a fleet passing through. The report from the duty officer instantly heightened the tension in the command cabin. Li Hao furrowed his brow, contemplating the potential implications of this situation. Zhang Yu and other personnel quickly took their positions, awaiting Li Hao's next command. Li Hao decisively ordered command the fleet to approach and maintain vigilance. He understood that in the universe, any unknown energy fluctuation could signal potential danger. The fleet must remain highly alert and ready to respond to any unexpected situations. The Dawn fleet swiftly adjusted its course towards the asteroid belt. The crew on the bridge closely monitored various instruments and displays, anxiously searching for possible threats. As the fleet gradually approached the asteroid belt, the intensity of the energy fluctuations increased. A sense of unease surged in Li Hao's heart as he realized that there might be unknown dangers ahead. Reinitiate the detector and conduct a comprehensive scan of the asteroid belt, Li Hao commanded. The detector emitted powerful energy waves, meticulously probing the asteroid belt. Moments later, the detector's screen displayed some unusual signals. Li Hao leaned closer to the screen, carefully observing these signals, trying to discern clues from them. At that moment, a powerful energy beam shot out from the asteroid belt, heading straight for the Dawn fleet. Li Hao immediately ordered the activation of the star shield and commanded the fleet to maneuver. The energy beam struck the fleet's star shield, causing a violent tremor. Li Hao gripped the armrests of the command chair, tightly stabilizing himself. Report on the damage. Li Hao shouted. The star shield's energy has decreased by 20, but no substantial damage has been caused, a crew member reported. Li Hao sighed in relief, thankful that the fleet's star shield was strong enough to withstand this attack. Analyze the source and nature of the energy beam, Li Hao commanded. The crew quickly conducted an analysis of the energy beam, arriving at a conclusion shortly thereafter. The energy beam originates from an unknown warship within the asteroid belt. Its energy output is very powerful, likely from a laser main cannon, the analyst reported. Li Hao stared intently at the trajectory of the energy beam displayed on the screen, quietly considering countermeasures. Faced with such a powerful laser main cannon, they could not confront it head-on and must adopt flexible tactics. Order the fleet to scatter and evade the energy beam's attack. Li Hao decisively issued the command. The warships of the Dawn fleet quickly spread out, forming a loose formation. This reduced the risk of concentrated attacks from the energy beam, while also complicating the enemy's targeting. Upon seeing the Dawn fleet disperse, the enemy realized they could no longer concentrate their fire to eliminate them and prepared to close in for an attack. Li Hao discerned the enemy's intentions, knowing that close-quarters combat would be even more intense and perilous. All ships maintain formation and prepare to engage the enemy. Li Hao's voice resonated through the fleet's communication channel. Activate the close-range defense systems. The warships of the Dawn fleet swiftly adjusted their positions, ready to welcome the enemy's close-range assault. The star shields were raised to maximum power to withstand potential attacks. The enemy's warships quickly approached their weapon systems, charging up, preparing to launch an attack. Li Hao stared intently at the enemy vessels displayed on the screen, pondering strategies to counter them. Commander, all enemy warships have emerged, and we have them all locked on, reported a fire control officer. Good opportunity. Order the fleet to fire all main cannons. The main cannons of the Dawn fleet unleashed beams of light, targeting all visible enemy ships, instantly illuminating the starry sky as if it were daytime. Under the barrage of formidable firepower, the enemy ships sustained severe damage in an instant. Continue the attack. Do not give the enemy a chance to breathe. The warships of the Dawn Fleet kept firing with beams of light, scything through the enemy vessels like a grim reaper, harvesting lives. Under the ferocious assault of the Dawn Fleet, the enemy began to crumble. Some enemy ships attempted to flee, but were systematically destroyed by the pursuing firepower of the Dawn Fleet. Report to the commander, we have spotted an enemy ship trying to escape into the distance. One of the crew members reported. Li Hao furrowed his brow, saying there's still a fish that got away. He looked at the distance displayed on the scanner, hesitating momentarily. Commander, should we pursue? Asked a crew member. Li Hao pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Forget it, do not chase a desperate enemy. We have already achieved victory in this battle, there's no need to take risks by pursuing. The crew member nodded. Understood, Commander. So what shall we do now? Conduct a full power scan of the nearby battlefield. If it's safe, let the rookie mecha soldiers go down to clean up the battlefield. The crew members immediately got busy activating the scanning equipment on the warship. Soon the scanning results came in. Report to the commander, no enemy ships or danger signals detected in the nearby battlefield. Excellent. Let the mecha soldiers depart in squads to clean up the battlefield. Yes, Commander. The crew members promptly conveyed the orders. The mecha squad members quickly donned their mechas and entered the launch bay. With a rumble, the mecha squad was launched onto the battlefield. These rookie mecha soldiers had just joined the Dawn Fleet. Although they lacked extensive combat experience, they were brimming with enthusiasm and courage. They cautiously searched the battlefield, collecting debris from enemy vessels and spoils of war. After several hours of effort, the mecha squad finally completed their task of cleaning the battlefield. They had gathered a substantial amount of enemy ship wreckage and spoils. Well done, rookies. Li Hao expressed his praise to the mecha squad members through the communicator. Your performance was outstanding, and I am proud of you. Hearing the commanders praise the mecha squad members were filled with joy and pride. They understood that this was an essential path for their growth. Only through continuous effort and combat could they become true warriors. After cleaning the battlefield, Li Hao ordered the fleet to continue heading towards the base star. At that moment, Zhang Yu approached to report. Based on the information recovered from the wreckage, it should be pirates from the Endless Sea. From the data in their Starbrain storage, it appears to align with the intel provided by the Black Rose leader last time. The pirates intended to ambush us, but they underestimated our strength this time. They probably didn't know we upgraded our warships. The escaping pirate ships were currently embroiled in a heated argument among several leaders. One pirate leader exclaimed, "Who provided this intel? This is hardly a newly formed fleet." Blackbeard replied, "Indeed, the flagship is that massive Invincible. You can't be serious. There are 3 heavy cruiser flagships and 10 cruisers in their fleet. Are we insane? We were taken out in an encounter in an instant." Blackbeard said, "I saw that one of the flagships belongs to the Royal Legion. Is it possible our information was leaked and the Dawn Fleet sought aid from the Empire? There seemed to indeed be a Royal Legion fleet among them. I noticed some cruisers with golden paint," the leader of the Skull Pirate group remarked. The pirate leaders exchanged glances filled with confusion and fear. They had initially thought this would be an easy ambush, but did not expect to encounter such a formidable fleet. After several days of sailing, the Dawn Fleet returned to the base Star Valley base, bringing back 15,000 mecha soldiers from this trip to the central continent. Upon returning to the base, Li Hao discovered that the existing facilities could not accommodate so many soldiers. What's going on here? Li Hao frowned. Commander, when we built the base, it was designed for 10,000 personnel. Given the current situation, the base needs to be expanded by double to accommodate this many people, a staff officer replied. We can first set up some temporary tents outside the base to house these mecha soldiers for the time being, suggested another staff officer. Li Hao nodded. That's a plan, but it's only a temporary solution. We still need to expand the base as soon as possible. We can use the existing engineering robots to build it, and then procure another batch of robots to return. Commander, we can utilize the mountains and valleys surrounding the base to excavate caves and build an underground base. This would save space and enhance the base's defensive capabilities, an officer suggested. That's a good idea, but excavating caves requires a significant amount of manpower and resources. We currently don't have that many robots, do we? Commander, we can have the mecha soldiers operate the mechas themselves. They are all rigorously trained, and digging caves is not a challenge for them, the officer stated. All right, let's proceed with that. You immediately organize personnel to begin excavating the caves. Yes, Commander. The officer promptly took action. Under the officer's organization, 15,000 mecha soldiers were divided into several small groups to start excavating the caves. They utilized their laser guns and drills to carve out massive caves on both sides of the mountains and valleys. After 10 days of effort, the excavation work was finally completed. Li Hao led the staff officers into the cave to check the conditions inside. Not bad, these caves are spacious enough, we should be able to accommodate all the mecha soldiers without issue. Li Hao said with satisfaction. The commander said we can build some living and training facilities in the cave for the mecha soldiers to live and train here. A staff officer replied, yes, organize the personnel immediately. If anything is needed, they can go directly to procure it. Under the staff officer's organization, the mecha soldiers began constructing living and training facilities in the cave. They utilized the tools and materials at hand to build dormitories, a cafeteria, a bathroom, a medical room, a training room, and other facilities. While Li Hao was inspecting the cave, Zhang Yu hurried over to report, just now a soldier was digging in the rear mountain range when the mecha was interfered with by a mysterious energy and is now trapped inside it. Send someone for rescue immediately. Zhang Yu nodded, I have already sent someone over, but that mysterious energy is very strong and our equipment cannot get close. Li Hao's heart sank. Will this energy harm the soldiers? Zhang Yu expressed his concern. It is still unclear, but the soldiers' vital signs are relatively stable. As they spoke, the two hurried to the construction site. When they arrived, the engineering team was trying various methods, but none were effective. Li Hao looked at the soldier trapped in the mecha, feeling anxious. Commander, what should we do now? Zhang Yu asked. Li Hao took a deep breath. It seems we can only use the most primitive method to pull him out with ropes. He turned to the soldiers behind him and said, get ready, let's pull the mecha out together. The soldiers responded enthusiastically, working together to finally pull the mecha out of the cave. Li Hao immediately ordered the rescue of the soldier from the mecha and sent him to the medical room for examination. After examination, the soldier was found to be physically unharmed, only somewhat frightened. Fortunately, nothing is wrong. He turned to look at the mecha, filled with confusion. What exactly is this mysterious energy? Why did it appear here? He carefully put on a nano-combat suit and cautiously entered the cave. Deep inside the cave, he discovered several energy crystals. These crystals emitted a faint glow resembling treasures from the universe. Li Hao stared at the crystals before him, filled with bewilderment and curiosity. He cautiously approached the crystals with the energy detector he had brought, and the detector immediately exploded with readings. This made him realize that these crystals contained an extraordinarily powerful energy, far beyond his imagination. Such powerful energy. Li Hao was deeply shocked. He estimated that this type of energy crystal might be a very precious resource. If it were confirmed that this crystal was an energy block, it could also pose great danger. If mishandled, it could lead to disaster. He decided to bring the crystals back to the base. He carefully placed the crystals into a specially designed container and then returned to the base with it. Upon returning to the base, Li Hao immediately gathered several engineers responsible for energy sources to study the crystals. After some research, they discovered that the crystals contained a very powerful energy. Li Hao was overjoyed. This is a major discovery. One engineer said, just now we connected this energy block to a mecha, and after testing, the weapon's attack power increased by 30 and its endurance improved by 50. Hearing the engineer's words, Li Hao's determination to utilize the crystals to enhance combat effectiveness grew stronger. He immediately ordered the engineers to continue researching the crystals and to find a way to apply them to mechas and warships as soon as possible. In the following days, the engineers worked tirelessly on their research. They continuously conducted experiments and tests, attempting to find the best application plan. After numerous attempts, they finally succeeded in applying the crystals to both mechas and warships. Li Hao and Zhang Yu understood the importance of this discovery. They knew that this new energy block would bring them a tremendous advantage. The energy density of this energy block is extremely high. A small energy block can provide powerful propulsion for a mecha or warship, granting it longer endurance and greater combat strength. However, they also clearly understood that if this news leaked, it would cause a huge uproar. Other forces would surely covet this energy block and attempt to seize control of it. Zhang Yu must ensure that the news of this energy block does not leak. Li Hao said with a serious expression. Zhang Yu nodded. I understand, Commander. We will take strict measures to protect this secret. His face revealed a determined expression. He knew they must take all necessary measures to safeguard this energy block. Let's arrange for some brothers from the guard battalion to seal off this area and see if we can find a way for robots to enter and mine it. He knew they had to act quickly to secure the area and prevent others from entering. To ensure the safety of the energy block, Li Hao and Zhang Yu decided to implement a series of confidentiality measures. They strengthened security measures at the research laboratory, adding more guards and surveillance equipment, allowing only personnel who passed strict screening to enter. Additionally, Li Hao and Zhang Yu decided to strictly control the application of the energy blocks. They only applied the energy blocks to the most critical mechas and warships. They also established strict usage regulations, allowing the energy blocks to be used only when necessary to avoid unnecessary waste and exposure. Through this incident with the energy mine, Li Hao discovered that this planet was not as simple as they initially understood. When they first arrived, they had only conducted preliminary scans with the mecha's detectors, and the discovery of this energy mine made him realize that there might be many unknown secrets hidden on this planet. Li Hao decided to organize a scientific expedition team to explore this planet more thoroughly. He selected some experienced engineers and some brave warriors to form an elite team. In the following days, the members of the scientific expedition team performed their respective duties, working closely together to carry out a series of surveys and research. They traversed dense forests, climbed steep peaks, and delved into deep caves, conducting a comprehensive exploration of the planet. During the exploration, the scientific research team discovered numerous precious resources and peculiar creatures. They found a type of, or with an exceptionally high density, the hardness of which they had never encountered before. They also discovered several relatively rare and highly valued, or veins. After a period of investigation and research, the team finally completed their mission and returned to the base with samples. Upon learning that the scientific research team had returned, Li Hao immediately engaged them in a deep discussion. The team reported in detail on the conditions of the ore veins they discovered during their survey, including the location, scales, and preliminary analysis results. Li Hao listened attentively to the team's report and carefully reviewed the relevant materials and maps they had brought back. He developed a keen interest in these ore veins, understanding that resources were essential for the development of the 13th Legion. Thus, he prepared to exploit these resources himself. After over 10 days of field investigation, Li Hao found that the reserves of these mines were substantial and the ores produced were scarce and valuable in the market. Li Hao decided to develop the ores himself. He contacted Wang Lei's father to inquire about procuring the equipment needed for mining. Upon learning that Li Hao needed mining equipment, Wang Lei's father immediately understood that Li Hao had discovered ore veins. He knew that Li Hao would entrust him with the sales of the extracted ores, which would yield significant returns. Therefore, he agreed to help Li Hao procure the necessary equipment and provide technical support for mining. With Wang Lei's father's assistance, Li Hao quickly procured a batch of advanced mining equipment, including drilling machines, excavators, and loaders. The arrival of this equipment marked a significant step forward in Li Hao's mining plans. After the equipment arrived, Li Hao called Zhang Yu. "I am preparing to develop these mines, and now that the equipment has arrived, arrange for 2 teams to be stationed at each mine to take turns guarding them. We should also send all those pirate captives to the mines. It's time for them to prove their worth." Zhang Yu nodded, understanding Li Hao's intentions. Though these pirate captives were once their enemies, they could now provide labor and contribute to the development of the mines. Thus, Zhang Yu began to arrange personnel. He selected some experienced soldiers to form several teams, which were dispatched to various mine sites. Each team was equipped with adequate weapons and gear to ensure they could handle any unexpected situations. Meanwhile, Zhang Yu also brought the pirate captives to the mine. Initially, these captives were somewhat reluctant, but under Zhang Yu's threats and incentives, they ultimately complied with the arrangements. After half a month of mining, Li Hao finally witnessed the first batch of ore being excavated from the ground. These ores shimmered with a mysterious glow, filling Li Hao with joy and anticipation. He carefully observed these ores and found their quality to be exceptionally high, even better than he had previously expected. After confirming the mine's stable output, Li Hao returned to the valley base, witnessing the significant changes it had undergone. Once a rudimentary camp, the valley base had now developed into a well-equipped and fully functional comprehensive facility. Entering the command center of the base, Li Hao saw the large screen displaying real-time monitoring and various data reports. Just as he was about to check the latest production data, Zhang Yu approached and saluted him. "Commander, we have important information to report to you," Zhang Yu said. Li Hao turned around, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. He knew that Zhang Yu must have some significant news to share. "What is it?" Li Hao inquired. "We have located the base of the Blackbeard pirates." "That's great," Li Hao exclaimed. "How did you find their base?" "By analyzing the activity patterns of the pirate group, we discovered that they frequently lingered around a small asteroid belt. We deployed a reconnaissance team to conduct a detailed survey of this asteroid belt and ultimately located their base." "Good job you all did," Li Hao said. "Next, prepare yourselves. We aim to eliminate the Blackbeard pirates in one fell swoop." Li Hao decided to mobilize the entire Dawn fleet to surround the Blackbeard pirates base. Before departure, he convened the fleet's commanders for a strategic deployment meeting. During the strategic meeting, Li Hao introduced the current intelligence regarding the Blackbeard pirates base and its defensive structures. He pointed out that the Blackbeard pirates base was situated within a small asteroid belt surrounded by numerous asteroids and meteors, making it quite challenging for the fleet to launch an attack. To breach the defenses of the Blackbeard pirates, it was ultimately decided to adopt a strategy of dividing forces to strike simultaneously. He divided the fleet into 3 parts, launching attacks on the Blackbeard pirates base from different directions. The first part, led by Li Hao himself aboard the Invincible along with 4 cruisers, was responsible for the frontal assault on the Blackbeard pirates base. The second part, led by Zhang Yu with 2 heavy cruisers and 4 cruisers, would attack from the side. The third part, consisting of the remaining cruisers and destroyers, would provide support and cover from the rear. At the end of the meeting, Li Hao emphasized the importance and danger of this campaign. He insisted that all commanders must strictly adhere to orders with no room for negligence or mistakes. He also encouraged the soldiers to bravely confront the enemy fighting for the safety and peace of the galaxy. After the meeting, the fleet began intense preparations. The soldiers inspected the ship's weapons and equipment, ensuring they were in top condition. The fleet's engineers also conducted final repairs and maintenance on the ships to prevent any malfunctions during battle. After several days of travel through space, the fleet finally reached the Blackbeard pirates' base. Li Hao observed the base through a telescope, feeling a sense of astonishment. The Blackbeard pirates' base was even larger than he had imagined, surrounded by numerous defensive structures and turrets appearing very formidable. Li Hao took a deep breath and then issued the command to attack. The warships of the fleet began to accelerate, charging towards the base of the Blackbeard pirate group. In front of the fleet was the first group of warships led by Li Hao, arranged in a triangular formation as they launched a fierce assault on the Blackbeard pirate group's base. Attention, all ships proceed according to the predetermined plan. Li Hao commanded through the communicator. The first group of the fleet, consisting of the Invincible and 4 cruisers, swiftly advanced towards the Blackbeard pirate group's base. Li Hao clenched his fists, silently praying in his heart. He knew that a frontal assault would be the most difficult, yet also the most critical. Meanwhile, the second group of the fleet, led by Zhang Yu, was quietly approaching the side of the base. Their task was to launch an attack from the side to disrupt the pirate group's defensive arrangements. In the rear, the third group of the fleet, composed of the remaining cruisers and destroyers, remained vigilant, ready to provide support and cover at any moment. As the first group of the fleet approached the base, the defensive fortifications and turrets of the Blackbeard pirate group began to open fire, shooting lasers and shells towards the fleet's warships. The fleet's warships did not back down. They activated their star shields and fired their own lasers and shells in return. In an instant, the space was filled with the brilliance of lasers and shells, resembling a splendid fireworks display. Li Hao stared intently at the data on the screen, directing the fleet to evade and counterattack. Under his command, the Invincible deftly dodged the enemy's attacks while continuously firing back. In the fierce battle, the first group of the fleet gradually closed in on the base. Li Hao noticed that the enemy's defenses had shown some cracks and decisively issued the order to charge. The Invincible and the cruisers accelerated forward, charging towards the enemy's defenses. Under their relentless attack, the enemy's fortifications began to collapse and a breach appeared at the front of the base. "Charge in!" Li Hao shouted. The Invincible and the cruisers surged through the breach, heading into the interior of the base. Behind them, the second group of the fleet also successfully broke through the enemy's side defenses, joining forces with the first group. Inside the pirate base, Blackbeard stood on the command platform, his face stern as he ordered the pirates to organize their defense. His eyes revealed a fierce and decisive glare that sent shivers down one's spine. "Brothers, the Dawn fleet has breached our defenses. Everyone grab your weapons and stop them from entering the base. I command you to split into 3 groups, 1 to defend the main entrance, 1 to defend the side, and 1 to defend the rear entrance. We must keep the Dawn fleet out." Upon hearing Blackbeard's orders, the pirates sprang into action, grabbing their weapons and rushing to their posts, ready to face the Dawn fleet's assault. Just then, a pirate rushed in to report, "Boss, the vanguard of the Dawn fleet has reached the main entrance of the base, and our defense forces have already engaged them." Blackbeard nodded and said, "Tell the brothers to hold their positions and not let the Dawn fleet breach our defenses." After the 2 fleets converged, they finally broke through the Blackbeard pirate group's defensive fortifications, entering the airspace above the base. Li Hao stood in the command cabin of the Invincible, his gaze resolutely fixed on the base below. "Order the mecha units to deploy, prepare for landing." Li Hao issued the command through the communicator. With his orders, the doors of the Invincible and other warships slowly opened, and tens of thousands of mechas were deployed like raindrops. These mechas shimmered with metallic luster, appearing particularly dazzling under the sunlight. The mecha units formed combat formations in the air, heading towards the base. Their speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye they reached the airspace above the base. Under Li Hao's command, the mecha units began a carpet bombing of the base. Lasers and missiles were fired from the mecha's weapon systems, illuminating the entire sky. The pirates inside the base were caught off guard by this sudden attack, scrambling to hide in shelters and defensive fortifications, attempting to evade the mecha units' assault. However, the mecha units provided them no respite. They nimbly maneuvered in the air, continuously attacking targets within the base. Some mechas even landed directly on the rooftops of the base, conducting close-range attacks on the pirates inside. Under the intense assault of the mecha units, the defensive fortifications within the base began to crumble, buildings were destroyed, and flames spread throughout the base. Blackbeard watched the battlefield scene through the monitors. When he saw the Dawn fleet deploying tens of thousands of mechas, his face turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He realized that his situation was dire and further resistance would be futile. "Boss, what do we do now?" a pirate asked in panic. Blackbeard gritted his teeth and said, "We can't just sit here and wait to die, we must escape." Saying this, he led a few trusted followers towards the secret passage of the base. This passage had been specifically constructed during the base's construction, known only to him and a few trusted confidants. Blackbeard and his companions raced along the passage until they finally reached its end. Here lay a fast shuttle ship that he had purchased at a high price. He and his subordinates quickly boarded the shuttle, preparing to flee from the pirate base that was about to be captured by the Dawn fleet. "Hurry, start the engines," Blackbeard shouted. His subordinates immediately sprang into action, and the shuttle's engines emitted a deep rumble as it slowly left the passage. Blackbeard sat in the captain's seat, letting out a sigh of relief. As long as he left this base, he would have a chance to escape the pursuit of the Dawn fleet. "Boss, where do we go now?" one of the subordinates asked. "To the Alliance galaxy, where our people are still located," Blackbeard replied. The shuttle accelerated forward, soon leaving the vicinity of the pirate base. Blackbeard looked out at the starry sky, his heart filled with emotion. He had once been one of the most powerful pirates in this galaxy, but now he had to flee like a stray dog. "Boss, there's a fleet ahead, what should we do?" one subordinate said in panic. Blackbeard felt a heavy weight in his heart, knowing that encountering other fleets at this moment was not a good sign. He took a deep breath to calm himself and said, "Do not panic, let's see what kind of fleet they are." His subordinates hurriedly busied themselves using the shuttle's detectors to observe the fleet ahead. After a while, one of them reported, "Boss, it's the Dawn fleet." Upon hearing this news, Blackbeard's heart sank. The Dawn fleet had come prepared to attack his base, and there was even an ambushing fleet behind them, cutting off his escape route. "Prepare for battle," Blackbeard said solemnly. His subordinates picked up their weapons, ready to engage in a desperate fight with the Dawn fleet. However, just as they were about to launch their attack, a massive fleet suddenly appeared behind the Dawn fleet, opening fire on them. Blackbeard and his subordinates were taken aback, unsure of where this fleet had come from or why they were attacking the Dawn fleet. "What is going on?" one of the subordinates asked. Blackbeard furrowed his brows, thought for a moment, and then said, "No matter, let's see how it unfolds first." The rear division of the Dawn fleet had been ambushed here in an orderly manner, but this sudden attack shattered the tranquility. In an instant, countless beams of laser and missiles rained down, striking the warships of the Dawn fleet. The division commander shouted orders in the command cabin, attempting to stabilize the situation. "Activate the star shield," the commander shouted. "The star shield is damaged and cannot be fully activated," a crew member reported. "Activate the energy shield," the commander ordered. "Energy shield is being activated," replied the crew member. The commander's brow was tightly furrowed. He knew time was running out. He glanced at the display showing the fleet's losses, filled with anxiety and concern. "Contact Commander Lee, inform him we are under attack by an unidentified fleet and request assistance," the commander commanded. The communications officer immediately executed the order, trying to contact headquarters. However, in this chaotic battlefield, the communication signals were severely disrupted, making it difficult to reach the outside. "Report to the commander, we cannot establish contact with headquarters," the communications officer said anxiously. "Continue trying to contact them. All warships adjust their defensive formations, activate all shields, and prepare to counterattack," the commander ordered. The fleet's warships began to adjust their formations, preparing to face the next wave of enemy attacks. At the same time, the gunners were also nervously preparing, aiming their artillery at the enemy fleet, waiting for the commander's orders. "Report to the commander, the enemy fleet is approaching us," the radar officer reported. The commander nodded, clenching his fists tightly. "Everyone attention, prepare to fire," the commander ordered. At his command, the fleet's warships opened fire simultaneously, beams of laser and missiles slicing through the void towards the enemy fleet. The enemy fleet did not back down, either returning fire with equal ferocity. In the fierce exchange of fire, one of the fleet's warships was hit by the enemy's artillery and exploded. A sharp pain shot through the commander's heart. He knew this meant many more crew members had lost their lives. "Do not retreat, continue firing," the commander shouted loudly. The warships of the division continued to attack the enemy fleet, but the sheer numbers of the enemy made their attacks less effective. As the two sides fought fiercely, the rear division of the Dawn fleet engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the massive fleet. Cannons roared and lasers intertwined, the entire battlefield shrouded in explosions and flames. However, amidst this chaos, a figure quietly slipped away from the battlefield. Blackbeard, taking advantage of the fierce battle, piloted his fast ship and stealthily left the battlefield. Blackbeard's fast ship raced through space, a smug smile on his face. Just as the division struggled to hold on, Li Hao led the main fleet of the Dawn fleet to the battlefield. Li Hao looked at the situation on the battlefield, his heart secretly shocked. The enemy fleet was numerous and well-equipped. If it weren't for the soldiers of the division resisting tenaciously, they would have likely been annihilated long ago. Order all warships to prepare for a laser main cannon attack. Li Hao commanded. With his command issued, the main fleet of the Dawn Fleet began to adjust their formations, preparing to attack. Main cannon fully charged, ready to fire. The weapons officer reported. Fire, Li Hao ordered. Beams of laser shot from the main fleet of the Dawn Fleet, illuminating the entire battlefield. The enemy fleet was caught off guard by this sudden attack. Many warships were hit by laser beams and exploded. Seeing the main fleet of the Dawn Fleet arrive at the battlefield, and all of them being cruisers, the unidentified fleet immediately notified all warships to retreat. They knew well the powerful firepower and defensive capabilities of cruisers, and continuing the fight would be an unwise choice. Li Hao stood in the flagship's command cabin, observing the battlefield situation. Order the fleet to pursue the enemy. Do not let them escape easily. The ships of the Dawn Fleet quickly adjusted their course, accelerating to chase the unidentified fleet. Their main cannons fired continuously, launching deadly laser beams at the enemy. Report to the commander, the enemy fleet is dispersing and fleeing. One officer reported to Li Hao. Li Hao frowned. He knew the enemy was trying to reduce losses by dispersing and fleeing. But he also understood that in this endless universe there existed many unknown dangers and powerful forces. This encounter with the unidentified fleet made him deeply realize that they could not blindly pursue the enemy, or they might fall into an even more dangerous situation. After pondering for a moment, he decided to give up the chase. Cease pursuit first, clear the battlefield, and rescue the survivors. Li Hao issued the order, his voice echoing in the command cabin. The warships of the Dawn Fleet began to slow down, turning towards the battlefield. One by one, the cruisers released small rescue boats heading towards the damaged warships and the escape pods floating in space. Li Hao stood at the window of the command cabin, watching the progress of the rescue operation. His heart was filled with contradictions and worries. On one hand, he knew that rescuing survivors was their responsibility, and every life deserved respect and salvation. On the other hand, he feared that the enemy might take the opportunity to launch a counterattack, causing greater losses to the fleet. Commander, the detector has detected extremely strong energy fluctuations nearby, possibly the enemy's reinforcements, an officer suddenly reported. Li Hao's brows were tightly furrowed. He knew the situation had become more complicated. If the enemy's reinforcements arrived, they would find themselves in an even more dangerous predicament. Order the fleet to increase vigilance and prepare for possible attacks. Li Hao decisively issued the command. The Dawn Fleet's warships swiftly adjusted their formations, forming a defensive circle. The main and secondary cannons were aimed at the direction where enemies might appear, ready to fire at any moment. Meanwhile, the rescue operation was also proceeding urgently. Rescue boats navigated through the battlefield, bringing survivors aboard the warships one by one. Medical personnel were busy providing aid, striving to save every single life. Time ticked by, and Li Hao's mood grew increasingly tense. He had no idea when the enemy's reinforcements would appear, nor whether they could withstand the enemy's assault. At that moment, a communications officer shouted, "Commander, the enemy has sent a communication request." Li Hao was momentarily taken aback, then commanded, "Put it through." On the large screen in the command cabin appeared an unfamiliar face. The individual was a man dressed in the Imperial Army uniform, exuding an air of authority and confidence. The man stood tall and straight, his gaze piercing as if it could penetrate the screen, and stared directly into Li Hao's heart. Li Hao refused to be outdone. He straightened his back and returned a firm gaze. "I am Huangpu Tianming, the commander of the Imperial 9th Legion's expansion fleet." The man introduced himself, his voice deep and powerful, filled with the decisiveness and determination of a soldier. Li Hao nodded slightly and replied, "I am Li Hao, the commander of the Imperial 13th Legion's Dawn Fleet." His voice was calm and confident, reflecting his steadiness and composure as a commander. Huangpu Tianming regarded Li Hao with a glimmer of appreciation. It was commendable for someone so young to be a fleet commander. He must possess exceptional qualities. Huangpu Tianming said, "I came here after receiving intelligence that pirates were gathering near the Endless Sea, so I wanted to check the situation." "Commander Huangpu, you arrived late. We just encountered the pirates, but they have already been defeated by us." Huangpu Tianming was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Li Hao with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He did not expect Li Hao to defeat the pirates so quickly. These pirates were not ordinary. They were powerful interstellar pirates from nearby star systems, and this time multiple groups of pirates had united. "Do you know why they came here?" Huangpu Tianming asked. Li Hao smiled slightly and replied, "Our fleet is here to eliminate the Blackbeard pirate group. They are likely here to provide support." "What is the status of the battle? Did you suffer heavy losses?" Huangpu Tianming inquired. "We breached the Blackbeard's pirate base, but Blackbeard managed to escape during the chaos. We destroyed over a dozen large warships of the pirate coalition, but many smaller ships managed to flee. Your fleet is impressive. You actually breached the Blackbeard's pirate base. Although Blackbeard escaped, such an achievement is still commendable, Huangpu Tianming remarked. Since the pirates have fled, we should return. Until we meet again, Huangpu Tianming continued. Li Hao watched as the communication was cut off, pondering whether Huangpu Tianming was a relative of General Huangpu Hao. Given Huangpu Tianming's age, he likely wasn't much older than Li Hao. Li Hao decided not to dwell on this for now. His current task was to quickly clean up the battlefield. Zhang Yu approached Li Hao and reported, "Commander, the starry battlefield has been cleared and all surviving brothers have been rescued. Over 1800 pirates were captured. However, one of our rearguard cruisers was lost to a self-destruct and 4 destroyers are now unusable. The worst part is that all officers and soldiers aboard the cruiser perished." Listening to Zhang Yu's report, Li Hao felt immense sorrow. It had been a brutal battle. While they achieved victory, it came at a great cost. After a moment of silence, he said, "Make a list of the names of the fallen brothers. We must hold a grand funeral for them." Zhang Yu nodded and then asked, "Commander, what should we do now?" Li Hao thought for a moment and replied, "Take the captives back to the base." "Has the cleanup of the Blackbeard pirate group's base been completed?" Zhang Yu replied, "It's been cleared. We found a large quantity of energy crystals and weaponry, but we did not locate Blackbeard's storeroom at this base. He likely did not store the plundered goods here." "What about the capture of Blackbeard's pirate ship?" Zhang Yu responded, "We launched a strong assault. Many of his pirate ships were destroyed under our concentrated fire in space, but only Blackbeard's flagship, a heavy cruiser, remained intact at the base." After the fleet completed the battlefield cleanup, Li Hao ordered a return to base. He stood on the bridge of the Invincible, gazing at the pirate base outside, a surge of intense unwillingness swelling within him. This base was an important stronghold for the pirates. If it was not completely destroyed, they would likely return, continuing their nefarious activities. "Aim the 2 annihilation cannons of the Invincible at the pirate base at full power," Li Hao commanded. "Fire." With his order, the 2 annihilation cannons of the Invincible emitted dazzling beams of light, and 2 powerful energy beams instantly struck the pirate base. The base erupted in a violent explosion under the impact of the energy beams, splintering into numerous chunks of debris drifting in space. "Captain, we have completed the mission. Can we return home?" an officer asked. Li Hao nodded and said, "All right, inform the fleet to prepare for the return journey." The fleet began to slowly turn around, heading back in the direction they came from. Li Hao stood on the bridge of the Invincible, gazing at the starry sky outside, lost in thought. Although the operation against the Blackbeard pirate group was a victory, it deeply made him realize that the issue of pirates in the universe remained severe. They had destroyed Blackbeard's lair, but that did not mean the pirate threat was over. Other pirate groups might still rise. "Commander, General Huangpu from the military department is on the line." An officer approached Li Hao to report. Li Hao frowned, slightly puzzled about why General Huangpu would contact him at this moment. He took the communicator from the officer and pressed the answer button. "Li Hao, your performance in this operation has been outstanding. The military department is very pleased with your performance." The voice of General Huangpu came from the communicator. Li Hao thought to himself that the battle had just ended. How did the military department know? He frowned and said, "Thank you for the praise, General. Eliminating pirates is our duty." Seeing Li Hao frown, Huangpu smiled and said, "Are you wondering how we found out so quickly?" Li Hao nodded but did not speak. "Don't overthink it. Didn't you encounter Huangpu Tianming from the 9th Legion? He is my grandson, and he reported your actions this time. How were the casualties?" Huangpu explained. "I see. The elimination of the Blackbeard pirate group was achieved at the cost of the lives of the soldiers of the 13th Legion. Our Dawn fleet lost a cruiser and 5 destroyers, and the cruisers suffered a catastrophic explosion, resulting in the sacrifice of over 2,000 officers and men with no survivors." "How could the cruiser suffer a catastrophic explosion? How did this happen?" asked several senior military officials behind Huangpu. Li Hao replied, "This cruiser was a retired ship we captured from the pirates, restored after modifications. It was originally intended to serve as a rear guard, but we did not expect the pirate coalition's rescue to occur. By the time the main fleet arrived, it had already come under concentrated fire from the pirate coalition." "This is a painful victory," Huangpu sighed. "But war is inherently cruel, and we must bear such costs. The fallen soldiers are heroes of the Empire, and their names will be etched in the annals of history." Li Hao nodded, silently filled with sorrow. "We have already reported your fleet's situation to His Majesty, and the military will commend you. The compensation for the sacrificed brothers will be arranged by the military, so you can rest assured." "Thank you, generals. I express my gratitude on behalf of the sacrificed brothers." A few days later, the Dawn fleet returned to the base Star Valley base. Li Hao gazed at the familiar starry sky. This mission had come at a tremendous cost, yet they had achieved a glorious victory. All of this was thanks to the efforts and sacrifices of the entire crew of the 13th Legion's Dawn fleet. Upon returning to the base, Li Hao's first task was to erect a monument for the fallen soldiers. He personally selected the site on a small hill near the base, erecting a tall monument. The monument bore the names and deeds of the fallen soldiers along with the details and significance of this mission. On the day the monument was completed, Li Hao led all the crew members of the fleet to stand solemnly before it, paying their respects to the fallen soldiers. Li Hao delivered a speech stating, "Brothers, today we establish this monument for the fallen soldiers to ensure that their names and deeds are forever engraved in our hearts. They are our heroes, our pride. We must take them as our examples and carry on their spirit." All the crew members expressed their determination not to let down the expectations of the fallen soldiers and to resolutely complete their tasks. One day, Li Hao received an urgent order from the military command requesting him to lead the Dawn Fleet to the Imperial capital star. The order did not specify the details of the mission. Li Hao summoned officers, including Zhang Yu, to discuss the return to the Imperial capital star. "We can't all return this time," Li Hao said. "I will take the Invincible and the Starship along with several warships rewarded by His Majesty. This will reduce the fleet's target, while the other warships will remain to guard the base." Zhang Yu and the others nodded in agreement. They understood that Li Hao's decision was for the safety of the entire fleet. After arranging everything, Li Hao set out with the Invincible, the Starship, and a few warships awarded by the Emperor. They proceeded along the planned route, maintaining a high level of vigilance. After several days of sailing, they finally reached the Imperial capital star. As they entered the starport of the Imperial capital star, the military command sent someone to escort Li Hao to the command center. Li Hao did not dare to delay and immediately followed the escort with several trusted officers. Upon arriving at the command center, Li Hao noticed an unusually tense atmosphere. Soldiers were everywhere, armed and alert as though preparing for a great battle. Li Hao's heart tightened, thinking that something significant must have happened. After arriving at the command center, he was taken directly to the conference hall, where he saw it filled with high-ranking military leaders and government officials, making him feel somewhat nervous. His Majesty the Emperor entered the hall amid a throng of attendants. Dressed in a magnificent imperial robe and wearing a crown, he exuded an imposing and solemn presence. The Emperor walked to the center of the podium, surveyed the surroundings, and then began to speak. He first commended Li Hao and the Dawn Fleet for their performance in exterminating the Blackbeard pirate group and destroying their base, stating that it was a great victory that brought honor to the Empire and its people. Then the Emperor announced a decision to promote Li Hao to the rank of Colonel and bestow the title of Hero Fleet upon the Dawn Fleet. This decision was met with enthusiastic applause from the audience, and Li Hao felt extremely excited and honored. The Emperor personally awarded Li Hao his rank and pinned the Colonel insignia on his chest. Subsequently, the Emperor presented the Dawn Fleet with the flag of the Hero Fleet and delivered an impassioned speech. After the awarding ceremony, Li Hao, filled with excitement, first went to Huang Pu Hao's office. Huang Pu Hao was his mentor and friend, as well as an important supporter in his military career. Li Hao gently knocked on the door, and Huang Pu Hao's steady voice came from inside, "Come in." Li Hao opened the door to find Huang Pu Hao sitting at his desk. A look of satisfaction appeared on his face as he said, "Li Hao, congratulations, you have been promoted to colonel." Li Hao smiled shyly and replied, "This is all thanks to your guidance and support. I could not have achieved this without you." Huang Pu Hao waved his hand and said, "This is all your own hard work. I merely provided you with an opportunity. However, do not become complacent. Continue to work hard." Li Hao nodded and said, "I will definitely do so, General." Huang Pu Hao stood up and walked in front of Li Hao, patting his shoulder and saying, "Li Hao, you did well this time. You resolved the Blackbeard pirate group in less than 2 years. Although Blackbeard has escaped, the border star systems should no longer be troubled by pirates. The High Command has decided to strengthen your fleet's capabilities to stabilize the border star systems. This time, a fleet of warships and military supplies will be allocated to your 13th Legion. Let's go to the supply depot to choose the ships." "That's great, General. With the support of the military's warships, our 13th Legion's strength will be greatly enhanced, and we will be able to complete our tasks even better." Huang Pu Hao nodded and said, "Yes, but do not be too happy too soon. The number of warships and supplies is limited, so be mentally prepared for some setbacks." The general exclaimed, "Why do you say that it was allocated by the military?" Huang Pu Hao shook his head and replied, "Are you unaware of the matters concerning your 13th Army Corps? Military supplies are planned each year. Giving you this batch means that another corps will receive less. Do you think they would easily share with you?" Li Hao replied disgruntledly, "I understand, let's see what we can get." Li Hao and Huang Pu Hao arrived at the military supply office, where they were greeted by a lieutenant colonel in charge of supplies. Upon seeing Huang Pu Hao, the lieutenant colonel immediately saluted and welcomed them warmly. "General Huang Pu, hello. Welcome to the military supply office for your inspection," the lieutenant colonel said. Huang Pu Hao nodded and replied, "Hello, Lieutenant Colonel. I am here to bring Commander Li Hao of the 13th Army Corps to select some warships and supplies as per the military's documents. The lieutenant colonel took the document and said, "Understood, General. These are the warships currently available in the supply depot." Li Hao looked at the displayed warships and remarked, "Why are they all decommissioned?" The lieutenant colonel's expression turned awkward at his words, and he explained, "Commander Li, the military has recently updated its supplies. Although these warships are decommissioned, they have all undergone strict inspections and maintenance, and their performance is absolutely reliable." Li Hao frowned. He knew the lieutenant colonel spoke the truth, but he still felt dissatisfied. He glanced at Huang Pu Hao, hoping he would say something. Huang Pu Hao remained silent for a moment and said, "Lieutenant Colonel, we understand the performance of these warships, but what we need are the latest models. These decommissioned vessels cannot meet our demands." The lieutenant colonel replied, "General, I understand your thoughts, but the military's regulations are such, we cannot change them." Hearing this, Li Hao felt somewhat dissatisfied, yet he also knew it was a military regulation that could not be altered. After some thought, he asked, "Lieutenant Colonel, how are the weaponry and defense systems of these warships?" The lieutenant colonel quickly responded, "Commander Li, the weaponry and defense systems of these warships have all been upgraded. They are absolutely brand new." Huang Pu Hao said, "Li Hao, you can choose 1 heavy cruiser flagship and 10 cruisers this time." Li Hao nodded and said, "All right then, let's first take a look at the specifics of these warships." Upon hearing this, the lieutenant colonel sighed with relief and promptly led Li Hao and Huang Pu Hao to view the warships. They arrived at the other side of the depot where several warships were docked. After Li Hao and Huang Pu Hao completed the handover procedures for these warships, Huang Pu Hao remarked, "Not bad, although they are not brand new, they are the latest models." Li Hao nodded, understanding that it was already quite difficult for the military to provide the 13th Army Corps with a fleet of warships. Li Hao was well aware of the difficulties and compromises behind this, and he said to Huang Pu Hao, "General, we will cherish this batch of warships and ensure they serve their maximum purpose. You should go back to the hotel and rest. Once the supplies here are ready, I will send someone to notify you," Huang Pu Hao stated. After leaving the military department, Li Hao checked into a hotel nearby. He contacted Zhang Yu via the Star Network, explaining the situation regarding the military support for the warships. Zhang Yu was very pleased to hear Li Hao's words, as he understood what this batch of warships meant for the 13th Army Corps. "Great. With this batch of warships, the strength of our 13th Army Corps will be greatly enhanced," Zhang Yu said. "Yes, but they are all decommissioned vessels just transferred from other corps," Zhang Yu replied. "Well, you should be content. Each of these warships would sell for tens of billions on the market. Besides, the military has never equipped our 13th Army Corps with warships before." "That's true, but what about the crew for these warships? We probably don't have enough officers to man them, do we?" Li Hao asked. "I will contact Zhongzhou now to see if the dean can help us find a solution," Zhang Yu said. Just then a gentle knock echoed at the hotel room door while Li Hao was talking to Zhang Yu. Li Hao frowned slightly, feeling puzzled. He had no acquaintances here. Who could it be visiting him? He opened the door to find a young and beautiful female officer standing at the entrance. She wore a splendid palace uniform, her figure graceful and her demeanor elegant. The female officer smiled gently upon seeing Li Hao and respectfully bowed, saying, "Colonel Li Hao, His Majesty requests your presence." Li Hao was taken aback. The emperor wanted to see him. What was going on? Although he was the fleet commander of the 13th Army Corps, he was still just an ordinary soldier. How could he suddenly be summoned by the emperor? A luxurious flying car was parked at the hotel entrance. The female officer guided Li Hao into the vehicle, which then slowly drove toward the palace. Sitting in the flying car, Li Hao felt anxious and uneasy. He did not know why the emperor wanted to summon him, nor what awaited him. After about half an hour, the flying car finally arrived at the palace gates. The female officer led Li Hao out of the vehicle and into the palace. The palace was heavily guarded with soldiers on duty and patrolling guards everywhere. The female officer led Li Hao through several palace gates until they finally reached the emperor's study. The female officer asked Li Hao to wait at the door and then entered the study herself. After a while, she came out and said, "Colonel Li Hao, His Majesty requests you." Li Hao took a deep breath and followed the female officer into the study. The room was lavishly decorated, adorned with golden and brilliant decorations and precious artifacts. The emperor sat on the dragon throne, smiling as he looked at Li Hao. Li Hao immediately saluted and said, "Li Hao of the Empire's 13th Army Corps Dawn Fleet pays his respects to your Majesty." The emperor returned the salute and said, "Colonel Li, how do you know why I summoned you?" Li Hao shook his head and replied, "I do not know, your Majesty. Li Hao, you are the fleet commander of the 13th Army Corps and also my subject. I have heard that you have achieved great merit in the endless sea, and last time you even saved my 6th princess. I hold you in high esteem, which is why I wanted to meet you." Li Hao quickly replied, "It is our 13th Army Corps duty to guard the border for the Empire. It is our honor to serve your Majesty." The emperor continued, Li Hao, the pirates in the Endless Sea Star region are quite rampant. They frequently attack the Empire's merchant ships, causing significant losses to the Empire's economy. I hope you can lead the 13th Army Corps to eliminate the pirates and protect the people of the Empire. The Emperor continued, your fleet has suffered considerable losses this time. The military will support you with a fleet. I see that the fleet you brought back mainly consists of the warships I rewarded you last time. Therefore, I will provide you with 5 additional cruisers to form a complete fleet and grant your fleet the title of Royal Radiant Fleet. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will serve you faithfully even at the cost of my life. After leaving the palace with the female official, Li Hao took a deep breath, feeling particularly refreshed. He looked up at the sky where the sun shone brightly and fluffy white clouds floated, creating a serene scene. The female official smiled at Li Hao and said, Colonel Li Hao, His Majesty has high hopes for you and wishes for your swift return with victory. Li Hao nodded and replied, Please rest assured I will not fail my mission. The next day, the female official took Li Hao to the royal armory. The armory's architecture was grand and magnificent, with imposing guards at the entrance creating a solemn atmosphere. As Li Hao and the female official entered, they were dazzled by the display of various advanced weapons and equipment. The quartermaster had been waiting for some time, and upon seeing Li Hao, he greeted him with a smile. Colonel Li Hao, welcome to the royal armory. His Majesty has ordered the provision of 5 of the most advanced cruisers for you. These cruisers are equipped with the latest weapon systems and defensive facilities. Li Hao nodded, secretly marveling at the Emperor's generosity and trust in him. He knew these cruisers would be crucial in defeating the pirates. Thank you, Quartermaster, Li Hao said. The Quartermaster smiled and then arranged for the 5 cruisers to be sent to the starport. After merging with the original Dawn fleet, the 5 battleships were all uniformly painted in gold. Anyone unaware would think they were part of the royal fleet. Li Hao instructed the officers of the Dawn fleet to take over this batch of battleships and, in accordance with the fleet name bestowed by the Emperor, changed the hull numbers and system identification codes to Royal Starshine Fleet of the 13th Legion of the Galactic Empire. The flagship was a heavy cruiser, hull number Starshine, equipped with 10 cruisers. 2 days later, Huangpu Hao notified Li Hao to pick up the fleet provided by the military from the armory. At this point, Li Hao was troubled. He did not have enough personnel to operate the battleships. After some thought, he decided to send the fleet personnel to the armory to bring the battleships to the starport. This was a necessary step. Only by concentrating the fleet at the starport could he make better arrangements and deployments. Once the battleships arrived at the starport, Li Hao began to contemplate how to better utilize them. Li Hao gathered the officers of the Dawn fleet to discuss how to return the battleships to the base star. After much discussion, it was determined that the current personnel could only ensure the fleet's return to the base star. However, the fleet had essentially lost its combat capability. Li Hao pondered carefully. If they returned without combat strength through the endless sea border, it would be very unsafe. He inquired whether supplementing with a batch of robots could provide some combat capability. An experienced officer replied, Commander, robots can enhance the fleet's combat capability to a certain extent, but they also have limitations. However, if we can assign some positions to robots, it would free up some personnel to control the weapon systems. Li Hao nodded. Our robots were not a panacea, but in the current situation of insufficient personnel, they could be a solution. At this moment, another officer offered a different view. Commander, I believe we can consider recruiting some volunteers to supplement the fleet's personnel. Although this would require some time and resources for training, they could become our vital force. Li Hao shook his head decisively, saying, We cannot recruit people in the imperial capital. The military would not agree to that. I have already arranged for recruitment from Zhongzhou Star. Now we only need to focus on safely bringing the battleships back. Li Hao thought for a moment and then said, We will first supplement the fleet with a batch of robots. This time, since we are heading to the imperial capital, we can procure more engineering robots to return and build the base. After making his decision, he immediately contacted the robot supplier to inquire whether they could provide multifunctional robots and engineering robots. The supplier replied, Multifunctional robots can be provided immediately, but engineering robots will require some time for production and delivery. Considering the current situation of the fleet, Li Hao decided to first order multifunctional robots and pre-order some engineering robots, requesting the supplier to expedite delivery. After the robots were delivered, Li Hao organized the fleet members to start debugging and programming the robots to adapt them to the fleet's combat needs. Once he finished debugging the robots, he prepared to return to the Endless Sea. This time their fleet would directly pass through the Stargate of the imperial capital, using the hyperspace channel to reach the Endless Sea. As their fleet approached the Stargate, they found a long line of starships queuing to pass through. At that moment, a shuttle flew from the direction of the Stargate and stopped in front of the fleet, conveying a message to Li Hao. Due to a royal fleet passing through the Stargate, there would be temporary control and all ships would be unable to pass. Li Hao felt a surge of dissatisfaction upon hearing this news. He was well aware that the royal family and nobility held certain privileges in this empire, but now to halt all starships, just for one fleet, seemed excessive. He decided to communicate with the people in the shuttle to expedite their passage through the Stargate. Li Hao connected with the communication officer. "Respected officer, I understand the importance of the royal fleet, but we are a military fleet with urgent tasks to fulfill. Can you please make an exception and allow us to pass through the Stargate quickly?" Li Hao said politely. The officer looked at Li Hao and then at the fleet behind him, pondering for a moment. "Respected commander, I understand your situation, but this is an order from above and we must comply. The royal fleet will soon pass through the Stargate, and your fleet can only wait." Li Hao frowned. He knew that arguing with the officer would yield no results. Anger surged within him, but he tried to control his emotions. "Is it only the royal fleet that can pass now, eh?" Li Hao asked angrily. The officer disdainfully replied, "During the control period, only the royal fleet can pass." Li Hao took a deep breath. He knew he had to take action. He issued the order, "Starshine fleet proceed into the Stargate first, and the rest of the fleet will follow." The Stargate officer was about to stop them when he saw the golden royal paint of the leading Starshine fleet. He widened his eyes in disbelief at what he saw. He knew that the royal fleet's paint was unique and could only be used by royal members or fleets specially authorized by the royalty. What is going on here?" the Stargate officer stammered. Li Hao did not answer his question, merely casting a cold glance at him before continuing to command the fleet forward. The Stargate official realized he might have made a grave mistake and immediately contacted his superiors to inquire how to handle the situation. Upon learning of the situation, the superior officials were also greatly surprised. They immediately ordered an investigation into the origins of this fleet and instructed the Stargate official to allow passage. Just as Li Hao's fleet was about to enter the Stargate, a royal fleet began to emerge from within. The commander of the royal fleet spoke to the second prince who was seated nearby, saying, "Your Highness, a fleet of warships is passing through the Stargate." Hearing this, the second prince frowned slightly and looked towards the Stargate. The scale of this fleet was not small, with numerous warships slowly entering. "Did we not notify the Stargate for temporary control?" The fleet commander replied, "We did inform the Stargate management." "Go ask the Stargate management." The second prince inquired, and the fleet commander immediately asked the Stargate management. The Stargate management officials informed that the fleet that just entered was from the Royal Legion. The second prince frowned, feeling puzzled. How could the Royal Legion's fleet suddenly appear here? Moreover, the warships he saw did not belong to the Royal Legion. "Immediately investigate which legion the fleet that just passed belongs to," the second prince ordered. After inquiring, the Stargate management reported it is the Imperial 13th Legion's Royal Star Radiance fleet. The second prince furrowed his brow tightly, growing more suspicious. He had never heard of the Imperial 13th Legion. Moreover, the Royal Legion structure had always consisted of the top 5 legions of the Empire. How could a 13th Legion suddenly appear? The second prince decided to lead his fleet back to the Imperial capital, though he was filled with doubts. He resolved to investigate this mysterious fleet upon his return. After passing through the Stargate, Li Hao led the fleet through several days of navigation and finally returned safely to the base star. Li Hao exited the spaceship, taking a deep breath. "Commander, we have finally returned." An officer stepped forward excitedly, stating. Li Hao returned to the base command center and summoned officers, including Zhang Yu. His face was beaming with excitement, for this time they had not only received support from a fleet in the Imperial capital, but also a reward from His Majesty the Emperor, 5 cruisers. "Everyone, our gains this time can be said to be abundant." Li Hao exclaimed excitedly, "We now possess a Dreadnought, 2 heavy cruiser flagships, plus 1 heavy cruiser captured from Blackbeard, and 1 heavy cruiser equipped by the military, giving us a total of 4 heavy cruisers. We originally had 10 cruisers, lost 1 in battle, leaving us with 9. With the 10 cruisers provided by the military and the 5 awarded by His Majesty, our strength will see a significant enhancement." Zhang Yu stood up and said, "Commander, should we reassign the fleet?" "This is my plan, let's see what you think." Li Hao arranged, "We are now upgrading to a stellar fleet. All our warships will be restructured with the 4 flagships named Starlight, Starshine, Star Radiance, and Phantom." Li Hao decided to divide the fleet into 3 fleets with 5 divisions, each for more flexible missions. The first fleet, Dawn Fleet, will have the Dreadnought as its flagship, equipped with 4 cruisers. The second fleet, Royal Star Radiance Fleet, will have the Star Radiance as its primary flagship, equipped with 5 Royal Cruisers. The Starshine will serve as the secondary flagship, also equipped with 5 Royal Cruisers. The third fleet, Hero Fleet, will have the Starlight as its primary flagship, equipped with 5 cruisers, and the Phantom as its secondary flagship, also equipped with 5 cruisers. After planning the fleet, Li Hao discussed the most crucial issues with Zhang Yu and other officers, namely the officer teams and mecha soldiers for the warships. "Commander, the leaders of the Central State Planet and the Academy have already replied. Zhang Yu said they have expressed their full support for our 13th Legion. The Central State Military Academy has resumed operations, and they have sent a batch of mecha soldiers and warship teams here. Great. Li Hao said, when will this batch of mecha soldiers and warship teams arrive? It is expected to take some time. Zhang Yu replied they need to do some preparations and must pass through the Stargate, so it will take a while. Can we expedite their journey? Li Hao asked. I have already communicated with the Central State side, and they said they would arrange it as soon as possible, Zhang Yu said. However, we cannot rely entirely on them. We also need to find ways to solve some problems ourselves. Do you have any ideas? Li Hao asked. I think we can select some outstanding soldiers from the base to serve as officers on the warships. Zhang Yu said this will enhance our combat power and ensure loyalty to the 13th Legion. Li Hao nodded, realizing that loyalty was indeed an issue he had not paid attention to. All right, let's proceed as you suggested. Looking at Zhang Yu's departing figure, Li Hao felt a surge of confidence. He believed that with everyone's joint efforts, the fleet would surely continue to develop and grow. After the meeting, Li Hao returned to his room preparing to rest when the star brain suddenly emitted a notification sound. He opened it to find a message from the 6th Princess stating that she had arrived at the border star and inquiring about the location of the 13th Legion's base. Li Hao's heart tightened. Why had the 6th Princess suddenly come to the border star? He hurriedly replied, Your Highness, why have you come? The border is still unsafe. You should return to the imperial capital as soon as possible. Moments later, the 6th Princess replied, Tell me immediately where the 13th Legion's base is. I want to see you right away. Li Hao had no choice but to reply, It's a bit far from the border star, and the journey isn't very safe. Please wait at the starport of the border star. I will come to pick you up immediately. After finishing his reply, Li Hao quickly arranged for the Dawn Fleet to head to the border star. After 2 days of navigation, they arrived at the starport of the border star and met the 6th Princess. Your Highness, why have you come? I am here on the orders of my father to inspect the border. The 6th Princess said, I heard that you fought a great victory recently, and my father is very pleased. You returned to the imperial capital for your commendation, but did not come to find me, so I came to find you. Li Hao silently complained, Your Highness, I returned to handle official business, and I will rush back as soon as the matters are completed. All right, I won't pursue it this time. Now please take me to your base. After 2 days of sailing, Li Hao and his team returned to the base in the Valley of the Base Star. The 6th Princess saw that the base star remained a primitive planet with an extremely harsh environment. She frowned and said to Li Hao, are you stationed in such a place? Isn't this too harsh? Your Highness, although the environment here is harsh, the strategic position is of utmost importance. Our 13th Legion's duty is to guard the borders and ensure the safety of the Empire's frontiers. Li Hao showed the 6th Princess around the valley base and introduced her to the situation of the base. After the tour, Li Hao invited the 6th Princess to his office to rest. In the office, the 6th Princess saw a map hanging on the wall marking various regions of the Endless Sea. Li Hao, your living conditions are too harsh. Why don't you stay at the border star? This place is beyond the Empire's territory. The 6th Princess said with emotion. Your Highness, this area is also within the Empire's territory. The Endless Sea is the station of our 13th Legion, and we will restore control here sooner or later. Your Highness, now that your inspection of the base is complete, when do you plan to return? I will arrange for someone to escort you. I never said I was leaving. The 6th Princess said, From today onward, I am also a member of the Empire's 13th Legion. Li Hao was surprised, thinking the 6th Princess was joking, and he stared in disbelief at her. Your Highness, you must be joking. You are the Empire's princess. How can you join our 13th Legion? The 6th Princess smiled slightly and said, I am not joking, Li Hao. Look, this is my father's decree and the military department's document. Li Hao took the document and read it carefully, filled with surprise and confusion. He could not understand why the Emperor would suddenly allow the 6th Princess to join the 13th Legion. Your Highness, why is this? Li Hao asked. You are the Empire's princess, why give up a comfortable life and come to suffer at the border? The 6th Princess smiled slightly and said, Li, how do you know? I have had a dream since I was young to become a hero like my father and contribute to the prosperity and peace of the Empire. Li Hao knew he could not change the 6th Princess' decision at this time and could only agree to let her stay for now. All right, Your Highness. Li Hao said, Since you have made your decision, I will respect your choice. However, in the 13th Legion, you must follow my commands and cannot take risks. The 6th Princess nodded and said, I understand, Commander Li. I will follow your command. After arranging accommodation for the 6th Princess, Li Hao returned to the base command center. Zhang Yu reported to Li Hao the soldiers and fleet officers from Zhongzhou Star have arrived at the base. After Zhang Yu's statistics, the number of soldiers and officers recruited this time far exceeded expectations, indicating that the 13th Legion would face a serious shortage of military funds. Li Hao frowned tightly, knowing that this problem must be resolved quickly, though otherwise the 13th Legion would be unable to maintain normal operations. After pondering for a moment, Li Hao said to Zhang Yu, "We do not have that much military funding. If this continues, we will soon be unable to develop further." Zhang Yu nodded and said, "I also understand the seriousness of this problem, but we currently have no source of income. What should we do? How is the output from our mines?" Currently, the output from the mines is relatively stable, but the problem we are facing now is that there are no merchants coming to buy the ores. Zhang Yu replied, "Why aren't there any merchants coming to buy? Because we are outside the Empire's territory, and the Empire's laws stipulate that ores entering the Empire from outside the territory are subject to a 40 tax. Why is the tax so high? We work hard to mine, but most of the profits are taken by the Empire. Moreover, the Empire's purchasing price for our ores is also very low, leaving us no room to negotiate," Zhang Yu said helplessly. Li Hao slammed his fist on the table, saying, "This is not a solution. We must find a way to resolve this issue." Zhang Yu frowned and thought for a moment, saying, "If there is no other way for the time being, can we ask Wang Lei's father to help us sell this batch of ores to recoup some military funds to get through this period?" Li Hao nodded. "That's the only way. I hope he can give us a good price." Then Li Hao contacted Wang Lei's father again, hoping he could help handle this batch of stock ores. Wang Lei's father listened to Li Hao's request, fell silent for a moment, and then said, "Li Hao, I know your current situation is difficult, but the market is not good lately, and the price of ores has been falling. Even if I help you handle this batch of ores, I won't be able to sell them at a good price." Upon hearing Wang Lei's father's words, Li Hao's heart sank. He knew that Wang Lei's father was speaking the truth, but he had no other options. This batch of ores was painstakingly mined by them. If they could not process them in time, the military funds for the 13th Legion would be at risk, affecting their normal operations. "Uncle Wang, can you help me think of a way?" Wang Lei's father sighed and said, "If you can find a way to transport the ores directly to the internal stars of the Empire, the price should be much better. I see that this batch of ores is rare minerals suitable for making mechs, and we can find a way to transport them to Zhongzhou Star." "Uncle Wang, are you talking about Zhongzhou Star?" "Yes, what's wrong?" "Zhongzhou Star is the Empire's main production planet for mechs, and they have a high demand for these ores. Your batch should be fine," Wang Lei's father explained. Upon hearing this, Li Hao's heart stirred as he seemed to think of a way to avoid paying high mineral taxes to the Empire. "Thank you, Uncle Wang, I know what to do now." Li Hao then gathered Zhang Yu and other officers together to discuss the plan to transport the ores to Zhongzhou Star. He decided to send the fleet back and forth to Zhongzhou Star under the guise of military training, thus allowing the ores to be transported directly back to sell in Zhongzhou Star. After hearing Li Hao's plan, Zhang Yu and others said, "Although this can avoid high mineral taxes, aren't we effectively smuggling?" "Yes, so we need to maintain confidentiality and cannot let the Empire know. That's why I suggested using warships for transportation," Li Hao reminded. "Understood, we will be careful." Li Hao then began to arrange the fleet's journey to Zhongzhou Star. He divided the fleet into several small teams, each heading to different mining areas to load the ores onto warships and transport ships, then proceed to Zhongzhou Star. They transported the ore to Zhongzhou Star, selling it directly to the Mech enterprises there through the planet's leaders. This operation not only avoided the Empire's hefty taxes, but also significantly raised the prices, allowing them to earn a considerable profit. With this sum of money, they resolved the funding gap of the 13th Legion. It not only ensured timely payment for the soldiers, but also allowed for the purchase of more weapons and equipment, enhancing the combat capabilities of the Legion. As Li Hao arranged transportation in the command center, the 6th Princess approached him, inquiring whether there were any recent military actions, as she had noticed fleets taking off daily. Li Hao looked at the 6th Princess and felt a bit helpless. This princess was far too sensitive to military actions and had an insatiable curiosity. Li Hao estimated that if he did not tell her the truth, she would certainly pester him relentlessly. "Your Highness, there are indeed some military operations recently, but they are merely routine training and patrol missions, nothing particularly special." "Really?" The 6th Princess clearly did not believe Li Hao's words. "I see fleets taking off every day, and there are quite a few of them. This can't be just routine tasks, right?" "Your Highness, it truly is just patrols and training," Li Hao said in a lowered voice. "As you know, our fleet has just been expanded, and we currently have many new recruits, so training is essential right now." The 6th Princess did not believe Li Hao's words, as she felt he was concealing something. She decided to investigate personally to see what Li Hao's fleet was really doing. The 6th Princess changed into plain clothes and quietly left the base. She took a shuttle to the vicinity of the mining site, where she saw warships parked on the ground with soldiers busily working. She noticed a ship labeled 13th Legion Dawn Fleet Invincible and realized it was Li Hao's flagship. The 6th Princess finally understood, Li Hao's fleet was not training new recruits, but was engaged in transporting ore. She was furious, feeling deceived by Li Hao. She decided to confront Li Hao for a clear explanation. Returning to the command room's entrance, she knocked on the door. Li Hao opened it and saw the sixth princess' angry expression. "Your Highness, what's wrong? Who has upset you? Be honest with me, what is your fleet really doing?" asked the sixth princess. Li Hao saw her expression and thought that she had likely discovered there or transportation. "Your Highness, you guessed correctly, we are indeed transporting ore." "Why are you doing this? Using warships to transport, or isn't that a violation of the Empire's laws?" she questioned. Li Hao sighed and explained, "Your Highness, you don't understand. The funding for the 13th Legion must be borne by us. We need financial resources to sustain the fleet's operations and our soldiers' livelihoods. Selling ore is currently our only source of income, which is why we risk transporting it." The sixth princess was shocked by Li Hao's words. She had always believed that the military's funding was covered by the national treasury, not realizing that the 13th Legion had to raise its own funds. "Then why don't you apply to Father for military funding?" the sixth princess asked, confused. Li Hao sighed and explained, "Your Highness, we are not a royal legion. The royal family will not cover our military expenses." The sixth princess furrowed her brows, unable to understand why the royal family was unwilling to support the 13th Legion financially. "Li Hao, this is unreasonable. Your 13th Legion has sacrificed so much for the Empire's security. How can the royal family treat you this way?" Li Hao smiled helplessly, saying, "Your Highness, this is reality. We lack backing and resources, and for now we can only rely on ourselves." The sixth princess fell silent for a moment, feeling a strong sense of responsibility welling up inside her. She decided to help the 13th Legion and fight for the treatment they deserved. After a period of relentless transportation, Li Hao finally processed all the ore piled up in the warehouse at Zhongzhou Star. By processing the ore, not only did he repay the debts owed to Zhongzhou Star for the mechs, but he also had a surplus. Looking at the numbers in his account, Li Hao was filled with joy. After this period of training, he believed the fleet had gained sufficient strength to conduct a real combat drill. He decided to lead the Dawn Fleet and the Starry Fleet to patrol the Endless Sea, while the Hero Fleet would remain at the base to ensure its safety. Before departing, Li Hao gathered all the fleet commanders for a combat meeting. He introduced the mission and purpose of this patrol: to survey the border star systems. Li Hao stood at the command podium, surveying the commanders present. Clearing his throat, he began to speak. "Everyone, we are about to undertake an important patrol mission. The purpose of this mission is to survey the border star systems, eliminate pirates in the area, and ensure our border security." He paused before continuing, "The border star systems are our first line of defense and a strategic stronghold. We must ensure their safety and prevent any potential threats. During this patrol, we need to scan and inspect all the planets in the border star systems." As soon as Li Hao finished speaking, the atmosphere in the command room grew tense. One of the commanders stood up and said, "Commander, the fleet has undergone comprehensive repairs and maintenance, and the weapons are ready for use." "Excellent. The situation in the border star systems is complex, and the pirates are quite cunning. We must remain vigilant and be prepared to respond to any unexpected situations." Li Hao then began to detail the task. He divided the fleet into several groups, with each group responsible for patrolling a specific area. He also arranged for some reconnaissance ships to scout the situation in the border star systems in advance. Under his leadership, the Dawn Fleet and the Starry Fleet slowly departed from the base star, heading towards the Endless Sea. As the fleet traveled through space, Li Hao sat in the command cabin, gazing at the starry sky ahead. Suddenly, an alarm rang out, breaking the tranquility of the command cabin. He quickly stood up and walked to the command podium to check the source of the alarm. "Report, Captain, we have detected an unidentified spacecraft approaching us," an officer reported. Li Hao furrowed his brows, suspecting it might be an enemy reconnaissance ship. He immediately ordered battle readiness, closely monitor the movements of that ship. The soldiers of the fleet swiftly sprang into action, taking their combat positions, preparing for a potential attack. Li Hao fixed his gaze on the ship displayed on the screen, pondering strategies to counter it. "Commander, that ship has suddenly accelerated. It seems it intends to flee," an officer reported again. Li Hao's brow furrowed tightly. He knew that he couldn't allow this unidentified ship to escape. He quickly commanded, "Activate pursuit mode. All ships accelerate forward." The Dawn Fleet and the Starry Fleet's engines roared to life, and the warships surged forward like a pack of steel beasts chasing after the fleeing vessel. Li Hao intently focused on the target on the screen, calculating how to catch up with it. "Report to the commander, we've lost the signal. Oh, it is likely hidden in the asteroid belt ahead," an officer said anxiously. "Order the fleet to split into two teams. The Dawn Fleet will continue the pursuit, while the Starry Fleet will circle around to the other side of the asteroid belt to encircle it. Report to the commander, we have entered the asteroid belt and numerous asteroids have been detected ahead, making navigation difficult," an officer reported. "Stay vigilant and carefully avoid the asteroids." The fleet advanced cautiously within the asteroid belt, occasionally being struck by asteroids that collided with the warship's shields, emitting dazzling light. Suddenly, a dense cluster of asteroids appeared ahead, blocking the fleet's path. Li Hao's heart sank. He knew this was an enemy trap. Stop advancing, prepare to face the impact of the asteroid cluster. The warships of the fleet activated their shields, ready to meet the oncoming asteroids. Li Hao fixed his gaze on the asteroid cluster on the screen, contemplating countermeasures. Just then, a beam of light shot from behind the fleet, instantly destroying several large asteroids. Li Hao turned around to see the Starry Fleet's warships had appeared behind them, their energy beams clearing a path for the Dawn Fleet. Great, the Starry Fleet arrived just in time. Commander, we have breached the asteroid cluster and located the trace of that ship. Continue the pursuit, do not let it escape. The fleet continued chasing after the ship, finally discovering it behind a nameless planet. Li Hao commanded, surround that ship, prepare to attack. Commander, that ship has flown into the nameless planet, an officer reported. Li Hao's brow furrowed, and after a moment of thought he commanded, Dawn Fleet, follow that ship into the nameless planet. Starry Fleet, guard outside. The warships of the Dawn Fleet entered the atmosphere of the nameless planet one after another, while Li Hao sat in the command cabin, closely monitoring the situation around him. The environment of this nameless planet was extremely harsh, with violent airflow and electromagnetic interference in the atmosphere, posing significant challenges to the fleet's operations. Report to the commander, a large number of Mechs have been detected ahead, and they are flying towards us. Li Hao's heart tightened. He immediately ordered, activate the Star Shield, prepare for battle. The warships of the fleet activated the Star Shield, and their weapon systems entered combat mode. Moments later, the Mechs appeared in front of the fleet. They were a group of uniquely shaped combat Mechs, numerous and densely swarming towards the fleet. Fire! Li Hao decisively commanded. The fleet's artillery instantly illuminated the dark sky, unleashing a multitude of energy beams towards the Mechs. However, these Mechs were incredibly swift, with high maneuverability, easily evading the fleet's attacks. Damn it, these Mechs are too troublesome. Order the Mech units to engage. Li Hao's order was quickly executed, and the Mech units swiftly charged out from the fleet, heading towards the enemy Mechs. A fierce battle ensued between the Mech units and the enemy Mechs, with both sides fighting fiercely without yielding. In the midst of battle, Li Hao realized that the pilots of these Mechs were all highly trained experts. Their combat skills were exceptional, and their teamwork made it difficult for the Mech units to gain an upper hand. It seems we have encountered some trouble. The pilots of these Mechs are extremely skilled. He looked at the battlefield situation, filled with concern. The enemy had too many Mechs, and the pilot skills were highly advanced. The Mechs of the Dawn Fleet were composed of experienced soldiers, yet they were at a disadvantage in numbers and unable to take down the enemy. Li Hao knew that he had to find a way to change this situation, otherwise the Dawn Fleet would face the danger of total annihilation. After pondering for a moment, he issued the command, order the Starry Fleet to come to our aid. Once the Starry Fleet entered the atmosphere, Li Hao immediately ordered them to deploy all the Mechs from 11 warships to join the battle. These Mechs were the elite of the Starry Fleet, possessing formidable firepower and defensive capabilities. With the addition of the Starry Fleet, the tide of the battlefield changed instantly. The Mechs of the Dawn Fleet and the Starry Fleet joined forces, launching a fierce attack against the enemy Mechs. In the intense battle, they continuously adjusted their tactics, allowing the Mechs to cooperate and exert their maximum combat power. The Mechs of the Dawn Fleet and the Starry Fleet gradually gained the upper hand. The enemy Mechs began to show signs of retreat, and their formation started to become chaotic. Seeing Li Hao's reinforcements arriving and losing their advantage, the enemy Mechs began to retreat. They scattered like a flock of startled birds, frantically flying towards the planet's surface. Once the enemy Mechs had dispersed and hidden on the planet's surface, Li Hao ordered the Mech units to split into multiple small teams to search for and encircle the enemy. During the tense search, Li Hao inquired through the communicator, have any alive captives been caught? Who are these people? Zhang Ye's voice came through the communicator, laced with uncertainty. It's still unclear. We are interrogating the captives, but they are quite tight-lipped and not easy to break. Intensify the interrogation. We must extract useful information from them as soon as possible. Understood, Zhang Ye responded. Following that, Li Hao communicated with the leaders of other small teams to understand the progress of the search and encirclement. Each team was diligently searching for traces of the enemy, but due to the complex terrain on the planet's surface, progress was not smooth. Report, Captain, we have discovered a suspected enemy base. Suddenly, the captain of a small team reported to Li Hao. Quickly head to the base for reconnaissance. Be careful not to alert the enemy. I'll wait for my further instructions. Soon, Li Hao led a small team to the vicinity of the base. He observed the situation around the base through binoculars and noticed numerous defensive facilities surrounding it, with several enemies patrolling. It seems this is their stronghold, Li Hao muttered to himself. He pondered for a moment and decided to return to reunite with the fleet. The fleet had found a defensible location on this planet, establishing a temporary camp and setting up defensive facilities. In the camp, Li Hao and his officers began to analyze the situation of the battle. Has the battle report come out? An officer immediately handed the battle report to Li Hao, who took the report and began to read it carefully. What is our casualty situation? After reading the report, Li Hao asked gravely. We lost about a quarter of our mechs, but most of the soldiers are merely injured. However, some mechs were destroyed in self-detonation, resulting in soldier casualties, and several warships sustained varying degrees of damage. What about the enemy's situation? The enemy's losses are even more severe. Their mechs are faster and more agile than ours, but their defenses are inferior. Li Hao nodded. After a moment of contemplation, he said, We have already located their base, but it is situated deep in the mountains in a mountainous stronghold that is easy to defend and hard to attack, and their defensive system is quite sophisticated. The captives have been interrogated, and this base is a training base for the Pirate Alliance, which sells trained mech warriors to other pirate groups for profit. Zhang Yu replied. So this is their source of troops, an officer inquired. It seems we must destroy this place. Li Hao said, Did you gather any other intelligence? According to the captives, this base has been operational for several years and has supplied a large number of mech warriors to the Pirate Alliance. Zhang Yu said, moreover, they have multiple training bases in the Endless Sea Star region. Li Hao listened to Zhang Yu's report, his brow furrowing. To completely eliminate the Pirate Alliance, all their training bases must be destroyed. However, the Endless Sea Star region is vast, and locating these bases is no easy task. Commander, what should we do now? Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, Prepare the fleet for takeoff, concentrate all firepower to take down their defensive systems, and then send in the mechs to attack. Since we have encountered them here, we must eliminate them. Yes, Commander. The officers responded in unison, and then they became busy. The engines of the fleet emitted a low rumble resembling a group of roaring beasts. Warships lined up neatly in space, their hulls gleaming with metallic luster like valiant warriors. With a command from Li Hao, the warships slowly ascended, heading towards the base of the Pirate Alliance. In front of the fleet was a group of imposing mechs. Some mechs wielded massive swords, while others were equipped with powerful cannons resembling steel behemoths that inspired fear. As the fleet reached the base's airspace, Li Hao's gaze became sharp and resolute. He took a deep breath and decisively ordered to open fire. All main cannons target the pirate base, fire. In an instant, beams of laser cut through the void, carrying the power of destruction towards the base's defensive systems. These laser beams, like blazing blades, easily penetrated the base's shields and armor, destroying the defensive facilities one by one. Under the fierce assault of the fleet, the base's defensive system began to collapse. A tremendous explosion erupted, flames soaring into the sky, and smoke filled the air. The pirates inside the base were thrown into chaos, fleeing in all directions. As time passed, the external defense systems of the base became increasingly vulnerable. Li Hao observed the battlefield situation through the monitors, analyzing the timing for a full assault. Suddenly, the bridge announced that Li Hao had issued the attack order. Order the mech troops to prepare for landing. Following his command, one mech after another surged towards the direction of the pirate base. These mech landing crafts resembled giant steel beetles, tracing beautiful arcs in the air. As the mech swarm approached the pirate base, the base's defensive systems began to activate. Beams of lasers shot out from the base like sharp swords, attempting to block the advance of the mechs. In the fierce battle, the mech soldiers demonstrated formidable combat prowess and fearless courage. They charged into the pirate base, engaging in close-quarters combat with the pirates. Under the onslaught of the mech forces, the pirates began to retreat. They started to withdraw into the base's interior, trying to find cover. In the central square of the base, an intense battle was underway. A mech soldier engaged in an unknown duel with the pirate chief. The pirate chief wielded a massive battle axe, swinging it towards the mech. The mech deftly dodged the pirate chief's attacks while retaliating with its energy sword, both sides exchanging blows in a fierce battle. When Li Hao and his mech team arrived at the central square of the base, he witnessed the intense battle scene. He saw the mechs locked in deadly combat with the pirates, and a surge of heroism welled up in his heart. Capture them alive, Li Hao commanded. His voice echoed across the square, clearly heard by every mech warrior. Upon hearing the order, the mech team immediately adjusted their combat strategy. They no longer focused solely on attacking the pirates, but began attempting to capture them alive. Thanks to the efforts of the mech team, more and more pirates were captured alive. They were gathered in one corner of the square, guarded by the mech warriors. Who among you is the leader? After a moment of silence, a tall and rugged pirate instructor stepped forward, a hint of disdain in his eyes. I am the instructor here, what do you want? Li Hao looked expressionlessly at the pirate instructor, his eyes revealing a hint of determination. I want to know where your starship is, why we didn't see your starship resisting when we came in. The pirate instructor was silent for a moment before responding. How did you find this place? Li Hao coldly replied, That's not something you need to know, you just need to answer my questions. The pirate instructor said, and upon hearing his words Li Hao immediately sensed something was amiss, and said, Then why did you attack us? The pirate instructor snorted coldly. Your reconnaissance ship intruded into our territory, so of course we had to attack you. Li Hao furrowed his brows, feeling that things were not as simple as they seemed. They had not sent a reconnaissance ship to survey this planet. He could confirm that the starship they were pursuing had intentionally lured them in, but he did not know their intention. Take them away. The soldiers escorted the captives out of the command room, while Li Hao sat in his chair lost in thought. This matter was far more complicated than he had imagined. Not only had they encountered a pirate attack, but they had also discovered the existence of the pirate alliance. Li Hao was filled with doubt and concern, deciding to call Zhang Yu to inquire about the situation. Li Hao sat in the command room, chair, his brow furrowed, and his expression serious. Zhang Yu walked into the command room, saluted, and stood before Li Hao. Zhang Yu, how is the clearance operation at the pirate base going? Have there been any discoveries? Zhang Yu replied, Report, Captain. All important documents have been destroyed by them, and we have not found any valuable intelligence. However, some supplies were found at the pirate base. Beyond that, there were no other significant findings. Li Hao nodded slightly, and after a moment of contemplation said, These pirates are very cautious, so they destroyed important documents in advance. But why did they do that? Could it be that they are hiding something? Commander, since we've discovered the training base of the Pirate Alliance, we can continue to investigate along this lead. As long as they remain in the endless sea star region, we will eventually find them. That makes sense. We must quickly understand the Pirate Alliance's situation, otherwise they will pose a serious threat to our safety. Commander, what should we do now? We should first take a break and investigate the resource situation on this planet to see if there are any overlooked individuals. Additionally, arrange for some personnel to continue the in-depth investigation of the Pirate Alliance to see if we can find any clues. I will immediately contact the base to arrange for people to gather information in the endless sea. Zhang Yu replied. After staying on this planet for a week, Li Hao and his team conducted a comprehensive carpet scan. After a meticulous search, they finally identified some hidden pirate members. These pirates were hiding deep within the planet, attempting to evade Li Hao and his team's pursuit. Li Hao led the soldiers to quickly surround the hiding place of these pirates. Seeing that they had no way to escape, the pirates decided to fight back desperately. They armed themselves and launched an attack against Li Hao and his soldiers. Li Hao and his soldiers faced the pirates, fearlessly engaging in a fierce battle. After a fierce battle, they successfully defeated these pirate members and captured them all. Through further investigation, Li Hao and his team discovered that the resources on this planet had been overexploited by the pirates, thus there were not many valuable resources left. After completing the inspection of this planet, Li Hao led the fleet to set sail again, continuing their patrol mission. The fleet advanced slowly through the cosmos, with Li Hao sitting in the command cabin gazing at the starry sky. The fleet patrolled the universe for several days, encountering several small-scale pirate attacks, all of which were easily repelled by the fleet. He clearly realized that these pirates were merely minor characters in the Pirate Alliance, and the real dangers still lay ahead. During one patrol, the fleet suddenly received a distress signal. The signal came from a merchant ship that had been attacked by pirates, pleading for the fleet's assistance. Without hesitation, he ordered the fleet to change course and rush toward the source of the distress signal. Upon arrival, the fleet discovered that the merchant ship had been hijacked by pirates and the crew was imprisoned in the cabin. Li Hao ordered the fleet to surround the pirate ship, while dispatching mecha troops to board the pirate vessel and rescue the crew. The mecha troops engaged in intense combat aboard the pirate ship. The pirates fought stubbornly, but were ultimately defeated by the mecha troops. Li Hao stepped forward and inquired with concern about the situation of the captain and the crew. The captain looked at Li Hao with gratitude in his eyes and recounted the purpose of their voyage. We are transporting supplies to a nearby inhabited planet, the captain said. The people on that inhabited planet urgently need these supplies to sustain their lives. Li Hao nodded, fully aware of the importance of supplies to the inhabited planet. In this vast universe, every inhabited planet has its own needs and predicaments, and the transportation of resources is key to ensuring their survival and development. The captain paused for a moment and continued, However, Commander, I must inform you that there are many inhabited planets in the endless sea star region, but in recent years many of the inhabitants have turned to piracy. Li Hao felt a sinking sensation in his heart upon hearing the captain's words. The existence of pirates not only threatened the safety of merchant ships, but also endangered the stability of the entire endless sea star region. Why would these originally peaceful inhabitants choose the path of piracy? The captain noticed Li Hao's confusion and sighed, saying, In recent years the endless sea has lacked military management, the trade routes have been severed, and many inhabited planets' economies have fallen into distress. To survive, some people have had no choice but to become pirates and seize resources from other merchant ships. The captain's words left Li Hao deep in thought. The resources of the endless sea star region are crucial to the economic prosperity of the entire universe. If trade routes cannot be restored, the economies of the inhabited planets will struggle to recover, and the pirate problem will remain unresolved. We must take measures to restore trade routes. The captain nodded in agreement. However, restoring trade routes is not easy. The pirates have already taken control of most of the shipping lanes. Li Hao's brow furrowed. This was indeed a thorny issue. The existence of pirates not only jeopardizes the safety of merchant ships, but also hinders the normal conduct of trade, bringing serious negative impacts on the economy and stability of the entire star region. Captain, do you have a shipping route map for the Endless Sea, as well as a distribution map of the pirates' forces? The captain looked at Li Hao and nodded. I have the shipping route map, but I am not very familiar with the distribution of the pirates' forces. However, I have heard that you recently eliminated pirates in the border star systems, and they have retreated to the eastern star systems to operate. Li Hao took the shipping route map and examined it carefully. He found that the shipping routes in the Endless Sea were extraordinarily complex, with numerous branches and some unknown danger zones. Captain, what are these unknown danger zones? The captain's brow furrowed. These areas are quite mysterious, and starships find it difficult to approach. Currently, no one knows what secrets lie within. There are rumors that treasures are hidden in these places, but many people who have entered them have never returned. Zhang Yu took the shipping route map, glanced at it, and said today's shipping route map has changed significantly compared to 10 years ago. The shipping routes in the Endless Sea have undergone tremendous changes over the past decade. Following the guidance of the navigation map, Li Hao sailed out of the border star systems and deep into the Endless Sea star region. 2 days later, they arrived at the merchant captain's destination, Golden Sand Star. This planet once produced a type of golden sand mine, which was a rare mineral. However, overexploitation and environmental destruction have led to the gradual depletion of sand mine resources, and today's Golden Sand Star is no longer as prosperous as it once was. Is this Golden Sand Star? It doesn't look very optimistic. The starship captain nodded. Yes, this was once a flourishing planet, but it has long since fallen into decline. Who governs this spaceport now? And who serves as planetary governor? The starship captain sighed. The decline of Jinsha Star is a complex matter rooted in many interwoven factors. The current spaceport authority is a shadowy syndicate known as Black Sand, which controls every facet of the port, trade, taxation, and even public order. And the planetary governor? Li Hao frowned. What kind of figure is he? A puppet with no real power. Black Sand. Li Hao's brow furrowed further. Who are they, and how did they seize control of the spaceport? Black Sand is a dark coalition of pirates, smugglers, and criminals operating across the star systems near Jinsha Star. They prey relentlessly on merchant vessels and civilian travelers. Their influence swelled unchecked, until at last they seized dominion over the spaceport itself. How dare these wretches commit such atrocities beneath the very light of day? Is there truly no force capable of restraining them? The starship captain shook his head helplessly. Jinsha Star's police and military have been thoroughly compromised, bought and bound by Black Sand. They dare not lift a finger against them. Moreover, Black Sand maintains deep ties with other underworld syndicates across neighboring star systems. Their reach is vast, their power unassailable. Few dare provoke them openly. Does this spaceport retain any defensive systems? The captain shook his head again. None remain. Their weapon arrays were dismantled long ago. Perhaps some rudimentary defenses persist within the planet's interior. Li Hao fell silent for a moment, then issued his command, Fleet Advance at full speed. Upon reaching the spaceport, deploy the mecha battalions immediately. Secure the port without delay. His voice rang out, decisive, unwavering, carrying across every ship's comms array. Instantly, warships responded, engines roared to life, and the fleet surged forward toward Jinsha Star spaceport. As the fleet drew nearer, the spaceport's silhouette emerged with growing clarity. A colossal orbital structure boasting multiple docking bays and integrated infrastructure, serving as both Jinsha Star's primary transit hub and economic heart. Once within the port's operational radius, Li Hao issued the next order, mecha battalions, land now. At his command, assault carriers swung open their massive hatches. One after another, towering mechas, steel leviathans forged for war, emerged and soared toward the port's landing platforms. The mecha battalions touched down with precision and swiftly assumed combat formation. Their mission seized critical nodes, main control centers, access corridors, and strategic facilities to ensure the fleet's safe anchorage. Commander, the spaceport is secured, reported an officer. Excellent, Li Hao replied, nodding in approval. Establish defensive perimeters immediately. Guarantee the port's security. Simultaneously dispatch search teams to root out all hostile elements within the port. The officer saluted and departed. Li Hao meanwhile began a methodical survey of the newly occupied facility. Though control had been formally established, latent threats still simmered beneath the surface. Soon thereafter, the search teams confirmed all enemy forces inside the port had been neutralized. In the spaceport's command chamber, Li Hao convened his senior officers, including Zhang Yu, and declared, "We hold the port, but the situation across Jinsha Star remains unknown. Black Sand has surely detected our arrival. To prevent ambush or escape, the fleet will divide into 4 task forces, each to impose a complete orbital blockade." Zhang Yu and the others nodded solemnly. They understood Black Sand's ruthlessness all too well. Absolute vigilance was non-negotiable. Li Hao continued. Task Force 1, led by Zhang Yu aboard the Xingyao, will blockade the northern hemisphere. Task Force 2, under Wang Li aboard the Xinghui, the southern. Task Force 3, commanded by Lu Gang, aboard the Xingqian, the eastern. And Task Force 4, under my direct command aboard the Wuwei, will seal the western quadrant. Maintain maximum alertness. Be prepared for any contingency. The officers dispersed without hesitation, each leading their assigned flotilla to its designated sector. Li Hao, at the helm of Task Force 4, steered his ships westward. En route, Li Hao maintained constant comms with all task forces. The operation's success hinged entirely on absolute planetary containment. No Black Sand operative would be allowed to flee. After several hours of transit, Li Hao's fleet arrived over Jinsha Star's western hemisphere. He ordered immediate dispersion, forming a seamless, impenetrable cordon encircling the entire region. Under his command, the fleet fanned out with flawless coordination, establishing a dense multi-layered siege that sealed off the western hemisphere without flaw. Every warship stood at full readiness, sensors sweeping the void for the faintest anomaly. Li Hao stood upon the bridge of his flagship, studying real-time telemetry feeds, scanning the planet's surface with unblinking focus. Black Sand operatives likely lurked somewhere within this zone. Vigilance could not waver, not for an instant. Suddenly, a small vessel ascended from the planet's surface, attempting to breach the blockade. Li Hao gave the order instantly: open fire. Laser batteries converged, and the craft exploded in a silent, incandescent burst. At the head of Black Sand's underground command chamber sat its leader, face grim, eyes sharp with predatory fury. Flanking him sat his senior lieutenants, their expressions taut with dread. "Who can explain how Imperial Navy forces seized our spaceport?" he asked, voice low and measured. "Their fleet holds the port, and now encircles the entire planet. What do we do?" Silence swallowed the chamber. Heads bowed. No one dared meet his gaze. This defeat was catastrophic. Not only had they lost their most vital stronghold, but they were now besieged, trapped, and utterly exposed. "We will not wait passively for annihilation," the leader broke the silence. "We must break through and reclaim what is ours. But the Imperial Navy is overwhelming. How could we possibly break their lines?" One subordinate ventured cautiously. "Do not mistake strength for invincibility," the leader countered, analytical and cold. "Even empires have seams, weak points where discipline frays and attention wanes. They have divided their forces across 4 quadrants. We shall concentrate every asset, strike with unified, overwhelming force at a single point. That is how we shatter their siege." "Which quadrant offers the best chance?" another lieutenant asked. "I have studied their deployment. The north and south are held by Royal Fleet divisions, elite and unyielding. The east is guarded by heavy cruisers. Only the west lacks such heavy assets. Strike there, and the line will fall." The leader rose. "Then it is decided. Assemble all units tonight, at the western front. We strike at dawn." Nods rippled across the table. "Let the Empire learn this truth: Black Sand does not kneel. It rises unbroken from the ashes of defeat." In the night, the stars twinkled, and all the ships of the Black Sand organization quietly gathered together. The leader of Black Sand stood on the command platform of the flagship, his gaze resolute and cold. "All ships pay attention, proceed westward according to the predetermined plan," commanded the leader of Black Sand. The engines of the starships roared to life, and one by one the ships began to rise slowly into the sky. They formed a massive fleet heading towards the blockade line of the Imperial Army to the west. Li Hao stood on the command platform of the bridge, closely monitoring the information transmitted by the detector. A faint cold smile appeared on his face as he thought to himself, "Finally, I have waited for you to show yourselves. This time you will not return." Li Hao stood in the command cabin of the flagship, fixated on the screen before him, which displayed the distribution and movements of the enemy fleet. "Report, Commander, the enemy fleet has entered attack range. Shall we fire?" an officer asked. "Main cannon lock onto the large ship," Li Hao commanded. "Fire." "Yes, Captain," the officer replied, then relayed Li Hao's orders. "All mech units deploy." Moments later, over 400 mechs flew out from the fleet, charging towards the enemy fleet. The enemy fleet also noticed the arrival of the mech units and immediately opened fire. Laser beams shot towards the mech units, but the mechs skillfully evaded the attacks while launching a counterattack against the enemy fleet. With the mech units drawing attention, the firepower of the enemy fleet gradually dispersed, giving Li Hao the opportunity to order the main cannon to charge. The main cannons of the Wuwei and 3 cruisers began to emit dazzling light, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy fleet. Main cannon fully charged. Shall we fire? The officer asked again. Fire. Li Hao decisively commanded. For powerful energy beams shot out from the main cannons of the 4 warships heading towards the enemy fleet. The power of these energy beams was immense, capable of instantly destroying enemy warships. The enemy fleet also sensed the danger and attempted to evade the energy beam attacks. However, their speed was too slow to escape the pursuit of the energy beams. Under the assault of the energy beams, one of the enemy warships was directly hit, resulting in a violent explosion. Other warships also suffered varying degrees of damage, beginning to lose control and drifting into the depths of space. Great. We hit one of the enemy's large warships. An officer exclaimed excitedly. Don't celebrate too early, Li Hao said. The enemy fleet has many more ships. We must remain vigilant. Just then, one of the enemy warships suddenly accelerated, charging towards the Wuwei. This warship moved extremely fast and appeared right in front of the Wuwei in the blink of an eye. Captain, the enemy warship is charging at us. Shall we fire? Annihilation cannon lock onto the enemy warship, Li Hao said. 20 energy for one-shot fire. As Li Hao's command was issued, the energy of the annihilation cannon rapidly gathered, and a powerful beam shot from the cannon's mouth, heading straight for the enemy warship. Under the attack of the annihilation cannon, the enemy warship's hull was instantly severely damaged. Report, Captain, the enemy warship is severely damaged and losing power. An officer reported. Continue the attack, do not give them any chances. The Wuwei and the 3 cruisers fired again, sending waves of lasers and missiles towards the enemy warship. Under the intense assault, the enemy warship finally exploded, transforming into a fireball. At that moment, Li Hao's communicator suddenly rang, bringing an urgent message. Commander, we have received a distress signal from the starport. The starport is under attack by the enemy fleet, and the situation is very critical. Li Hao's expression turned grave. Order the Xingyao and Xinghui to each send 2 cruisers to support the starport. Li Hao's orders were swiftly issued, and the Xingyao and Xinghui each dispatched 2 cruisers racing towards the starport. Li Hao led the Wuwei and the remaining warships, continuing the battle against the ships of the Black Sand Organization. At this moment, the starport was engulfed in flames. The enemy fleet's attacks were ferocious, with numerous facilities destroyed, and the defending mech soldiers were resisting. The situation was becoming critical. Commander, we have arrived at the starport, but the enemy fleet's attacks are extremely fierce, and we cannot get close. A cruiser captain reported to Li Hao. Li Hao furrowed his brows. He understood the importance of the starport. If it were destroyed, rebuilding would require vast resources. Order all warships to fire at full force. The mech units will advance to support the starport and must annihilate the enemy fleet. The Wuwei and the remaining warships were still engaged in battle, with the main forces of Black Sand in space firing lasers towards the enemy fleet. The enemy fleet was equally unyielding, their warships also firing back, resulting in a fierce battle in space. After several hours of intense fighting, the enemy fleet finally began to retreat towards the Gold Sand Star. Li Hao immediately ordered to pursue them into the planet. As they entered the atmosphere, the battle intensified. The Wuwei and the remaining warships continuously fired lasers, attacking the enemy fleet. Commander, that warship seems to be the flagship of the Black Sand Organization. Li Hao nodded, having noticed that warship as well. Wuwei main cannon 30 energy lock onto that flagship. Under Li Hao's command, the main cannon of the Wuwei began to charge a powerful energy beam, gradually gathering at the cannon's mouth. Meanwhile, the flagship of the Black Sand Organization sensed the danger and began to deploy a powerful shield. Report, Commander, the enemy flagship has a star shield, though our main cannon's attack was negated. An officer reported. There's actually a star shield. Continue charging and increase the energy to 50. Report, Commander, the main cannon's energy has been raised to 50. Charging complete. Shall we fire? The officer's voice carried a hint of urgency. Fire. Under Li Hao's orders, a powerful energy beam shot from the main cannon, heading straight for the enemy flagship. In the face of the powerful energy beam, the enemy flagship's shield finally began to collapse. The energy beam penetrated the shield and struck the flagship's bridge directly. Boom. A tremendous explosion occurred as the enemy flagship erupted violently, transforming into a fireball. Report, Commander, the enemy flagship has been destroyed. The officer exclaimed excitedly. Li Hao sighed with relief, a smile of satisfaction appearing on his face. Well done. Continue attacking the other enemy warships and ensure their complete annihilation. After destroying the Black Sand Organization's fleet, Li Hao returned to a relatively prosperous city on the surface of Golden Sand Star. Li Hao instructed the city officials to summon the planetary governor, a middle-aged man named William, who upon seeing Li Hao excitedly shook his hand. "Commander, thank you and your fleet for saving our planet," William said gratefully. Li Hao nodded slightly and introduced himself. "I am Li Hao, the fleet commander of the 13th Legion of the Galactic Empire. From today onward, Golden Sand Star will once again fall under the jurisdiction of the Empire, and we will station troops here to ensure the planet's safety." William's face revealed a complicated expression upon hearing this. He understood that this meant Golden Sand Star would lose some degree of autonomy, but it also signified that they would receive the Empire's protection. "Esteemed Commander, we welcome the Empire's station troops," William said. "However, we also hope to retain some degree of autonomy to better manage our planet." Li Hao understood William's concerns and smiled, saying, "We will respect the autonomy of Golden Sand Star while also assisting you in establishing a more stable and prosperous society. Our station troops will primarily be responsible for the planet's safety and defense and will not interfere in your internal affairs, but you will still need to comply with the Empire's laws." William nodded, feeling satisfied with Li Hao's promise. "So what do we need to do to cooperate with the Empire's station troops?" he asked. Li Hao thought for a moment and replied, "Firstly, we need to establish an effective communication and liaison mechanism so that we can communicate and coordinate in a timely manner. Secondly, the spaceport will be taken over by our 13th Legion, and the confiscated assets of the Golden Sand Organization will belong to us. Lastly, the taxation you had was quite unreasonable, and it must now comply with the Empire's tax regulations." After considering this, William could only helplessly agree and promised to fully cooperate with the Empire's station troops. Subsequently, Li Hao instructed Zhang Yu and William to begin discussing specific details and arrangements. After returning to the spaceport, Li Hao was preparing to rest when his star brain sent him a message alert. Upon opening it, he saw that the 6th princess had sent him many messages. Li Hao opened the messages and decided to reply to the 6th princess. He dialed her star number. Beep. Beep. After a few moments of waiting, the communication was connected, and the image of the 6th princess appeared on the star brain screen. "Li Hao, you finally decided to contact me." The 6th princess' face displayed a look of surprise. "Your Highness, hello." Li Hao slightly bowed in greeting. "Oh, you still remember to greet me." The 6th princess pretended to be angry and said, "You left me alone at the base while you took the fleet out for over a month. Do you still remember this, princess?" Li Hao scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry, Your Highness, I just returned to the spaceport and handled some matters before seeing your messages." "What is the situation on your side now? Where are you?" The 6th princess smiled. "Has anything interesting happened?" Li Hao thought for a moment and said, "Your Highness, we are currently in the Endless Sea star domain. We recently destroyed a group of pirates called the Black Sand Organization, liberated Golden Sand Star, and have now taken over its defense." "Wow, really? That's amazing." The 6th princess' eyes sparkled with excitement. "I'll contact Father to tell him this good news." Li Hao humbly smiled. "Your Highness flatters me. I haven't even reported to the military yet." After ending the communication with the princess, Li Hao contemplated whether to inform the Empire's military department. He organized his thoughts and then connected to the communication channel with the Empire's military department. "General, I am Li Hao. I have important information to report to you." Li Hao's voice came through clearly. "Li Hao, what's the situation?" The voice of General Huang Paheo came from the other end of the communication. "General, we successfully exterminated the Black Sand Organization that was entrenched on Golden Sand Star and liberated the planet. Currently, the 13th Legion has taken over the defense of Golden Sand Star." Golden Sand Star. Huang Paheo pondered for a moment. "Li Hao, is Golden Sand Star located within the Endless Sea star domain?" "Yes, General, it is on the main thoroughfare of the Endless Sea star domain." "Great. This is an important victory." General Huang Paheo's tone was filled with joy and praise. "After 10 years, the Empire's army has finally re-entered the Endless Sea star domain. Li Hao, you have made a great contribution to the Empire." "Thank you for your praise, General. This is the result of our collective efforts." "Li Hao, you must hold on to Golden Sand Star." General Huang Paheo continued, "Golden Sand Star serves as the stronghold for the Empire to enter the Endless Sea star domain. As long as we secure this place, there is hope to restore the Endless Sea star domain. I will commend you to His Majesty the Emperor for this." After the communication ended, Li Hao fell into deep thought. General Huang Paheo's words were both a spur and encouragement to him. He needed to strengthen the 13th Legion's capabilities as soon as possible. In the following days, Li Hao and his legion were busy on Golden Sand Star. They reinforced defenses while also confiscating the finances of the Golden Sand Organization. A few days later, Li Hao found Zhang Yu to inquire about the assets of the Black Sand Organization and the status of the financial confiscation. "Commander, we have confiscated all of the Black Sand Organization's finances, including their various strongholds, and secret warehouses on Golden Sand Star. Zhang Yu reported. How are the gains? Li Hao asked with concern. They are very substantial, Commander, Zhang Yu said excitedly. We discovered a large amount of cash, jewelry, weapons, and other valuable items. Preliminary estimates suggest that the value of these assets exceeds 100 billion star coins, not including their real estate and mines on Golden Sand Star. Convert all the assets into liquid form, arrange for personnel to mine the minerals, and keep only the properties we need. The rest will be handled by William. Yes, Commander. Zhang Yu nodded. However, the value of these assets is too high. How should we liquidate them? The prices on Golden Sand Star won't be high. Take the ordinary items to Zhongzhou Star to liquidate, and for the higher value items, take them to the Imperial Capital Star and seek help from Wang Lei's father to liquidate them. Li Hao said with a smile. This way we can maximize our profits while ensuring these assets are utilized reasonably. Good idea, Commander. They'll take the items to the Imperial Capital Star right away. Zhang Yu replied. You will lead the Xingyao fleet to transport the items back and then recruit soldiers again on Zhongzhou Star. This time, in addition to battleship officers and mecha soldiers, we also need to recruit some ground defense troops. Yes, Commander. Zhang Yu saluted and turned to leave. Zhang Yu led the Xingyao fleet and safely transported the assets back to Zhongzhou Star. He started the recruitment of soldiers. Due to the broader scope of this recruitment, it attracted many young people to sign up, including not only battleship pilots and mecha soldiers, but also ground defense troops for the 13th Legion. Li Hao entrusted the defense of Gold Sand Star to his deputy before returning to the base star. His aim this time was to seek assistance from the 6th Princess, knowing that she had certain resources and influence within the military. Upon meeting the princess, Li Hao respectfully asked, Your Highness, do you have any resources in the military that could help us acquire warships? The 6th Princess frowned slightly and asked Li Hao what happened. Didn't the military just reinforce you with a fleet last time? Your Highness, although the Black Sand organization has been destroyed, their influence still lingers. I worry they might return, so I wish to strengthen our military capability for unforeseen circumstances. The 6th Princess listened to Li Hao's words and nodded, saying, Li Hao, your thoughts are correct. However, warships are vital strategic resources of the Empire and cannot be purchased casually. You need sufficient justification and funds to obtain approval from the military. Your Highness, we have liberated Gold Sand Star. While we can defend it, our fleet has reached its limits if we wish to continue developing. The 6th Princess contemplated for a moment and said, Li Hao, you are indeed correct. However, the military's regulations are strict and you must apply according to procedure. I can help you contact someone in the military, but the final decision rests with them. A day later, the 6th Princess approached Li Hao, stating that she had contacted the military and needed them to return to Imperial Capital Star together. Thus, the two embarked on their journey back to Imperial Capital Star. After arriving at Imperial Capital Star, Li Hao immediately headed to Huang Peheo's residence, filled with anticipation, hoping that Huang Peheo could assist him with the warship issue. However, when he saw Huang Peheo, the expression on his face filled Li Hao with unease. Huang Peheo sat in a chair, his face grave. He looked at Li Hao and helplessly shook his head, saying, Li Hao, I know the purpose of your return. The military had just supported you with a fleet recently, and now I truly feel powerless. General, I understand. If we purchase the warships ourselves, will the military approve it? If you place your own orders, the military might approve it given your achievement in liberating Gold Sand Star, but the quantity will not be large and the production time for warships is not short. You won't be able to obtain them this year. Is there any other way? You are being too hasty. You have already achieved a lot by getting this far. Rebuilding the 13th Legion is not something that can be done overnight. Return for now, and I will think of a way for you later. After leaving Huang Peheo's residence, Li Hao returned to the hotel where the 6th Princess was waiting for him in the lobby. Upon seeing him, she grabbed his arm and pulled him outside. Where are we going? The 6th Princess said eagerly. Aren't you looking to buy warships? I'm taking you to meet someone now. The 6th Princess led Li Hao to the Marshal's residence, a grand mansion that showcased the owner's noble status. The guards at the entrance immediately saluted respectfully upon seeing the princess. Upon entering the mansion, Li Hao was awestruck by the sight before him. In the center of the courtyard stood a fountain, water splashing everywhere, shimmering with rainbow-like colors in the sunlight. Surrounding it were neatly trimmed gardens where various exotic flowers competed in beauty. Following the cobblestone path, they arrived at the Marshal's study. The study was filled with books and various military strategy materials, and a massive map of the Empire hung on the wall. The Marshal was an elderly man with graying hair, but his eyes remained sharp, exuding an aura of authority. He sat behind his desk intently reading a document. The 6th Princess softly said, Grandfather, I have brought Li Hao to see you. The Marshal looked up, glanced at Li Hao, and nodded, slightly indicating for him to sit down. Li Hao, I have heard of your deeds. You are quite impressive. Thank you for rescuing the 6th Princess last time. The Marshal's voice was deep and powerful. You flatter me, Marshal. I merely did my duty. The Marshal smiled and said, "You need not be modest. I know the purpose of your visit to Imperial Capital Star is to purchase warships, correct?" "Yes, Marshal. I hope to purchase some warships to strengthen our Legion's capabilities." The Marshal frowned and said, "You just received a reinforcement of half a fleet last time. Why do you need to supplement warships again? Did you suffer significant losses this time?" "Marshal, while we did not incur many losses in the battle against the Black Sand organization during the liberation of Gold Sand Star, our fleet is currently only capable of defending the star and lacks the capacity to expand further into the endless sea. It seems you are quite ambitious. You have been with the 13th Legion for less than 2 years and already possess 2 fleets," the Marshal said with a smile. "These 2 fleets are gifts from His Majesty and support from the military," Li Hao respectfully replied. He understood that his achievements were inseparable from the trust and support of His Majesty and the military, and he also recognized the dual meaning of the Marshal's words, which contained both praise and caution. The Marshal nodded, a hint of satisfaction in his gaze. "Li Hao, you also know that this year's warships have already been allocated to various legions, and it is currently impossible to assign new warships to you." He understood the Marshal's meaning, but he also recognized the strategic importance of Gold Sand Star. As a stronghold of the Endless Sea Star region, its significance was self-evident. "Marshal, I understand the Empire's difficulties." After contemplating for a moment, Li Hao said, "However, the strategic position of Gold Sand Star is too important. We not only need to defend it well, but I believe this is a unique opportunity. We can use Gold Sand Star as the forefront of the Endless Sea and gradually reclaim the entire Endless Sea Star region." The Marshal nodded, agreeing with Li Hao's perspective, but still harbored some concerns. "Your idea is good, but the military forces and warships of the other legions of our empire are currently insufficient to support a large-scale operation. Marshal, my plan is to gradually reclaim the Endless Sea Star region. I do not intend to request assistance from the military or rely on the combat power of other legions. We need to rebuild the 13th Legion not only to regain control over the Endless Sea, but also to ensure we can defend this star region." The Marshal looked at Li Hao, a glimmer of comfort passing through his eyes, but there was also a trace of worry. Rebuilding the 13th Legion is no easy task and requires a vast amount of resources and time. "Li Hao, I understand your thoughts, but rebuilding the 13th Legion will require a significant number of warships and troops, which cannot be accomplished overnight. How about this? The Royal Fleet is currently undergoing a refit, and there will be approximately 1 fleet's worth of warships available, but the cost will not be insignificant." The Marshal smiled faintly and replied, "Among the decommissioned ships of the Royal Fleet, there is 1 heavy cruiser flagship and 8 cruisers. The estimated value is around 2 billion star coins." Li Hao could hardly contain his excitement upon hearing this. Although these warships had been decommissioned, they were undoubtedly precious resources for rebuilding the 13th Corps. Moreover, the price of 2 billion star coins was within his capacity. "Marshal, I want all of these warships," Li Hao said without hesitation. "Good. But you know that the military budget is limited, so you'll have to figure out how to raise the funds yourself." "No problem, Marshal. I will gather the money as soon as possible." After leaving the Marshal's residence, Li Hao immediately began to raise funds. He contacted Zhang Yu, who was on Zhongzhou Star, to inquire about the cash obtained from the spoils of the Black Sand, and informed him that the military was interested in selling a fleet of warships for 2 billion star coins. Zhang Yu replied, "We have approximately 4 billion star coins in cash from our spoils, around 2 billion star coins from processing ordinary treasures on Zhongzhou Star, and about 8 billion star coins from high-value treasures processed on the Imperial Capital Star." Li Hao was overjoyed to hear Zhang Yu's response. Although there was still a significant gap to the 2 billion star coins needed to purchase the decommissioned warships from the Royal Fleet, it was already a considerable sum. "Okay, Zhang Yu, you did very well." Li Hao praised. "Please deposit this money into the core account, and I will find a way to gather the remaining funds as soon as possible." Li Hao hung up the communication with Zhang Yu and began to contemplate his next plan. He understood that raising 2 billion star coins solely through his efforts would be extremely challenging, and that he needed to find another way. Just when Li Hao was at a loss, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He remembered some connections he had on the Imperial Capital Star and figured he might be able to leverage them to raise funds. Li Hao immediately contacted Wang Lei's father and explained the situation regarding the purchase of the warships. After hearing Li Hao's introduction, Wang's father analyzed. The Wang family cannot provide 6 billion star coins all at once. However, he suggested that Li Hao could consider applying for a loan from the Imperial Interstellar Bank, using his mineral and property assets on Gold Sand Star as collateral, which should enable him to secure the needed funds. Li Hao took Wang's father's advice and immediately devised a strategy. He then contacted the president of the Imperial Interstellar Bank and detailed his situation and loan requirements. After listening to Li Hao's introduction, the president showed great interest in his loan plan. "Colonel Li Hao, we have assessed your asset report. Although they are all located outside the Empire's territory, our Imperial Interstellar Bank is willing to provide you with a loan to support your rebuilding of the 13th Corps. Thank you for your support, Li Hao said. With the president's assistance, Li Hao successfully secured a loan of 6 billion star coins from the Imperial Interstellar Bank. He immediately transferred the 20 billion star coins to the military. Afterward, Li Hao went to the marshal's office prepared to discuss matters regarding the warships. He was filled with anticipation, eager to acquire these warships to strengthen his core power. Marshal, I have transferred 20 billion star coins to the military and hope to acquire the warships we need soon. The marshal looked at Li Hao, nodded, and said, Li Hao, your efficiency is impressive. I am very satisfied. The transfer of the warships will take some time, so you will need to wait a bit. We will arrange it for you as soon as possible. Upon hearing the marshal's words, Li Hao felt a bit disappointed. Marshal, the situation in the Endless Sea Star region is very severe, and we need to enhance our strength as soon as possible to effectively resist the enemy's attacks. The marshal pondered for a moment and said, Li Hao, I understand your feelings. I will arrange it for you as soon as possible. In the following days, Li Hao stayed on Imperial Capital Star waiting for the military to complete the transfer of the warships. This time he had arranged for a large number of personnel from the 13th Corps to come to Imperial Capital Star to ensure the smooth transfer of the warships. While Li Hao was waiting for the transfer, the 6th princess came to the hotel where he was staying, hoping that he could accompany her to attend the royal banquet. Li Hao initially wanted to refuse as his mind was solely focused on the warship transfer, but the 6th princess insisted that this banquet was important to celebrate the emperor's birthday, and she had promised the emperor that she would bring a talented fleet commander to attend. Li Hao had no choice but to agree to her request. That evening, Li Hao donned a crisp military uniform, the medals on his chest shimmering brilliantly. He entered the banquet hall alongside the 6th princess. The banquet hall was ablaze with lights bright as day, with guests adorned in luxurious attire chatting joyfully in groups. They were all members of the royal family and the empire's elites. As soon as Li Hao and the 6th princess stepped into the banquet hall, they instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Members of the royal family cast curious and probing glances, while the elites of the imperial capital whispered and discussed the young officer. Among those present, 2 individuals had particularly noteworthy expressions upon seeing Li Hao, the 2nd prince, and Li Hao's classmate Zhang Chong. The 2nd prince looked at Li Hao and the 6th princess, a hint of barely concealed dissatisfaction flashing in his eyes. After returning to the imperial capital, he had investigated the 13th Corps Royal Star Radiance fleet. To his surprise, he found that the fleet commander was merely a commoner, yet the fleet was even larger than his own guard fleet. This discovery filled him with jealousy. Zhang Chong stared at Li Hao with an expression of astonishment. He and Li Hao had once been classmates studying together at the military academy. After graduation, Zhang Chong joined the 8th Corps of the Zhang family, and upon his return, he had just been promoted to the rank of lieutenant colonel due to his family's efforts. Li Hao keenly sensed the gazes of the 2nd prince and Zhang Chong, but paid them no mind. He simply smiled and calmly walked with the 6th princess toward the emperor. The emperor, upon seeing Li Hao and the 6th princess, revealed a satisfied smile. He said to Li Hao, Colonel Li Hao, no wonder today little Six said she would bring a talented young officer to the banquet. I am very glad you could attend my birthday banquet. Li Hao respectfully replied, Your Majesty, it is my honor. The emperor then turned to the 6th princess and said, Little Six, you look very beautiful today. The 6th princess smiled shyly and said, Thank you, father. The emperor continued, You two should take a rest for a while. Later I will introduce you to some important guests. Li Hao and the 6th princess nodded, then under the guidance of the attendants, they walked to a corner of the banquet hall. There they sat down, began to savor delicious food and enjoy the music. As Li Hao and the 6th princess leisurely admired the graceful dancing of the women in the banquet hall, the 2nd prince strolled up to them and said, Sister, it has been a long time since we last met. I hear you have been at the border lately. Oh, life there must be quite difficult, wouldn't you agree? Do you need me to speak to father and have you recalled? The 6th princess frowned slightly, genuinely disliking the 2nd prince's arrogant demeanor. Brother, everything is going smoothly at the border. There's no need for you to worry about me. The 2nd prince smiled slightly, yet his gaze remained fixed on Li Hao. And who might this be? I don't recognize him at all. At this moment, Zhang Chong stepped forward and said, Your Highness, this is the only outstanding graduate from our Royal Military Academy's Naval Command Department who did not become a captain upon graduation. Judging by the current situation, he must be relying on the 6th princess to secure a captaincy. So he's one of the 6th prince's people. No wonder he's bold enough to act under the banner of the royal fleet, the 2nd prince said with evident sarcasm. Upon hearing this, the 6th princess' expression instantly turned frosty, her eyes filled with anger as she glared at Zhang Chong. She never expected Zhang Chong would say such a thing. It was not only an insult to Li Hao, but also a disrespect to her. Zhang Chong, cease your nonsense. Li Hao became a captain through his own abilities. It has nothing to do with me. Zhang Chong spoke again. Your Highness, Li Hao is merely a commoner. If it weren't for your assistance, he likely wouldn't even have a starship right now. The second prince looked at Li Hao and the sixth princess, secretly laughing to himself. All right, you two need to stop arguing. Zhang Chang, you claim that Li Hao became a captain by relying on the sixth princess. Do you have any evidence to back that up? Zhang Chang was suddenly at a loss for words. He had only seen the close relationship between Li Hao and the sixth princess, but he had no evidence. I just heard rumors, there's no evidence. You dare to spew nonsense without evidence. Are you looking to endanger your life? The sixth princess said angrily. The second prince looked at Zhang Chang, feeling secretly pleased. He knew Zhang Chang had no evidence and merely wanted to use this opportunity to humiliate Li Hao and the sixth princess. Just as the argument seemed poised to escalate, a female official approached and said, Your Highness the sixth princess, His Majesty has summoned Colonel Li Hao to him. Your Highness the sixth princess, I will be going ahead then. Li Hao, I will go with you. Li Hao nodded and followed the female official. Zhang Chang, noticing the female official's words, finally realized that the rank insignia on Li Hao's military uniform was indeed that of a colonel. His mind felt dazed, thinking, did I misjudge him? How could he be a colonel? A colonel commands a fleet at the star system level. He must already command several fleets. Li Hao and the sixth princess followed the female official to the emperor. The emperor instructed both of them to stand beside him, facing the royal family members and the powerful elites of the imperial capital. The emperor stood up and surveyed the crowd, then spoke. Today, I would like to introduce to you a future star of our empire. Everyone's attention was focused on the emperor, filled with anticipation. The emperor smiled slightly and continued, This young future star is none other than the person beside me, Colonel Li Hao. Li Hao stood up and saluted the crowd. He was tall, handsome, and his eyes radiated determination and confidence. The emperor regarded Li Hao with admiration, stating, Recently Colonel Li Hao led his fleet in the Endless Sea Star region to combat pirates, successfully liberating the Golden Sands star within the region. As a result, the boundaries of the empire are no longer confined to the previous border star systems, and the empire's territory has once again advanced into the Endless Sea Star region. The crowd erupted in cheers upon hearing this news. Everyone knew that the Endless Sea Star region was a resource-rich area, but it had long been controlled by pirates, causing great suffering to the empire's merchant ships and residents. Now, with Li Hao leading the fleet to successfully liberate the Golden Sands star, it not only signifies the expansion of the empire's territory, but also ensures the security and stability of the empire. Amid the crowd's cheers, the emperor continued, Colonel Li Hao's heroic performance has won honor and dignity for the empire. I have decided to award him a Medal of Valor from the empire. Li Hao walked forward with determined steps, and the emperor, smiling personally, placed the medal on his chest. Li Hao's eyes reflected immense respect as he solemnly saluted the emperor, expressing his loyalty to both the emperor and the empire. The emperor gently patted Li Hao's shoulder, nodding in approval. However, he failed to notice the flicker of jealousy in the second prince's eyes. The second prince had always longed for his father's recognition and admiration, but his performance had consistently fallen short. Seeing Li Hao receive such an honor filled his heart with unwillingness and jealousy. Why does he receive father's favor while I am always overlooked? The second prince pondered to himself, the flames of jealousy burning brighter within him. After the ceremony, he approached Li Hao, attempting to mask his jealousy and feigning friendliness, saying, Congratulations, Colonel Li Hao. Your heroic performance has brought honor to the empire and earned you respect. Thank you for the compliment, Your Highness. This is merely my duty, and I will continue to strive to contribute to the prosperity and peace of the empire. The second prince smiled faintly, but in his heart, he was secretly plotting how to eliminate Li Hao, whom he deemed a threat to his position. As long as Li Hao existed, he would never gain his father's attention. When Zhang Chang heard the emperor's announcement, he was filled with suspicion. Wasn't Li Hao the personal guard of the sixth princess? Why was Li Hao being sent to the Endless Sea Star region? After the banquet concluded, Li Hao left the palace with the sixth princess. In the hover car, the sixth princess asked Li Hao why he chose to stay in a hotel every time he returned instead of using his house in the imperial capital. Your Highness, I do have a place in the imperial capital, but I haven't returned in a long time. The sixth princess curiously inquired, Why not? Don't you want to go home and take a look? There's only me at home now. Oh, it's too troublesome to go back every time. Li Hao's voice was low, carrying a hint of barely perceptible loneliness. Upon hearing this, the sixth princess couldn't help but feel a surge of compassion. Having lived in the palace since childhood, surrounded by countless companions and caretakers, she had never experienced the taste of loneliness. Yet Li Hao, a soldier who risked his life for the empire, could only face an empty home alone. Li Hao, from now on, consider the princess' residence your home. The sixth princess blurted out, only realizing afterward that her words might be inappropriate, her cheeks flushing with a hint of crimson. Your Highness, I appreciate your kindness, but the princess' residence is your home, How could I disturb it at will? The sixth princess hurriedly explained, I didn't mean it that way. I meant. You can treat the princess residence as a temporary home. Whenever you feel like returning, just come and stay for a few days. The next day, after Li Hao returned to the hotel, news of the 13th Legion successfully liberating the Golden Sand Star quickly spread throughout the Imperial Capital Star, prompting many merchants to visit the hotel where Li Hao was staying. Li Hao was quite surprised by the visit of these merchants. He was not accustomed to such occasions, but he understood their intentions well. The liberation of the Golden Sand Star was a significant message for the business community of the Imperial Capital Star, as they all yearned to establish connections with Li Hao to seek more business opportunities. The hotel lobby was crowded with merchants from various industries, all carrying gifts and business cards hoping to meet Li Hao. Accompanied by his aide, Li Hao stepped into the lobby, instantly causing a stir. Commander Li Hao, congratulations on achieving such a magnificent victory. A merchant stepped forward and said respectfully, Thank you. Li Hao replied with a slight, not a smile appearing on his face. Commander Li Hao, we are the largest merchant association in the Imperial Capital Star, and we hope to cooperate with you to jointly develop the resources of the Golden Sand Star. Another merchant said. Upon hearing this, Li Hao's heart stirred. The Golden Sand Star was a planet inhabited by many residents, and its development was of great significance for the Empire's growth. Collaborating with these merchants could not only bring substantial benefits to the Empire, but also add more wealth to the 13th Legion. Thank you for your kindness, but I need time to consider. Commander Li Hao, please rest assured that our association possesses sufficient strength and experience to ensure a pleasant cooperation, the merchant replied. Afterward, many more merchants approached Li Hao to converse with him, and he responded to their greetings and requests one by one. Although he was not skilled in business negotiations, he understood the importance of these merchants and needed to handle these relationships carefully. Li Hao fell into deep thought in the hotel. He realized that he was not suited for business activities. He needed to find someone who understood business and was trustworthy to assist him. However, he did not find a suitable candidate within the 13th Legion. Suddenly, Li Hao thought of Wang Lei. He immediately dialed Wang Lei's communication device. Lazy, are you still on Wang Hai Star? Wang Lei replied, I have returned to the Imperial Capital Star. Li Hao felt a surge of joy and said, That's great, I happen to have something that needs your help. What is it? Our fleet has liberated the Golden Sand Star from the Endless Sea, and I am not very knowledgeable about business. I would like you to help me manage the commercial affairs. Wang Lei felt a bit surprised upon hearing this. He knew that the Golden Sand Star was an important gateway to the Endless Sea, and its development was crucial for the Empire. However, he also understood that business management was not an easy task and required rich experience and professional knowledge. Haozi, I am not very familiar with business, and you know my ambitions do not lie in this area. Wang Lei said. Li Hao frowned slightly. He understood that Wang Lei's ambitions had always been in the military field, but the current development of the Golden Sand Star needed someone to take charge of commercial matters, and Wang Lei was his most trusted choice. Lazy, I understand your ambitions, but the development of the Golden Sand Star urgently needs someone to oversee commercial affairs, and you are the person I trust the most. Wang Lei was silent for a moment. He realized that Li Hao's words made sense, and he did not want to let down Li Hao's trust. All right, Haozi, I will do my best to help you. Great, Lazy, I knew you would agree. Come to the Star Harbor Hotel now. They'll be waiting here for you. Wang Lei arrived at the Star Harbor Hotel and met Li Hao. Li Hao looked a bit exhausted. Haozi, you seem to be working hard. It's nothing, just a lot on my plate lately. Lazy, now that you're here, I will feel much more at ease. They sat down, and Li Hao took out a document, handing it to Wang Lei. This is the current asset situation of our 13th Legion. Wang Lei read the document carefully, occasionally raising some questions and suggestions. Li Hao listened attentively, and the two discussed for a long time. Haozi, this is quite a mess. You are actually in debt by 6 billion star coins, Wang Lei remarked. Isn't it all for buying warships? Li Hao replied with a helpless smile. Without formidable military strength, how can we protect the Golden Sand Star and develop its resources? Wang Lei nodded. You're right, but 6 billion star coins is not a small amount. How can we repay it? I already have some ideas, Li Hao said. First, we can earn money by developing the resources of the Golden Sand Star. The Golden Sand Star is rich in mineral resources. We can establish some mining sites and processing plants to produce high-quality mineral products, which we can then sell to other planets. This is feasible. Well, I will arrange this part, and I will handle the business matters later, Wang Lei replied. After their conversation, Wang Lei began coordinating with the merchants of the Imperial Capital Star, while Li Hao continued to wait for the warships from the military. A few days later, the marshal sent someone to inform Li Hao that the warships were ready, and he could arrange personnel to go for the handover. Upon receiving this news, Li Hao was filled with excitement. He immediately notified Wang Lei to prepare for the joint reception of the warships. The next day, Li Hao and Wang Lei, along with the officers responsible for receiving the ships, arrived at the military supply warehouse. They saw warships lined up in an orderly fashion, imposing and magnificent. Li Hao and Wang Lei boarded one of the warships, carefully inspecting every detail. They were very satisfied with the performance and equipment of this warship, firmly believing that it would play a significant role in combat. The officers receiving the ships also marveled at these warships, stating that with these vessels the combat power of the 13th Legion would become even stronger. After completing the warship handover, Li Hao and the others decided to set sail immediately. Before departure, Li Hao specifically went to the princess mansion to meet with the 6th princess, informing her that the fleet would delve into the endless sea star domain and might face considerable danger, hoping she would stay in the imperial capital Star. The 6th princess understood Li Hao's concerns despite her reluctance, so she nodded slightly and whispered, "All right, I will stay in the imperial capital Star. You must be very careful and ensure you return safely." Li Hao gazed at the 6th princess with deep affection, a warm current flowing in his heart. He gently held the 6th prince's hand, which was as white as jade, and sincerely said, "Rest assured I will return safely. You also need to take good care of yourself." After returning to the fleet, Li Hao wasted no time and immediately ordered the departure. Under his command, the fleet slowly sailed out of the naval port, eventually disappearing into the vast and boundless universe. After several days of traveling through space, the fleet finally arrived at its destination, the base Star. After returning to the base, Li Hao discovered that Zhang Yu and other officers had long been waiting for his return at the Star Mountain Valley base. This time, Zhang Yu successfully recruited officers for 2 fleets and over 30,000 mecha soldiers at the Zhongzhou Star, undoubtedly adding powerful support to their combat strength. Li Hao integrated the heavy cruiser flagship and 8 cruisers he purchased into the Dawn fleet, thereby endowing it with the battleship Invincible as its flagship, the heavy cruiser Liberty as its second flagship, and 14 cruisers. After properly arranging the fleet personnel, Li Hao introduced Wang Lei to Zhang Yu and announced publicly that Wang Lei would serve as the logistics minister of the 13th Legion. Following the announcement, Li Hao had an in-depth conversation with Wang Lei. He also informed Wang Lei about the discovery of the energy mine at the base Star. Upon hearing this, Wang Lei's eyes sparkled with excitement. "This is indeed great news. The energy mine is a strategic resource. With it, our fleet will have even stronger power support. This energy mine is quite special, and we need to further enhance its protection to prevent it from being coveted by other forces. The hero fleet will remain stationed at the base Star and will follow your command subsequently." Wang Lei nodded. "All right, I will arrange for professionals to be responsible for the security of the mining area to ensure the safety of the energy mine." Afterward, Li Hao discussed other logistical issues with Wang Lei, including material procurement and personnel training. Wang Lei provided his suggestions and solutions one by one. Once Li Hao arranged the affairs of the base Star, he immediately took the new fleet to the Gold Sand Star. After several days of sailing, just as they were about to arrive at the Gold Sand Star, Li Hao noticed something amiss. He had not seen the patrol fleet that should be stationed there. Li Hao immediately ordered the detection officer to turn on the detector at full power and instructed the communications officer to contact the Xingyao fleet. The detector soon discovered some anomalies under full power. In the orbit of the Gold Sand Star, a large number of warships were moving. "Commander, a large number of warships are heading towards the Gold Sand Star," the detection officer reported. Li Hao frowned, feeling a wave of unease. "Immediately contact the Xingyao fleet and inquire about their current situation." The communications officer attempted to contact the Xingyao fleet, but received no response, deepening Li Hao's concern about what had happened to them. Could it be that the Xingyao fleet has already? A bad thought crossed Li Hao's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. "No, it's impossible. There are 3 heavy cruiser flagships and 12 cruisers left at the Gold Sand Star. They certainly wouldn't be easily defeated." "Commander, what should we do now?" an officer asked. "Accelerate forward, prepare for battle, charge the main cannon, and rescue the Gold Sand Star." The fleet continued to accelerate towards the Gold Sand Star, and as time passed, they entered the space domain of Gold Sand Star, where Li Hao finally saw their insignia. When Li Hao led the fleet to the battlefield and saw the Pirate Alliance's warship insignia, he immediately ordered all warships to engage. Li Hao's fleet suddenly charged from behind, throwing the Pirate Alliance's fleet into chaos. They had originally thought that only the defensive forces of the Gold Sand Star needed to respond, but they did not expect reinforcements from the 13th Legion to arrive so quickly and to attack from their rear. "What's going on? Where did this fleet come from?" the Pirate Alliance's commander asked in surprise. "Report, Commander, it's the Imperial fleet. They are coming from our rear." "Damn, how could they appear here?" the commander cursed. "What should we do now?" The pirate commander pondered for a moment and said, "Don't panic. Our fleet outnumbers them. As long as we stabilize our formation, we can definitely defeat them. The Pirate Alliance's fleet began to adjust its formation in preparation to face Li Hao's fleet. However, Li Hao's fleet was extremely fast, quickly breaching their defenses and creating a pincer attack with the Gold Sandstar's defensive forces. Activate the shield's lock, all main cannons fire. The warships of the Dawn fleet opened fire simultaneously, unleashing countless energy beams towards the Pirate Alliance's fleet. The Pirate Alliance's fleet was not to be outdone, either firing numerous energy beams from their warships as they engaged in a fierce counterattack against Li Hao's fleet. One of the leaders of the Pirate Alliance in a panic exclaimed, "That's the main fleet of the 13th Legion, the Dawn fleet, and that one is the Invincible. Commander, our fleet is suffering heavy losses. If this continues, we will be completely annihilated." A pirate from the Pirate Alliance said in panic, "Retreat." The commander of the Pirate Alliance finally gave the order to retreat. The Pirate Alliance's fleet began to turn, attempting to flee the battlefield. However, Li Hao's fleet closely pursued them, continuously launching attacks and preventing their escape. "Want to run? It's not that easy. We must capture their flagship." The warships of the Dawn fleet revved up, moving at full speed like a pack of hungry sharks, closely pursuing the Pirate Alliance's fleet. Li Hao stood in the command cabin of the flagship, intently staring at the screen in front of him, which displayed the positions and statuses of the Pirate Alliance's fleet. His expression was grim, with a flicker of anger in his eyes. "Report, Commander. We are approaching the Pirate Alliance's fleet. Should we launch an attack?" "Don't rush. Wait until we enter the best attack position to launch an attack." The warships of the Dawn fleet gradually closed in on the Pirate Alliance's fleet, and the distance between them grew shorter. Li Hao gazed at the Pirate Alliance's flagship on the screen, silently vowing to sink it and avenge his fallen comrades. "Report, Commander. We have entered the best attack position. Should we launch an attack?" "The Annihilation Cannon is at 50 power. Fire." As Li Hao's command was given, the Annihilation Cannon of the Dawn fleet flagship began to charge the ship, slightly trembling as energy light converged on the main cannon, emitting a chilling aura. Moments later, the Annihilation Cannon fired a dazzling beam of light, a massive energy beam slicing through the void towards the Pirate Alliance's flagship. The captain of the Pirate Alliance's flagship, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of despair. "Quick, activate the energy shield," the flagship captain shouted hoarsely. However, it was already too late. The energy beam from the Annihilation Cannon instantly struck the Pirate Alliance's flagship, the immense energy tearing through the flagship's energy shield and penetrating its hull. A tremendous explosion erupted, and the Pirate Alliance's flagship was violently destroyed by the Annihilation Cannon's attack, transforming into a massive fireball. Countless fragments and debris flew in all directions, resembling a spectacular fireworks display. Li Hao looked at the screen displaying the enemy flagship's explosion, feeling little joy within. He knew this battle was merely a beginning. He took a deep breath and issued the command: "Order the fleet to continue forward, search for the traces of other pirate fleets, and have the Invincible return to the starport." As the Invincible slowly sailed into the starport, Li Hao's heart had already flown to the command center. He was eager to know the situation of the Starry Dawn fleet, his brothers, and what they had endured in the previous battle. Upon entering the command center, Li Hao felt the tense atmosphere. The staff members were busy moving about, and various data and intelligence were displayed on the large screen. He walked straight to a captain and asked, "What is the situation with the Starry Dawn fleet?" The captain turned around, showing a hint of fatigue on his face, and replied, "Commander Li Hao, the Starry Dawn fleet suffered heavy losses in the previous battle. They engaged in an intense clash with the Pirate Alliance's fleet, but the enemy's numbers and firepower exceeded our expectations." Li Hao furrowed his brow, a wave of worry rising within him. "What are the specifics of the losses?" The captain sighed, pointing at the data on the screen, and said, "All warships stationed at Golden Sandstar have sustained damage. The Starry Dawn, Starshine, and Starlight have all been heavily damaged and are currently undergoing emergency repairs and resupply. All flagship vessels are damaged." "Oh, what happened?" "There were too many enemies this time. They concentrated fire on the fleet's flagship from the start. Thankfully, our warships are equipped with double shields, otherwise the 3 flagships would have not just been heavily damaged, but obliterated," the captain said. Li Hao fell silent for a moment. He understood the brutality of this battle. Every victory came with enormous sacrifices, and their enemies seemed endless. In an office of the Pirate Alliance's star in the Endless Sea Star Domain, several high-ranking members of the Pirate Alliance sat together. Their faces were grim as the recently received news left them deeply unsettled. "The 13th Legion's fleet has approached our star domain. They have occupied Golden Sandstar and have entered our domain," one of the high-ranking members said. "Sending so many starships this time should drive them out of Golden Sandstar," said the second high-ranking member. "Just now, intelligence reported that this operation has failed." "What? How could it fail? Didn't we send so many starships?" asked the third high-ranking member in surprise. "The forces stationed at Golden Sandstar are the Royal Starry Dawn fleet of the 13th Legion. We had heavily damaged 3 of their heavy cruiser flagships, but their main fleet, the Dawn Fleet, returned to support them. It's infuriating. We were so close to capturing Golden Sand Star. The third high-ranking member slammed the table in anger. What should we do now? Our fleet has suffered significant losses. Should we seek help from other forces? No, that would be too risky. The first high-ranking member shook his head. We cannot easily trust other forces. Oh, what if they take the opportunity to stab us in the back? Everyone, I have a plan that might solve our current predicament, a mysterious voice said. After Li Hao returned to the starport and reviewed the battle damage of the Starry Dawn fleet, he found Zhang Yu and said with a solemn expression, Zhang Yu, although we held Golden Sand Star, the losses were considerable. We must repair the warships as soon as possible to restore the fleet's combat power. Zhang Yu nodded in response, saying, I have arranged for engineering teams and repair robots to work around the clock to repair all warships in the shortest time possible. Moreover, those injured and fallen soldiers must be compensated. They paid a great price to defend Golden Sand Star. We cannot let them feel disheartened. I have already compiled the list of injured and fallen soldiers and will provide them with appropriate compensation and rewards according to regulations, Zhang Yu replied. Li Hao carefully analyzed the recent attack by the Pirate Alliance. The pirates suffered considerable losses this time, and Li Hao prepared to delve deeper into the Endless Sea Star domain. The pirate forces near Golden Sand Star were intricately entangled and had to be eradicated completely to ensure the safety of Golden Sand Star. In the days that followed, Li Hao led the fleet deeper into the Endless Sea Star domain. They fought their way through and eliminated multiple factions of pirates. Each victory strengthened their resolve to eradicate piracy. Just as Li Hao was exterminating pirates in the Endless Star domain, news arrived from the imperial capital that the second prince was to oversee the development of the Endless Sea Star domain. The second prince arrived at Golden Sand Star with his personal guard fleet, where Li Hao, Zhang Yu, and others welcomed him at the starport. Dressed in resplendent armor, the second prince slowly descended from the flagship, his gaze sweeping over Li Hao and the others, revealing a faint, barely perceptible smile. Li Hao, long time no see, said the second prince in a deep, powerful voice. I have seen you, your highness, the second prince. No need for formalities. The second prince waved his hand. I am here on the orders of the emperor to oversee matters related to the development of the Star Sea. Li Hao, you have done well in your efforts to eliminate pirates in the Endless Star domain. Oh, I have heard of your achievements. Thank you for your praise, your highness, the second prince. This is the duty of the 13th Legion. Good, very good. The second prince smiled with satisfaction. Tonight, I will host a banquet at the Starport Hotel for the officers of the 13th Legion, so everyone can get to know each other. Thank you, your highness, the second prince. Li Hao and the others bowed again before turning to leave the starport. That night, the second prince hosted a banquet for Li Hao and the officers of the 13th Legion at the Starport Hotel. At the banquet, the second prince frequently raised his glass, engaging in lively conversation with everyone. Li Hao sat quietly nearby, observing the second prince's every move. After the banquet, Li Hao lay in bed, unable to sleep for a long time. He knew that the arrival of the second prince would bring more unpredictability to the Endless Star domain. Early the next morning, the second prince summoned Li Hao and the others to begin discussing matters related to the development of the Star Sea. The second prince proposed a bold plan. He intended to lead the fleet deep into the Endless Star domain to search for new resources and planets. Li Hao was taken aback upon hearing this. The depths of the Endless Star domain were fraught with danger, not only from powerful pirates, but also various unknown hazards. Your Highness, I believe this plan is too risky. Li Hao could not help but say, the situation in the depths of the Endless Star domain is unclear. Venturing there recklessly could lead to unforeseen consequences. Li Hao, what do you mean by this? Are you questioning my decision? The second prince's expression darkened. I am the one in charge of this expansion mission. You need only execute my plan. Then let us wish His Highness a victorious start. Our 13th Legion awaits good news from His Highness in the Golden Sand Star. The second prince shot a cold glance at Li Hao, saying, What do you mean, Li Hao? Your Highness, you intend to take the fleet deep into the Endless Sea to explore the Starry Sea. We have no objections, but currently our 13th Fleet has no plans to proceed there. I hereby command you to accompany me. Are you defying orders? The second prince frowned slightly, his tone revealing a hint of impatience. Your Highness, you were sent by the Emperor to explore the Endless Sea, while our 13th Legion's task is to guard the Golden Sand Star line. We have no plans to advance into the Endless Sea Star domain at this time. Li Hao, you refuse to obey military orders. I now represent the military in dismissing you from your position as commander of the 13th Legion. I shall take over the military affairs of the 13th Legion myself. Hearing this, Li Hao's expression instantly darkened. He looked coldly at the second prince and said, Second prince, are you sure you have the authority to dismiss me? I am the commander of the 13th Legion. Shouldn't you first clarify how to mobilize the 13th Legion? Li Hao, who do you think you are? You are merely a lowly colonel fleet commander daring to defy my orders. Do you know how serious the consequences are? I say again, I am the commander of the 13th Legion. If you wish to dismiss me, please present the military's orders. The second prince's face darkened further upon hearing this. He did not expect Li Hao to be so resolute and daring to publicly defy his orders. He gritted his teeth and said, Li Hao, do not think that just because you have the military's support you can act as you please. Let me tell you, I am the son of the emperor. I represent the authority of the royal family, and you must obey my orders. Second prince, you are the son of the emperor, and I respect your status. However, you have no right to interfere in the affairs of the 13th Legion, let alone dismiss my position. If you have any grievances, you may file a complaint with the military, and I will accept the military's investigation. Li Hao, are you threatening me? Do you think I would be afraid to complain to the military? Let me tell you, I will make you regret it. I am not threatening you. I am merely stating the facts. If you wish to complain to the military, I will accompany you at any time. However, until the military makes a decision, I remain the commander of the 13th Fleet. Upon hearing this, the second prince's expression fluctuated. He knew Li Hao was right. If he forcibly took over the 13th Legion's fleet, it would provoke dissatisfaction from the military and could even jeopardize his future. However, he was reluctant to give up so easily. Just as the second prince was hesitating, an officer suddenly entered the conference room. He approached the second prince and whispered, Your Highness, the aide to the commander of the 3rd Legion has arrived and is waiting for you outside. Hearing this, the second prince's expression shifted slightly. He did not expect his uncle to send someone to find him. After pondering for a moment, he said to the officer, Make him wait outside for a while. I will be out shortly. The officer complied and left while the second prince stood up and began to pace back and forth in the conference room. He knew his uncle's character. He must be worried about his safety to send an aide to escort him. However, he was unwilling to give up just like that. He had worked hard to obtain this opportunity, and if he returned now, he would never have another chance. After a while, the second prince finally made a decision. He exited the conference room and met his uncle's aide. The aide promptly saluted upon seeing the second prince and said, Your Highness, the commander sent me to escort you back. I appreciate my uncle's good intentions, but I cannot simply return. I came here under imperial orders and must complete my mission. The aide frowned and said, Your Highness, the endless sea star region is fraught with dangers. You have brought only your personal guard fleet. If anything were to happen, the consequences would be dire. Aide, you need not worry. I already have a plan. As long as the 13th Legion is willing to obey my orders, we will surely accomplish the mission. The aide sighed and said, Your Highness, you should return with me. The matters of the 13th Legion are not as simple as you think. The second prince's expression darkened as he said, Aide, what do you mean? I am a prince. I represent the authority of the royal family. Li Hao must obey my orders. If he does not comply, I will dismiss his military authority, and his subordinate officers will accept my commands. Your Highness, if they were the royal army, they would heed your orders. However, the 13th Legion currently will only accept Li Hao's commands, and you have no way to revoke his military authority unless you are willing to bear all the military expenses of the 13th Legion, the aide explained. The second prince's face darkened further upon hearing this. He did not expect the matters of the 13th Legion to be so complicated. He coldly snorted, What does that have to do with military expenses? I am a prince. I need only issue orders, and they must execute them. The aide shook his head helplessly and said, Your Highness, this could lead to a military mutiny. The second prince was startled by this. Although he was arrogant and domineering, he understood how serious the consequences of a military mutiny could be. After a moment of silence, he asked, Aide, what do you suggest I do? Your Highness, I think you should return first. Moreover, the endless sea star region has always been the defensive area of the 13th Legion. Our presence here has already violated the rules, the aide suggested. After pondering for a moment, the second prince nodded and said, All right, let us return for now. With a gloomy expression, the second prince hurriedly led the aide back into the conference room. A hint of displeasure and anxiety flashed in his eyes, sharply contrasting with his previous arrogant demeanor. The second prince coldly remarked, There is a matter in the capital. I must return for a while. After saying this, the second prince turned to leave the conference room, with the aide closely following. Inside the conference room, the officers of the 13th Legion were left feeling somewhat perplexed at the sudden departure of the second prince. A captain furrowed his brow and asked, Commander, does it seem like the second prince intends to seize military power? Li Hao sat at the head of the conference table, his expression grim. After a moment of thought, he replied, The second prince's behavior is indeed somewhat unusual. Zhang Yu chuckled and said, It seems this second prince wants to grasp military authority, but he doesn't seem too bright, trying to meddle in the affairs of the 13th Legion. Enough. No matter what he intends to do, we should focus on our own duties. The internal affairs of the Empire have little to do with us. It won't matter who comes. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace of the capital, the Emperor also received intelligence regarding the second prince's activities on Jinsha Star. Seated upon the dragon throne in his private study, he listened to his trusted ministers report, his expression dark and unsettled. Your Majesty, the second prince has departed Jinsha Star and is returning to the capital, the minister said cautiously. The Emperor frowned. So soon? Did he meet resistance from Colonel Li Hao? Yes, Your Majesty. He ordered the entire fleet to accompany him deep into the endless sea, but Colonel Li Hao refused. In response, the second prince attempted to revoke Colonel Li Hao's commission on the spot. A witless fool. He hasn't even grasped the true state of the 13th Legion, and yet he rushes off to humiliate himself. The Emperor spoke in anger. The minister lowered his head silent. After a moment of silence, the Emperor asked, how did Colonel Li Hao respond? The minister replied, Colonel Li Hao firmly rejected the second prince's order. Upon witnessing this defiance, the prince threatened to file a formal complaint against him with the military department. Colonel Li Hao declared he would willingly submit to any investigation. This wayward son grows ever more insufferable. Who does he think he is? To dare scheme beneath my very gaze. Issue my decree. Colonel Li Hao shall remain at his post, reinforce planetary defenses, and ensure Jinsha Star's security. Let him proceed according to his own strategy. Having received the imperial edict, the minister swiftly departed the palace to convey the emperor's command to the military department, and thence to Jinsha Star. Upon returning to the capital, the second prince seethed over his failed operation on Jinsha Star and refused to accept defeat. At his behest, certain court ministers began circulating rumors in the imperial court accusing Colonel Li Hao of amassing power for himself and harboring treasonous ambitions. Upon hearing these court discussions concerning the 13th Legion, the second prince's maternal uncle sought him out. His brow furrowed, his tone reproachful. Your Highness, your operation on Jinsha Star ended in failure. Why further inflame matters with baseless rumors? Such conduct will only deepen the Emperor's displeasure toward you. Uncle, do you imagine I wish for this? That man Li Hao dared defy my direct command. I will make him pay. Your Highness, understand this, the matter of the 13th Legion is far more complex than it appears. Your actions risk eroding the Emperor's trust entirely. Uncle, why do you insist the 13th Legion's affairs are so intricate? The uncle then recounted in full both the 13th Legion's fate a decade ago and Colonel Li Hao's recent reformation of the unit. As the second prince absorbed his uncle's account, his face darkened. He had never imagined the 13th Legion concealed such layered history and such profound implications. Then my expedition into the endless sea was utterly futile, and worse, I have now alienated Li Hao. He is the 13th Legion's designated future commander. To antagonize him is indeed unwise. What then should I do now, uncle? The second prince asked, frustration evident in his voice. After a thoughtful pause, his uncle replied, you must mend your relationship with Li Hao. Dissolve the rift between you by whatever means necessary. Upon learning of events in the capital, Colonel Li Hao paid them no heed. He understood the second prince's nature and his motives. The Xingyao fleet, now fully repaired, stood ready. Li Hao stationed the Qinxing Division fleet on Jinsha Star as its planetary defense force, while he led both the Shuguang and Xingyao fleets once more into the depths of the Endless Sea. After several days' navigation through the Endless Sea, guided by its official star chart, Li Hao confirmed that ahead lay his destination, Oasis Star. As Li Hao's fleet approached Oasis Star, a transmission arrived from the starport's planetary defense forces. This is Oasis Star Defense Command. Identify your intentions, vessel. Li Hao found it curious. How could a planet deep within the Endless Sea maintain an organized defense force? After brief reflection, he issued his order, respond. We are the Empire's 13th Legion conducting a routine patrol mission across the Endless Sea. The communications officer relayed the message without delay. Moments later, the reply came, welcome 13th Legion. Your mission directive has been verified. Please hold position. Approximately 1 hour later, a small shuttle detached from Oasis Star and approached Li Hao's formation. It docked alongside Li Hao's flagship, and shortly thereafter a comm request appeared on his console. Li Hao accepted. A stranger's voice resonated through the channel. Commander, greetings. I am Zhang Tian, governor of Oasis Star, and on behalf of its people, I extend our warmest welcome. Governor Zhang, greetings. I am Li Hao, fleet commander of the Imperial 13th Legion. The 13th Legion. After all these years, you have finally arrived. The governor exclaimed, elated. Colonel Li Hao, the starport lies ahead. I shall guide you in. Under the governor's escort, the flagship Wuwei glided smoothly into the starport. Once the Xingyao fleet secured its berths, Li Hao disembarked with his senior officers, greeted by the starport director and a crowd of enthusiastic staff. Welcome to Oasis Starport, Colonel Li Hao. The director stepped forward, extending a firm, earnest handshake. We have awaited this day for many long years. Li Hao offered a slight nod, exchanged courteous pleasantries, and then without delay turned to the governor with urgent inquiry. Governor Zhang, I wish to understand what is Oasis Star's current condition. His gaze held quiet intensity, deep concern etched in every line. The governor sighed softly and began. Colonel Li Hao, after the Great War, the 13th Legion suffered catastrophic losses, and the endless sea descended into chaos. I was once a starship captain assigned to defend Oasis Star under the 13th Legion. In that war, we lost countless comrades. Captain Zhang, I am Li Hao, fleet commander of the Imperial 13th Legion. Welcome home. Governor Zhang gazed at Li Hao, tears glistening in his eyes. Clasping Li Hao's hand tightly, he whispered, Commander Li Hao, we have waited for you at last. For years we held this world steadfast, awaiting your return. Governor Zhang, you and your people have borne great hardship. The Empire has not forgotten you. We have labored tirelessly to rebuild the 13th Legion, and now at last we have returned. The governor murmured, overcome at last. At last. With your arrival, we have found our anchor. Governor Zhang, please begin by briefing me on the present situation. Governor Zhang nodded and said, all right. Since the 13th Legion withdrew, the Endless Sea Star region has fallen into chaos. Pirates are attacking each other between various star systems, and lawlessness reigns, leaving the people in despair. Although Oasis Star is located in a remote area, we have not been spared from this turmoil. For years we have been striving to fend off the pirate invasions, but our strength is limited and we cannot completely resolve the issue. I understand, Governor Zhang. Our task in the 13th Legion is to restore order to the Endless Sea Star region and eliminate those pirates and rebellious forces. That's great. With your arrival, we gain confidence. Commander Li Hao, you will now take over the defense of Oasis Star, and I will notify the others immediately. Understood, Governor Zhang. We will take over the defense of Oasis Star as soon as possible to ensure the safety of the planet. After Governor Zhang left, Li Hao called for Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu was the deputy of the former commander of the 13th Legion and was quite familiar with the original 13th Legion. Li Hao needed Zhang Yu to confirm the situation regarding Governor Zhang. Zhang Yu, this Governor Zhang, said he is a captain from the garrison fleet of the original 13th Legion. What do you think? Zhang Yu pondered for a moment and replied, Commander, what is his name? His name is Zhang Tian. Why? Do you know him? Zhang Yu exclaimed excitedly, Commander, where is he? Li Hao looked at the excited Zhang Yu, feeling somewhat puzzled. He said, Zhang Yu, calm down for a moment. Do you know this Zhang Tian? Zhang Yu took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, and said, Commander, if nothing has changed, he should be my cousin. We did not check on the situation of the various planetary forces during our return to the depths of the Endless Sea. After Governor Zhang finished discussing the troop change, he returned to Li Hao's room. Zhang Yu was very excited to see his cousin. His eyes were moist, and with a trembling voice he said, Cousin, is that really you? Zhang Tian was equally emotional. He stepped forward and tightly embraced Zhang Yu, saying, It's me, Xiao Yu. You're still alive. When I heard that the commander led the last fleet to perish, I thought you were gone. The two embraced and wept. Years of longing and concern were released in that moment. Li Hao quietly watched this scene, feeling happy for them. After a while, Zhang Tian released Zhang Yu and wiped his tears, asking, Xiao Yu, how have you been all these years? Zhang Yu nodded. I am well, cousin. I never expected to see you today. Li Hao interjected. All right, you two brothers have finally reunited, which is a good thing. However, we still have more important matters to attend to. Yes, Governor Zhang has entrusted us with the planet's defense, and we need to quickly familiarize ourselves with the defensive situation of Oasis Star. Zhang Tian introduced. There are several pirate forces nearby, the most notorious being the Skeleton Pirate Group, which operates in the Dark Star. Li Hao nodded and said, I'm familiar with that pirate group. I've had encounters with them before. Zhang Tian looked at Li Hao in surprise and said, Commander, you have faced the Skeleton Pirate Group. They are not easy to deal with. Indeed, I once led a fleet patrolling near the border and was attacked by the Skeleton Pirate Group. They are quite strong, but we successfully repelled them. After an in-depth analysis of the Skeleton Pirate Group and the Dark Star's intelligence, Li Hao decided to find an opportunity to eliminate this pirate group directly. In the following days, Li Hao and his team began to formulate a battle plan. They studied the activity patterns, troop deployments of the Skeleton Pirate Group, as well as the terrain and defense facilities of Dark Star in detail. While Li Hao was preparing the battle plan, the Skeleton Pirate Group learned that the 13th Legion had taken over Oasis Star. The leader of the Skeleton Pirate Group, He Sha, summoned the leaders of nearby pirate groups to discuss. Everyone, I believe you have heard that the 13th Legion has taken over Oasis Star, He Sha said grimly from the head seat. This is not good news for us. Yes, the strength of the 13th Legion cannot be underestimated. We must find a way to deal with it, said one of the pirate leaders. I think we can unite to jointly resist the 13th Legion, suggested another pirate leader. Unite? He Sha sneered. It's easy to say, but who will lead this coalition? Of course it's you, boss He Sha, said one of the pirate leaders. Your strength is the greatest, and we all follow your lead. He Sha nodded and said, All right, since everyone trusts me so much, I will take on the role of the coalition leader. I object, A burly pirate leader stood up, his face marked by a deep scar, looking quite fierce. The fleet of the 13th Legion is formidable. How can we pirates compete with them? Indeed, we pirates usually only bully merchant ships. We have no chance against regular troops, echoed another pirate leader. You cowards only know how to back down. Hayshaw snorted coldly. Although the 13th Legion is powerful, we still have opportunities. As long as we unite and fight together, we can definitely defeat them. But the burly pirate leader wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Hayshaw. There is no but. Hayshaw stood up, scanning all present with his gaze. We pirates have always fought alone. Now is the time to unite and jointly confront our enemies. Hayshaw is right. A small pirate leader stood up. Only by uniting can we pirates survive. All right, since everyone agrees, let's begin formulating a battle plan. Hayshaw said. Thus the pirate leaders began to discuss the battle plans. They decided to first send out some small boats to harass Oasis Star, attracting the attention of the 13th Legion. Then they would send out the main fleet to defeat the 13th Legion in one fell swoop. While the pirate leaders were discussing the battle plan, Li Hao was busy on Oasis Star. He first dispatched some reconnaissance ships to investigate the movements of the skeleton pirate group. Soon he learned that the skeleton pirate group had allied with other pirate groups to form a massive coalition. After a period of reconnaissance and probing, the coalition of the skeleton pirate group appeared near Oasis Star. Their fleet blotted out the sky and approached Oasis Star with great momentum. Li Hao issued orders without hesitation, commanding the defense system of Oasis Star to enter full alert immediately. He personally took command on the flagship, ready to confront the coalition of the skeleton pirates. Under his command, the fleet entered a battle-ready state, swiftly and orderly, like a well-trained army. This time, Li Hao led the main fleets of the 13th Legion, the Dawn Fleet and the Royal Starshine Fleet. At the forefront was Li Hao's Invincible alongside the flagship Liberty with 12 cruisers behind them. On the right was the Royal Starshine Fleet, led by the Starshine and Starlight heavy cruisers, followed by 10 cruisers. The warships were neatly lined up in space, resembling giant steel beasts ready for the impending battle. Li Hao stood in the command cabin of the flagship, his gaze resolutely fixed ahead. Beside him, the staff were busy at work, continuously relaying intelligence and commands. The captains on their respective ships were directing their soldiers to prepare for battle. The entire fleet was permeated with a tense yet excited atmosphere, as everyone knew that this battle would be a fight for survival. As the coalition of the skeleton pirates drew closer, Li Hao ordered the fleet to advance. One by one, the warships moved forward slowly, gradually forming a massive encirclement. Li Hao's plan was to first deplete the enemy's strength using the defense system before launching a full-scale attack to annihilate the enemy. As soon as the skeleton pirates coalition entered range, the defense system on Oasis Star opened fire. Beams of laser and missiles soared out, targeting the pirate fleet. The pirates retaliated fiercely, launching a barrage of missiles and energy weapons in an attempt to destroy the defense system of Oasis Star. At the height of the battle, Hayshaw's gaze locked onto the Invincible, suspecting it to be the flagship of the 13th Legion's commander. He decisively ordered the pirate fleet to concentrate their firepower, preparing to launch a strong assault on the Invincible. A fierce glint flashed in Hayshaw's eyes. The Invincible was the core strength of the 13th Legion. Destroying it would deal a heavy blow to the Legion. All warships target the Invincible, open fire. Hayshaw's command spread rapidly through the pirate fleet. In an instant, all firepower of the pirate fleet was concentrated on the Invincible. Countless missiles and energy beams rained down on the Invincible, attempting to obliterate it completely. Li Hao keenly sensed the enemy's intention to focus their attack on his Invincible. Without hesitation, he ordered all energy shields to activate and quickly replaced the energy source with the super energy block from the base star to enhance the energy shield's power. With the powerful support of the super energy block, the energy shield of the Invincible became impervious, effortlessly withstanding the first wave of the pirate fleet's fierce attacks. Seeing their attacks yield no results, the pirates grew increasingly frantic, launching an even fiercer second wave of assault. After 2 rounds of concentrated fire, Li Hao had a rough understanding of the enemy's firepower situation. He quickly made a judgment and decisively ordered all fleets to deploy the mecha units to counterattack the pirate fleet. In an instant, countless mechas surged out from the warships, rushing towards the pirate fleet like a torrent of steel. These mechas were the elite forces of the 13th Legion, equipped with advanced weapons and protective gear, boasting formidable combat capabilities. Under Li Hao's command, the mecha units split into several squads, launching attacks on the pirate fleet from different directions. They skillfully weaved through the pirate fleet, utilizing their advantages to engage in close-quarters combat with the pirate warships. The pirates were caught off guard by the sudden arrival of the mecha units, and their warships suffered damage under the mecha's relentless assault. Some pirates attempted to organize a counterattack, but against the mecha units' overwhelming firepower, their resistance seemed insignificant. As the battle continued, the mecha units' advantages became increasingly evident, gradually taking control of the battlefield. With their powerful firepower and flexible tactics, they destroyed one pirate warship after another, dealing a heavy blow to the pirate fleet. Under the fierce onslaught of the mecha units, the pirate fleet suffered heavy losses, and their formation began to crumble. Many pirate warships were destroyed or rendered powerless, drifting in space, becoming debris in the cosmos. Seeing the situation turning against them, He Sha ordered the fleet to retreat, trying to escape Li Hao's pursuit. All units retreat. He Sha issued the retreat command. The pirate fleet began to turn their ships around, hastening their escape from the battlefield. However, Li Hao did not let them off easily. Li Hao ordered the fleet to continue the pursuit, not giving the pirate fleet any chance to breathe. "Catch up. Don't let them escape," Li Hao shouted loudly from the command center. The fleet closely pursued the pirate fleet, launching continuous attacks. Some pirate warships were hit during their escape, exploding and turning into space debris. Seeing that the pirate fleet was left with only some larger warships, Li Hao commanded the fleet to accelerate to full power and encircle the remaining pirates. The Invincible and other warships revved their engines and charged toward the pirate fleet. The pirates, witnessing the 13th Legion closing in, were filled with fear. They knew that if they were surrounded, they would face certain death. "Turn and scatter," He Sha commanded. The pirate fleet began to disperse, trying to escape the encirclement of the 13th Legion. However, Li Hao had already made preparations. He ordered the fleet to split into several small squads, each pursuing the pirate warships. In the intense chase, the 13th Legion's fleet gradually tightened the encirclement. Some pirate warships attempted to resist, but under the 13th Legion's overwhelming firepower, they were quickly destroyed. As the encirclement continued to shrink, the pirates found themselves in a desperate situation. Watching his fleet being destroyed one by one, He Sha was filled with despair and anger. He knew he had no way to escape, but he was unwilling to be defeated so easily. He decided to go all in, leading the remaining warships in a final charge. "Brothers, charge with me," He Sha shouted, piloting his warship toward the 13th Legion's fleet. The soldiers of the 13th Legion prepared for battle as they saw the pirates launching a final charge. They formed a solid defensive line, tightly arranged, waiting for the arrival of the pirates. Li Hao, seeing that He Sha was preparing for one last desperate struggle, ordered the main cannon of the Invincible to lock onto He Sha's flagship. Main cannon fully charged, ready to fire at any time, the weapons officer reported. He Sha felt despair as he saw the main cannon on the Invincible charging. He had heard that the cannon was not a laser cannon, but a more powerful planet-destroying cannon. He knew that once the main cannon of the Invincible fired, his flagship would be unable to withstand such an attack, and he and his crew would undoubtedly perish. "What should we do? What should we do?" He Sha's adjutant asked in panic. He Sha took a deep breath, striving to calm himself down. He realized that continuing to resist was futile. They could not break through the encirclement of the 13th Legion. In the final moment, He Sha made the decision to surrender. He instructed the communications officer to contact Li Hao, and at the moment the connection was established, a hint of resignation appeared on He Sha's face. "Commander Li Hao, this is He Sha. I have decided to surrender and hope you will accept my surrender." Li Hao showed a look of surprise upon hearing He Sha's words. He felt a bit regretful, but he quickly regained his composure. "He Sha, you have finally made the right decision. A moment later, you and your battleship would have become space debris. I accept your surrender, but you and your crew must lay down your weapons and submit to our inspection and judgment." Li Hao's voice resonated in the communication channel, filled with authority and confidence. He Sha's expression darkened, but he knew he had no way out. Moments later, soldiers of the 13th Legion boarded He Sha's flagship, weapons in hand, scanning their surroundings warily. A tense atmosphere hung over He Sha's flagship as the pirates were gathered together, their faces showing fear and anxiety. Li Hao also boarded the flagship, looking at He Sha with a hint of disdain. He approached He Sha and coldly asked, "He Sha, tell me about the situation regarding the surrounding pirates." He Sha lowered his head, remaining silent for a moment before saying, "What do you want to know?" "The situation of the surrounding pirate forces. I am giving you a chance now. If you come clean, I might consider leniency." He Sha lifted his head, looking at Li Hao, a trace of hesitation flashing in his eyes. He knew Li Hao was speaking the truth. If he did not confess, harsh punishment awaited him. He Sha gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I will confess. Most of the pirates in this star system are gathered here with only a few personnel at each base. There are several pirate forces in the surrounding star systems. Their power is not inferior to ours, and they are backed by the Pirate Alliance." "The Pirate Alliance?" Li Hao muttered. "Are you saying that the neighboring star systems are within the influence of the Pirate Alliance?" He Sha nodded and replied, "Yes, the neighboring star systems are indeed under the influence of the Pirate Alliance. Their forces are vast, with numerous battleships and soldiers. We pirate groups are merely their periphery. Li Hao did not continue discussing the pirate alliance with Haisha. He understood very well that with their current strength, they could not confront the pirate alliance hidden. He needed more time to develop his own forces and enhance his strength. Li Hao returned to the command room of the Invincible, where Zhang Yu and Wang Lei came to report on the battlefield cleanup. Zhang Yu said, "Commander, we have cleared the battlefield, and all the wreckage has been cleaned up. We can use 2 heavy cruisers and 5 cruisers from the captured ships. For the other destroyers and frigates, we suggest forming a planetary escort fleet." Wang Lei added, "We also captured some pirates. They are just ordinary pirates and hold no value. Very well, arrange for engineering personnel to repair the battleships immediately and imprison the captives. We will deal with them once we return to the base." Currently, the defensive forces of the skeleton pirate group at Dark Star are minimal, so Li Hao ordered the Starlight Fleet to proceed to destroy the pirate base. Upon receiving the order, the Starlight Fleet raced towards Dark Star. Throughout the journey, the fleet remained highly alert, ready to respond to any potential enemy attacks. When the fleet arrived at Dark Star, it was indeed the case that the defensive forces were extremely weak, with only a few outdated battleships and a handful of soldiers. Seeing this, Li Hao ordered the fleet to launch a full-scale attack. In an instant, the skies above Dark Star erupted in cannon fire, and the defenses of the pirate base quickly crumbled under the fleet's bombardment. The pirates were terrified and fled in every direction, but they had no way to escape as the Starlight Fleet had surrounded the entire planet like a steel barrel. Under the fierce assault of the fleet, the warships guarding the pirate base were swiftly destroyed. Li Hao personally led the soldiers to land on Dark Star and launch a final assault on the pirates. The pirates remaining at the Dark Star base realized that the fleet Haisha had brought had encountered defeat when they saw the 13th Legion fleet enter Dark Star. They understood they were trapped in a dire situation with their escape route cut off. Li Hao led the soldiers, steadily advancing on the battlefield of Dark Star. They searched each corner carefully, leaving no possible hiding place for the pirates unchecked. The pirates were engulfed in despair and panic. They knew they could not match the powerful forces of the 13th Legion and chose to abandon resistance, opting for surrender. Some stubborn pirates attempted a final struggle, but under the resolute strikes of Li Hao and his soldiers, they were swiftly subdued. Li Hao looked at the surrendering pirates before him, feeling no pity in his heart. These pirates had burned, killed, and plundered across the universe for years, committing countless atrocities and bringing disaster and suffering to countless planets. He knew that he could show no mercy to these pirates. "Take them all back for judgment," Li Hao ordered. The soldiers quickly took action, escorting the surrendering pirates onto the battleships. The pirates lowered their heads, their eyes filled with fear and despair. During the purging process, Li Hao and his soldiers carefully searched every corner of the pirate base. When they arrived at an apparently ordinary room, Li Hao's keen eyes noticed something unusual. A painting on the wall seemed slightly askew. He gently pushed it and discovered a hidden secret door behind it. Li Hao and the soldiers cautiously entered through the secret door, captivated by the sight before them. The basement was filled with star coins and jewels, their radiance dazzling. Li Hao picked up a star coin and examined its details closely. He felt the weight of the star coin, a symbol of wealth. The soldiers also picked up star coins and jewels, marveling at the beauty and rarity of these treasures. Some even began to imagine their lives after acquiring the wealth, but a cough from Li Hao brought them back to reality. Li Hao instructed the soldiers to securely pack the star coins and jewels for transport back to the warship. The soldiers carefully placed the star coins and jewels into boxes before loading them onto the ship. Watching their busy figures, Li Hao felt a surge of emotion. These riches were once spoils of the pirates, but now they had become their own acquisitions. After all the star coins and jewels were loaded onto the warship, Li Hao led the soldiers to continue inspecting other spoils. They discovered many weapons and equipment in the pirate base, which were tools used by the pirates to attack other ships. Li Hao called Wang Lei, who was in charge of logistics, and set a range for the resources we've acquired to be sent back first. Handle that, and if funds allow, pay off the debts to the bank as soon as possible. Wang Lei nodded, understanding Li Hao's intentions. The resources acquired this time were abundant, including a large number of star coins, jewels, and weaponry. These resources were vital for the fleet's development, but they needed to be quickly liquidated to repay the bank's debts. Wang Lei immediately set about arranging the transport and processing of the resources. He contacted the fleet's transport team, arranging for a large transport ship to carry the resources back to the base. At the same time, he also reached out to several buyers, preparing to sell the resources as soon as possible. After some contemplation at the pirate base on Dark Star, Li Hao decided not to abandon this base, as its position was a crucial waypoint in the route of the Endless Sea, with most routes passing through Dark Star. Zhang Yu pointed out that Dark Star lacks a starport, making it impossible for the fleet to stay in Dark Star's space for long periods. They would need to return to Oasis Star for supplies. Li Hao nodded, realizing the severity of this issue. If the fleet could not remain at Dark Star, then the base would fail to serve its strategic purpose. We need to establish a starport at Dark Star so the fleet can resupply and conduct repairs here. Zhang Yu furrowed his brow, stating building a starport requires a considerable amount of resources and time, and we currently do not have enough resources. Li Hao pondered for a moment. We can first establish a temporary starport at Dark Star, and once we have enough resources we can build a permanent one. Thus Li Hao and Zhang Yu began drafting a plan to establish the starport. They first contacted a construction company from the Empire to come to Dark Star and measure the orbital location and costs for establishing the starport. The construction company sent a team of engineers and technicians to Dark Star for measurement and surveying. They utilized the most advanced measuring instruments and equipment to conduct detailed measurements and analyses of Dark Star's orbital position, gravitational field, atmosphere, and more. After several days of effort, they finally determined the optimal location and plan for establishing the starport and calculated the costs required for its construction. After reviewing the starport plan, Li Hao and Zhang Yu found the costs to be manageable. They decided to sign a contract with the construction company, commissioning them to build the starport. In an office of the Pirate Alliance, senior members received news that the Skull Pirate Group at Dark Star had been annihilated by the 13th Legion. The news shocked them and seemed unbelievable. They could not imagine the 13th Legion managing to eliminate the coalition of the Skull Pirate Group in such a short time. Several senior members gathered around the conference table, their expressions grave as they discussed the issue. One named Blake said, "How is this possible? The fleet strength of the Skull Pirate Group was not bad on the periphery, and this time they formed a coalition. How could they be so easily defeated by the 13th Legion?" Another senior member named Johnson nodded and said, "Indeed, this is quite unexpected. We must find out how the 13th Legion managed this." The third member named Smith frowned and said, "What worries me is that the victory of the 13th Legion may attract the attention of other forces who could pose a threat to our Pirate Alliance. We must take measures to strengthen our defenses and power." Just then a subordinate walked in and handed Blake a document. Blake opened the document, and his expression grew even graver. This intelligence indicates that after annihilating the coalition of the Skull Pirate Group, the 13th Legion has taken control of Dark Star and is preparing to build a defensive starport there, thus controlling the critical routes from the Endless Sea Star region to other star regions. This news left everyone present feeling shocked and worried. Johnson said, "We can't sit idly by. We must find a way to counter the threat posed by the 13th Legion." Blake pondered for a moment and said, "We cannot allow the 13th Legion to build a defensive starport at Dark Star. We should first notify the pirate groups near Dark Star to unite and either drive them out or eliminate them." His proposal gained the support of other senior members, and after some discussion, they finalized an action plan. They went to various pirate groups near Dark Star to make contact and negotiate forming a coalition to eliminate the 13th Legion. After persuasion by the senior members of the Pirate Alliance, the surrounding pirate groups quickly agreed to unite, forming a massive coalition centered around Dark Star. This coalition consisted of elite fleets from various pirate groups. After Li Hao arranged matters at Dark Star, he returned to Oasis Star to find Zhang Tian and inquire about the repair progress of the warships acquired. Seeing Li Hao return, Zhang Tian immediately approached him and said, "Commander, you are back. The repair work on the warships has basically been completed. The overall performance of the warships acquired is quite good, and they have already been handed over to the officers at the base." "Zhang Tian, you did well," Li Hao praised, patting Zhang Tian on the shoulder. "Thank you for the compliment, Commander. This is all thanks to everyone's efforts," Zhang Tian humbly replied. Subsequently, Li Hao gathered the fleet's officers and held a military meeting. At the meeting, he announced the fleet's restructuring plan and appointed new captains and officers. Li Hao named the 2 heavy cruiser flagships acquired in this hall as the Destiny and Storm, and all 5 cruisers were incorporated into the Dawn fleet. At this time, the fleet stationed at Dark Star included the Dawn fleet, Fearless Destiny, Storm, Freedom, and 17 other cruisers. The Starshine fleet included Starshine and Starlight along with 10 other cruisers. In the vast cosmic space surrounding Dark Star, a large fleet was quietly gathering. This fleet was composed of elite forces jointly dispatched by several pirate groups from the surrounding star systems with their sights set directly on Dark Star. The reconnaissance ship of the 13th Legion was patrolling the outskirts of the Dark Star when it suddenly discovered a massive fleet approaching. The captain of the reconnaissance ship immediately realized that this was the fleet of the Pirate Alliance, and he swiftly reported the news to the command center of the 13th Legion. Upon receiving the report at the command center, Li Hao quickly summoned the fleet officers to discuss countermeasures. They analyzed the strength and movements of the Pirate Alliance's fleet based on the intelligence. The atmosphere in the command center was tense, and the officers wore serious expressions. Li Hao stood at the command platform, his gaze resolute as he addressed everyone, saying, "The strength of the Pirate Alliance is formidable. We need to discuss how to respond." The intelligence officer was the first to speak, According to our reconnaissance, the Pirate Alliance's fleet is vast, comprising various types of warships, including heavy cruisers, and destroyers. Another officer added, furthermore, we have observed that the movements of the Pirate Alliance's fleet are very organized, indicating they have clear combat objectives and plans. We need to closely monitor their movements and respond in a timely manner. Li Hao listened attentively to the officer's analyses, and a plan began to form in his mind. We cannot confront the Pirate Alliance's fleet head-on, as that would result in heavy losses. We need to adopt flexible tactics utilizing the terrain and defenses of the Dark Star for effective defense. So how should we implement this specifically? After pondering for a moment, Li Hao said, first we must strengthen the defenses of the Dark Star, setting up more turrets and minefields to increase the difficulty of the enemy's attack. Secondly, we should leverage the mobility of our fleet to maneuver around the back of the Pirate Alliance's fleet and at the right moment launch a decisive strike to inflict heavy damage. The officers expressed their agreement with Li Hao's battle plan. They began to take action, preparing to implement the combat strategy. Under Li Hao's command, the soldiers of the fleet sprang into action. They reinforced the defenses of the Dark Star and set up additional turret and asteroid minefields. As time passed, the fleet of the Pirate Alliance gradually approached the Dark Star. He led the Dawn fleet to a crucial path that the Pirate Alliance would have to traverse, feigning an intention to engage them in battle. When the Dawn fleet encountered the Pirate Alliance, Li Hao immediately ordered the fleet to activate the star shields, and the main cannons locked onto the enemy's large warships for a round of fire. This round of fire caught the Pirate Alliance off guard. They did not expect the Dawn fleet to launch an attack at that moment. The commander of the Pirate Alliance immediately ordered a counterattack, but their strikes were thwarted by the Dawn fleet's star shields. Li Hao felt a sense of relief at this sight. After the first round of fire yielded results, Li Hao ordered the Dawn fleet to retreat immediately. The warships of the Dawn fleet activated their engines and retreated toward the Dark Star. Upon seeing the Dawn fleet retreat, the Pirate Alliance assumed they were afraid and began to pursue. Li Hao was secretly pleased to see the Pirate Alliance give chase. He knew that his plan was proceeding smoothly. He commanded the fleet to retreat swiftly while keeping a close eye on the movements of the Pirate Alliance. Just as the fleet was retreating, Li Hao suddenly ordered the fleet to disperse and hide behind nearby asteroids. It was a risky move, but Li Hao believed it was key to achieving victory. The fleet quickly scattered, hiding behind the asteroids. Li Hao anxiously awaited the arrival of the Pirate Alliance. It was a gamble. If the Pirate Alliance discovered their presence, they would fall into danger. Fortunately, the Pirate Alliance did not detect their presence. They continued to pursue, completely unaware that they had fallen into a trap. After the Pirate Alliance passed, Li Hao ordered the remaining Starshine fleet to advance and confront the Pirate Alliance. The Starshine fleet swiftly moved forward to confront the Pirate Alliance. The Pirate Alliance was taken aback by the appearance of the Starshine fleet, mistakenly believing it was the fleet they were pursuing. Just as the Pirate Alliance was astonished, Li Hao led the Dawn fleet to quietly maneuver around behind the Pirate Alliance. Through careful planning and command, Li Hao successfully led the Dawn fleet to evade the reconnaissance of the Pirate Alliance. At this moment, they were in an excellent position behind the Pirate Alliance, ready to launch a deadly attack. Li Hao gazed at the battlefield before him, filled with confidence. The outcome of this battle would depend on their actions. He calmly issued the order to the fleet, prepare to launch the attack. The warships of the Dawn fleet quickly adjusted their positions, and the main cannons were charged. At Li Hao's command, the Dawn fleet simultaneously unleashed their attack. Powerful beams of lasers sliced through the void, striking the warships of the Pirate Alliance, igniting a series of explosions within their fleet. The Pirate Alliance was instantly thrown into chaos, their warships sustaining damage from the attacks of both the Dawn fleet and the Starshine fleet. Only then did the commander of the Pirate Alliance realize he had fallen into a trap. He angrily pounded the command platform, regretting his earlier complacency. But it was too late for regrets. He had to find a way to lead the remaining fleet out of this trap. Charge through the side asteroid field and prepare to retreat. The commander gave the order. The fleet began to turn toward the side asteroid field. However, they soon discovered that the warships rushing into the asteroid field were all exploding. Damn, they actually set up minefields in the asteroid field, the commander cursed. He realized he had fallen into another predicament. The enemy seemed to have anticipated their actions and set traps in the asteroid field. Now the fleet had to face not only the enemy's pursuit, but also be careful to avoid the explosions of the minefields. Stop advancing. The commander ordered, send out probes to find a safe passage. Probes were swiftly launched from the fleet to search the asteroid field. However, the range of the minefield was vast, and the probes needed time to find a safe path. While waiting for the probes to return, the commander contemplated the next course of action. They could not linger here too long, or the enemy would seize the opportunity to attack. However, rashly entering the minefield was also very dangerous. Commander, the probe has found a passage, but it requires further confirmation. An officer reported. The commander nodded. Send out unmanned reconnaissance drones to advance along the passage and confirm if it is safe. The unmanned reconnaissance drones quickly set off, proceeding along the passage discovered by the probes. A few minutes later, the drones reported back that the passage was safe. Good. Order the fleet to proceed through the passage while keeping a safe distance, the commander commanded. The pirate fleet cautiously began to enter the passage, one ship following another. As the entire pirate coalition retreated into the asteroid zone, Li Hao led the Dawn fleet to accelerate and reach the exit on the opposite side of the asteroid belt, waiting for the pirate coalition. Li Hao stood in the command cabin watching the asteroid belt on the screen. His heart was filled with tension and anticipation. He did not know what actions the pirate coalition would take. However, he was fully prepared, determined to capture the entire pirate coalition no matter what. Suddenly, numerous bright points appeared on the screen indicating that the pirate coalition's fleet had emerged at the exit of the asteroid belt. All ships, attention. Prepare for battle. Li Hao issued the command. The warships of the Dawn fleet swiftly adjusted their formations, ready to face the attack of the pirate coalition. Unbeknownst to the pirate coalition, the opposing fleet was already stationed at the exit. They were still reveling in the joy of escaping the pursuit of the Dawn fleet. Haha, we finally shook those guys off. The commander of the pirate coalition laughed triumphantly. Yes, Commander, what should we do now? A subordinate asked. However, they had no idea that the Dawn fleet had been waiting for them at the exit for a long time. Li Hao stood in the command cabin watching the pirate coalition fleet on the screen. All units, attention. Prepare for battle. Li Hao commanded. The warships of the Dawn fleet once again adjusted their formations, forming a massive encirclement that trapped the pirate coalition's fleet in the middle. What's happening? The commander of the pirate coalition was horrified to find his fleet surrounded. Not good, we've walked into an ambush. A subordinate shouted. Quick, break out. But it was already too late. The warships of the Dawn fleet opened fire simultaneously, unleashing countless energy beams and missiles at the pirate coalition's fleet. The pirate coalition fleet was instantly thrown into chaos. Counterattack! Counterattack! The commander shouted hoarsely. However, the pirate coalition's warships, under the fierce attack of the Dawn fleet, had already lost their ability to retaliate. They were squeezed in the asteroid passage, being attacked from both sides by the Dawn fleet and the Xingyao fleet. Seeing that the situation was dire, the commander of the pirate coalition sent a communication request to Li Hao's invincible. Li Hao sat in the command cabin watching the communication request displayed on the screen, feeling little disturbance in his heart. Connect the communication, Li Hao said calmly. The screen displayed the figure of the pirate coalition's commander, his face showing helplessness and exhaustion. You have won. We surrender, the commander of the pirate coalition said again. Li Hao nodded. Your surrender is a wise choice. We will cooperate with your actions and surrender all weapons and supplies, the commander of the pirate coalition said. Very well. Li Hao replied. We will conduct a trial and processing according to the laws of the Empire. The commander of the pirate coalition sighed and said, I am a member of the Pirate Alliance. I have information about the Pirate Alliance, but I hope you can let me go. Li Hao looked at the commander of the pirate coalition, pondering his words. If he could obtain information about the Pirate Alliance, it would undoubtedly be extremely important for the Dawn fleet. Speak, and I will consider it. The commander of the pirate coalition nodded. I know of a secret training base of the Pirate Alliance, and there are a large number of warship weapons and supplies stored there. Li Hao's heart stirred. This information was indeed very important. They had been in the endless sea star domain for a long time without finding the training base of the Pirate Alliance. Why are you telling us this? Li Hao stared closely at the commander of the pirate coalition, trying to find some clue from his expression. The commander of the pirate coalition forced a smile and said, We have no way out. I know that you send captured pirates to mine, and I do not want to go mining. I will tell you the information if you let me go. Li Hao looked at the commander of the pirate coalition, feeling somewhat hesitant. He knew that sending captives to mine was a common punishment, but he also did not want to easily let this commander of the pirate coalition go. All right, I agree. If the information you provide is true, I will consider letting you go. After accepting the surrender of the pirate coalition, Li Hao immediately ordered the Mech soldiers to control the remaining warships of the pirate coalition. Li Hao, along with Zhang Yu, Wang Lei, and others, discussed the subsequent plans in the command room of the Invincible. Zhang Yu felt that after this defeat of the pirate coalition, the strength of the surrounding star system's pirates had been greatly reduced, and they could take over the surrounding territories. Li Hao sat in the command chair, lightly tapping the armrest with his fingers, contemplating Zhang Ye's suggestion. He had to admit that there was some truth to Zhang Ye's idea. This victory indeed dealt a heavy blow to the pirate coalition, and the surrounding star system's pirate forces were greatly affected as a result. If they could seize these territories at this opportunity, it would not only expand their own influence, but also allow them to obtain more resources and wealth. Zhang Ye's idea has certain feasibility, Li Hao said slowly, but we cannot ignore the potential risks. Taking over territories requires a significant investment of manpower and resources, and we also have to face threats from other pirate forces. Wang Lei nodded. He had always been Li Hao's capable assistant and strongly supported Li Hao's decisions. I agree with Li Hao's view. We cannot act blindly. We need to conduct a detailed investigation of the surrounding star systems to understand the distribution and strength of each pirate force. We are delving deeper into the center of the endless sea star domain, getting closer to the pirate alliance, and the danger is increasing. Li Hao looked at Wang Lei appreciatively, knowing that Wang Lei was a very cautious person and his suggestions were always very pertinent. Wang Lei is right. We cannot rush for success. We need to understand the situation first before making decisions. Zhang Yu, you are responsible for organizing a reconnaissance team to conduct detailed reconnaissance of the surrounding star systems. I want to know the specific conditions of each pirate force, including their troop strength, equipment-based locations, and so on. Zhang Yu stood up and saluted. Yes, I will ensure the mission is completed. Li Hao nodded and then turned to Wang Lei. Wang Lei, gather supplies as soon as possible and build the Dark Star port. We may not be able to take over such a large area for now, but the geographical location of Dark Star is special. It is a transportation hub in the endless sea star domain. As long as we hold this place, the surrounding star systems won't pose too much of a problem. Wang Lei also stood up and saluted. Yes, I will ensure the mission is completed. In the following days, the reconnaissance team returned one after another, bringing back a large amount of intelligence. Li Hao looked at the intelligence brought back by the reconnaissance team, his brow furrowed. To completely eliminate these pirates, a foolproof plan must be devised. Zhang Yu, what are your thoughts? Zhang Yu pondered for a moment and said, based on the reconnaissance information, I believe we currently cannot control so many places. We should first secure the Dark Star, as it is a crucial route connecting the endless sea to these star systems. If we cut off their passage, it will prevent the pirates from uniting. Then we can gradually advance to eradicate them while minimizing our losses based on the situation. That's a good idea, but we must be careful not to let the pirates detect our intentions. Otherwise, they might escape and advance or unite against us. I have an idea, Wang Lei suddenly said. We can exploit the conflicts among the pirates to incite them to attack each other. Li Hao's eyes lit up as he replied, that's a great idea, but how can we make the pirates turn against each other? Wang Lei smiled and said, we can send out some spies to infiltrate the pirates' ranks and sow discord among them. Alternatively, we can deliberately create misunderstandings, making the pirates believe that it is their rivals attacking them. After some discussion, Li Hao decided to stabilize the Dark Star defense line, first dispatching subfleets to patrol the routes around Dark Star daily, cutting off the connection between surrounding star systems and the center of the endless sea. This was a wise decision as it effectively prevented enemy reinforcements and supply lines. The patrols of the subfleet also served as a deterrent, making the enemy hesitant to launch an easy attack on Dark Star. In the following days, Li Hao and his fleet focused on constructing the starport at Dark Star, continually reinforcing its defensive structures. However, the surrounding pirates did not abandon their plans to attack Dark Star. They constantly sent small groups to conduct probing attacks, all of which were repelled by Li Hao's fleet. A pirate group named Firefox gathered the leaders of nearby pirates to meet in secret on a remote planet. There was an abandoned castle on this planet, and its basement had been converted into a conference room. The leader of the Firefox pirate group was a tall and handsome man named Huiyun, whose eyes revealed a fierce air. He sat at the head of the conference room looking at the leaders of the other pirate groups and said, ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of this meeting is to discuss how to deal with the fleet of the 13 Legion. The other pirate leaders nodded in agreement, acknowledging Huiyun's perspective. They all understood that the fleet of the 13 Legion was their greatest threat, and if they did not take action, they would eventually be exterminated by Li Hao. Huiyun continued, the 13 Legion's fleet is formidable. Our elite ships were all captured during the last battle, and we can no longer confront them head-on. The other pirate leaders fell into deep thought. They knew Huiyun was right, but they also realized that defeating the fleet of the 13 Legion would not be an easy task. After a while, a pirate leader named Black Shark said, we can unite and form a coalition to collectively confront the fleet of the 13 Legion. Huiyun nodded and said, that's a good idea. However, we must ensure that the command of the coalition remains in our hands, or we will be exploited by others. At that moment, a pirate leader named Eagle Eye said, we can leverage our familiarity with the routes of the endless sea to strike at the rear base of the 13 Legion, Oasis Star, rendering them unable to coordinate effectively. Huiyun's eyes brightened as he said, that's a great idea. This way the fleet of the 13 Legion will find themselves in a dilemma. The other pirate leaders also expressed their approval. They decided to act according to Huiyun's plan, forming a coalition to collectively confront the fleet of the 13 Legion. In the following days, the pirates began to prepare actively. They dispatched messengers to contact other pirate groups, inviting them to join the coalition. After some time, the pirates reassembled the coalition. However, they realized that even after the last battle, the coalition fleet formed by the surrounding star systems still could not compete with the 13 Legion. Hui Yun understood that to defeat the powerful 13 Legion, they needed a stronger force. He called upon the leaders of other pirate groups to discuss their next steps. In the meeting, Hui Yun proposed, based on our statistics over this period, we lack advanced warships. With our current strength, we cannot defeat the 13 Legion. Hui Yun suggested that everyone pool their resources and see if they could purchase large warships. His proposal received some support from a portion of the pirate leaders, while others were unwilling to spend money on warships. The leader of Black Shark stood up and loudly exclaimed, "We have already invested too many resources and manpower. Now you want us to deplete our reserves to buy warships. This is simply tearing our flesh." Another pirate leader named Blood Wolf echoed, "Yes, our wealth has been earned through the blood and sweat of our brothers. We cannot just spend it so easily. Moreover, who can guarantee that these warships will definitely defeat the 13 Legion?" Hui Yun looked at the opposing voices with some helplessness. He knew that these pirate leaders were thinking of their own interests and were unwilling to take risks. However, without purchasing large warships, they had no hope of defeating the 13 Legion. Hui Yun pondered for a moment and then said, "I understand everyone's concerns, but we have no way out now. If we do not defeat the 13 Legion, we will be exterminated by them. Furthermore, I believe that as long as we unite, we can certainly overcome them." Black Shark sneered, "Unite? Sounds nice. We pirates have always fought for ourselves. Who can guarantee that others won't betray us?" Hui Yun replied, "I can assure everyone that as long as we purchase the large warships, I will lead everyone into battle and will never abandon a single person. Moreover, I will also devise a fair and reasonable distribution plan to ensure everyone receives their due rewards." Hearing Hui Yun's promise, the attitudes of some pirate leaders began to shift. They started discussing how to raise funds to purchase large warships. As the pirates were raising funds to purchase warships, Wang Lei learned of the pirates' leaders gathering money for the ships through a spy. Wang Lei went to the command room of the Invincible and found Li Hao reporting the intelligence that the pirates were raising funds to buy warships. Li Hao frowned deeply, falling into contemplation. These pirates really are persistent. They actually want to buy warships to oppose us. Li Hao, we cannot let them succeed. Wang Lei said, "If they purchase large warships, it will pose a significant threat to us." Li Hao nodded and pondered. "You are right, we must take action. Do you have any suggestions?" Wang Lei thought for a moment and said, "We have seized many warships this time, including a severely damaged heavy cruiser and 3 unusable cruisers. Why don't we fix them up a bit and sell them to the pirates, tricking them?" Li Hao listened to Wang Lei's suggestion, pondering for a moment before nodding. "This idea is not bad, but we must make the warships appear intact while actually hiding some flaws. This way we can earn some money and weaken the pirates' strength." Wang Lei raised a question. "How can we sell them without letting them know it is us selling?" Li Hao thought for a moment and said, "We can use a middleman for the transaction, which will allow us to avoid direct contact with the pirates and keep them from knowing it is us selling." Wang Lei asked his father about a middleman named Mark who had close ties with the pirates, and perhaps they could use him to complete the transaction. "You should contact Mark as soon as possible and see if he is willing to help." Wang Lei immediately got in touch with Mark and explained the situation. After hearing this, Mark hesitated and said, "This matter is very risky. If the pirates find out I am the one connecting you, my life may be in danger." Wang Lei quickly replied, "Mark, don't worry, we will ensure your safety. As long as you can help us complete the transaction, we will give you a generous reward." Mark thought for a moment and finally agreed. He said, "All right, I can help you contact Hui Yun, but you must guarantee my safety, and after the transaction is completed, I want my due reward." Wang Lei and Li Hao both sighed in relief after hearing this. They knew that as long as Mark was willing to help, there was a significant chance of success in this transaction. In the following days, Mark began to contact Hui Yun. He revealed to Hui Yun that there was a batch of warships for sale, stating that the performance of these warships was outstanding and the price was reasonable. Hui Yun, after hearing this, showed great interest and expressed his willingness to meet Mark for detailed discussions. Mark informed Wang Lei and Li Hao of Hui Yun's response, and they decided to meet Hui Yun for the transaction at a secret location. To ensure the safety of the transaction, they arranged for an elite team to stand by nearby, just in case. The day of the transaction finally arrived, and Wang Lei and Li Hao arrived at the agreed location with the refurbished warships. Hui Yun also arrived on time with his subordinates. He inquired, "Mr. Mark, what warships do you have on hand now?" Mark did not directly inform them about the large warships. After thinking for a moment, he said, "We have frigates and destroyers." One of the leaders replied, "Unhappily, we need large warships." Mark smiled and explained, "Although frigates and destroyers are not large warships, they possess flexibility and multifunctionality, which may be more suitable in certain situations." After hearing Mark's words, Huiyun said, Mr. Mark, if you only have these warships, then today's business cannot be done. Mark pretended to be anxious and replied, Mr. Huiyun, you know the Empire's strict control over large warships. Huiyun frowned and said, I certainly know that, but we need large warships. If you don't have them, we will have to look for other sellers. Mark felt secretly pleased knowing that Huiyun was already hooked. He said, Mr. Huiyun, I do have a heavy cruiser and cruisers from the Empire, but the price will be relatively high. Huiyun's eyes lit up as he said, a heavy cruiser. That's wonderful. We happen to need such warships. Price is not an issue as long as you can guarantee the quality and performance of the warships. Mark nodded and said, Mr. Huiyun, rest assured this heavy cruiser was retired from the Imperial Navy, and it has undergone my modifications and upgrades with outstanding performance. All right, what is the specific price? Huiyun asked with satisfaction. Mark smiled and said, a heavy cruiser is 5 billion star coins and 3 cruisers are 9 billion star coins. Huiyun was taken aback and said, 140 billion star coins. That is too expensive. Mark chuckled and said, Mr. Huiyun, you must know that these warships are retired from the Empire's main force. Moreover, there are not many of this level of warships available for sale now. This price is not overpriced for you. Huiyun frowned and said, I know the value of these warships, but this price is still too high. We need to consider it further. Mark felt secretly pleased realizing that Huiyun was indeed interested in these warships, but just needed some time to think. He said, Mr. Huiyun, I understand your concerns, but the value of these warships is immeasurable. If you don't buy now, there may not be another opportunity later. Huiyun pondered for a moment and said, all right, I can consider it, but I need some time to raise the funds. Huiyun and several pirate leaders returned to the meeting room to discuss. Huiyun sat at the head of the conference table, his face serious, filled with worry. 140 billion to purchase these warships is a huge burden for them, but they have no other choice. Huiyun, do we really have to spend so much money to buy these warships? One of the pirate leaders asked. Huiyun nodded and said, we have no other choice. These warships are our only hope against the 13th Legion. If we do not buy, we will have no ability to resist them. Another pirate leader said, but 140 billion star coins is not a small amount. After some discussion, they ultimately decided to pool their funds to acquire the 4 warships. Huiyun contacted Mark saying the money was ready and they could proceed with the transaction. Mark informed Li Hao and Wang Lei of this news, and Li Hao gave the order, install backdoors in the hidden parts of the warships. When the time comes for battle, deliver them a fatal blow. Huiyun arrived at the trading location with money, and Mark also brought 4 warships here. The two parties conducted a brief handover ceremony, and Huiyun left with the 4 warships. Upon returning to the pirate base, Huiyun immediately inspected the 4 warships. Several leaders looked at the warships and said to Huiyun, although we have acquired these 4 warships combined with our existing fleet, we still cannot compete with the 13th Legion. Huiyun nodded and said, we cannot just sit and wait. I have already communicated with the Pirate Alliance. They will send their fleet to hold back the 13th Legion. The Pirate Alliance? One leader asked. Can we really trust them? Huiyun smiled and said they only want to use us to fight against the 13th Legion, but we can also use them. The leaders found Huiyun's words quite reasonable. They understood that there were no other options left. Cooperating with the Pirate Alliance was their only chance of survival. Mark returned to Li Hao and handed over the money after deducting the commission to Wang Lei. After checking the accounts, Wang Lei nodded in satisfaction and said to Mark, well done. This transaction went smoothly. Thank you very much. Mark smiled and said, you're welcome. If there's another opportunity like this, remember to contact me. I'm a warship intermediary. If you have any extra warships, you can hand them over to me to handle. Li Hao and Wang Lei exchanged glances, both with their own calculations in mind. Li Hao smiled and said, all right, Mark, we will remember that. However, we now need your help. We still have some destroyers and frigates that need to be sold. Can you help us contact potential buyers? Mark was delighted. He knew this was a great opportunity to make money, so he readily agreed. Mark immediately began reaching out to potential buyers. Using his extensive connections and resources, he inquired everywhere about potential buyers. Meanwhile, Li Hao and Wang Lei were actively preparing for the sale of the destroyers and frigates. A few days later, Mark brought good news. He had found a buyer interested in these warships. This buyer was a planetary arms dealer with considerable power and background. Li Hao and Wang Lei met with the buyer, negotiating the price and transaction details. After intense bargaining, they finally reached a satisfactory price. After the transaction was completed, Li Hao and Wang Lei received another sum of funds. After handling the surplus destroyers and frigates, Li Hao asked, how is the repair situation for the warships we seized last time? How many are still usable? Wang Lei replied, thanks to our repair team's efforts, most of the warships have been repaired, including 2 heavy cruisers and 6 cruisers that can be put into service. However, the laser main cannons on these warships are no longer usable. Li Hao frowned and said, without laser main cannons, the combat effectiveness of these warships will be greatly reduced. Moreover, purchasing laser main cannons is always troublesome. Is there any way to obtain the production blueprints for the laser main cannons? Wang Lei pondered for a moment and said, Captain, obtaining the production blueprints for laser main cannons is not easy. The blueprints for such high-tech weapons are generally core secrets of various factions and are difficult to obtain. I know it's difficult, but we must find a way to solve this problem. Without laser main cannons, our fleet will be at a disadvantage in battle. Perhaps we could inquire through some black market channels or information brokers to see if there's any possibility of obtaining the production blueprints for the laser main cannons, Wang Lei suggested. After discussing, the two decided to investigate the production blueprints for the laser main cannons. After finishing their discussion about the fleet, Li Hao received a communication from the sixth princess inquiring when he could return to the imperial capital Star. Li Hao was slightly taken aback. He knew the sixth princess must have important matters to discuss with him. He thought for a moment and replied, Your Highness, I still have some issues to handle here which might take some time. Is there something urgent? The voice of the sixth princess came through the communication. Li Hao, I know you are busy, but I need to see you in person. There have been some incidents on the imperial capital Star recently, and I want to discuss them with you face to face. Li Hao felt a wave of ominous premonition rise within him as he asked, Your Highness, what happened on the imperial capital Star? Is it related to me? The sixth princess fell silent for a moment and then said, Li Hao, don't worry, it's not something related to you. But I feel that this matter may have an impact on you, so I want to discuss it with you in person. Li Hao was even more puzzled. He didn't know what the sixth princess was up to. However, he knew the sixth princess wouldn't seek him out for no reason. There must be something important. Thus Li Hao said, Your Highness, I understand. I will handle my affairs here as quickly as possible and then return to the imperial capital Star. After hanging up, he turned to Zhang Yu and said, Zhang Yu, Wang Lei, and I might need to return to the imperial capital Star. The fleet matters will be entrusted to you. Zhang Yu nodded. Commander, you can rest assured. I will handle the fleet matters well. After Li Hao and Wang Lei arranged the fleet matters, they boarded the Invincible and left for the imperial capital Star. After several days of flight, Li Hao and Wang Lei finally returned to the imperial capital Star. As soon as they exited the port, they saw the sixth princess guards waiting for them. The guard approached and said, Colonel Li Hao, Major Wang Lei, the princess has been waiting for you. Please follow me. Li Hao and Wang Lei nodded and followed the guard into a luxurious flying car, which soon arrived at the princess' residence. Entering the prince's study, Li Hao and Wang Lei saw the sixth princess sitting on the sofa looking worried. Li Hao and Wang Lei approached and asked, Your Highness, what is troubling you? Has something happened? The sixth princess looked up and a glint of surprise flashed in her eyes upon seeing them. Li Hao, you have finally returned. I've missed you so much. Your Highness, why did you summon us back? What is the matter? The sixth princess sighed and said, Li Hao, Wang Lei, there have been some incidents on the imperial capital Star recently. You know, I am now 18 years old, and the Chun family in the capital has proposed marriage to my father, wanting me to marry that useless Chun Hong. Li Hao and Wang Lei understood immediately upon hearing the sixth princess' words. They were familiar with Chun Hong and knew he was a man of no talent, spending his days indulging in pleasure, a complete wastrel. Li Hao and Wang Lei both understood Chun Hong's character, and they were aware of the sixth princess' reluctance regarding this marriage. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hao said, Your Highness, you summoned me back, but there is nothing I can do about this matter. Li Hao, you must help me. The sixth princess said urgently. I do not want to marry that playboy Chun Hong. You are the person I trust the most, and you will surely find a way. Li Hao frowned, pondering for a while before replying. Your Highness, this matter is indeed quite tricky. The Emperor has not yet issued a decree, so we still have time to think of a solution. A glimmer of hope flashed in the sixth princess' eyes as she anxiously asked, Li Hao, please think of a way quickly. Just as Li Hao and the others were discussing the sixth princess' situation, a voice from outside the door called, Your Highness, His Majesty requests Li Hao to come to the palace to meet him. Li Hao felt a chill in his heart. He glanced at the sixth princess and said, Your Highness, I will go to meet His Majesty first and see what he intends. The sixth princess nodded and said, Li Hao, you must be careful. Li Hao acknowledged her and then left the princess' residence with the maid. He arrived at the palace and met the emperor, who sat on the dragon throne with a serious expression. Li Hao, I have learned of your return to the imperial city and wish to understand the situation in the Endless Sea Star region. Li Hao reported on the situation in the Endless Sea. Currently, we have regained control of the Oasis Star and the Dark Star. However, the situation in the Endless Sea Star region is more complex than we anticipated, and we are currently unable to advance further. Upon hearing Li Hao's report, the emperor frowned slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he said, Li Hao, you have done well. Regaining the Oasis Star and the Dark Star under such complex circumstances is no small feat. The Dark Star lies on the main route of the Endless Sea. We must strengthen our control there. Your Majesty, I understand your intention. However, our 13th Legion currently has limited military strength and cannot advance further. The Emperor sighed, saying, Alas, this is indeed a difficult situation. However, we cannot simply give up. You need to quickly restore the combat strength of the 13th Legion before we can continue to advance. After discussing the matters of the Endless Sea, Li Hao prepared to take his leave when the Emperor called him back. Li Hao, wait a moment. Li Hao stopped and turned to ask, Your Majesty, do you have any further instructions? The Emperor looked at Li Hao, paused for a moment, and then said, Li Hao, speak honestly with me. What do you think of the 6th princess? Li Hao was taken aback. He did not expect the Emperor to suddenly ask this question. He quickly lowered his head and respectfully replied, Your Majesty, the 6th princess is intelligent and beautiful, truly the jewel of Your Majesty's heart. The Emperor nodded slightly and asked, What kind of person do you think would be worthy of the 6th princess? Li Hao quickly lowered his head and respectfully answered, Your Majesty, a person worthy of the 6th princess should come from a prestigious family, possess noble character, exceptional talent, and outstanding appearance. After hearing Li Hao's response, the Emperor did not say more and allowed Li Hao to leave. Li Hao bowed and exited the palace. Upon returning to the princess' residence, the princess anxiously inquired about the audience with the Emperor. Li Hao recounted the details of the audience, and after hearing this, the princess felt a bit of her worries lift. Li Hao, did my father mention anything about my marriage? The princess looked at Li Hao expectantly. Li Hao shook his head, saying, His Majesty did not directly mention your marriage. He only asked me some questions about the situation. The princess lamented, Then what am I to do? I do not want to marry that useless Chen Hong. Your Highness, actually the solution is quite simple. You have already joined our 13th Legion, haven't you? You can simply return to the Endless Sea with us, Wang Lei suggested. His idea left Li Hao and the 6th princess deep in thought. Li Hao pondered for a moment and said, This can only be a last resort. The 13th Legion can still protect the princess, so please rest assured about this. The 6th princess frowned slightly. She understood Li Hao's meaning, but also knew that leaving the palace was not an easy task. She was the Emperor's most beloved daughter, and every move she made was under scrutiny. If she were to suddenly elope, it would surely cause a tremendous uproar. Forget about that for now. You haven't returned to the Imperial City in a long time. Tonight, there is a friend's banquet, and I will take you both along. The 6th princess said with a smile. That evening, Li Hao, the 6th princess, and Wang Lei drove to the banquet hotel. The hotel was located in a bustling area of the Imperial City with a magnificent and elegant architectural style and various luxury cars parked at the entrance. As the three entered the hotel, they immediately attracted the attention of many guests. The 6th princess wore a luxurious long gown, graceful and stunning. Li Hao was dressed in a sharp black military uniform, handsome and imposing. Wang Lei also looked neat and confident with a smile on his face. They were led by the waiter to the banquet hall where many people had already gathered. These individuals were the elite and celebrities of the Imperial City. Some engaged in conversation, while others savored the delicacies. The 6th princess led Li Hao and Wang Lei to a corner where several people were already waiting for them. One of them was a close friend of the 6th princess named Lin Weiner. She was a beautiful and intelligent woman, also a well-known figure in the Imperial City. Princess, you have finally arrived, Lin Weiner said with a smile. Who are these two? This is Li Hao, and this is Wang Lei, who is Li Hao's friend, the 6th princess introduced. Hello, Colonel Li Hao, Major Wang Lei, Lin Weiner greeted politely. Hello, Miss Lin Weiner. All right, everyone, let's not stand. Let's sit down and chat. Everyone took a seat and began to converse on various topics, including politics, economics, and culture. Li Hao and Wang Lei actively participated, their insights and talents impressing everyone. During the conversation, Li Hao noticed a woman staring at him. The woman wore a red gown, tall and breathtakingly beautiful, with a mysterious aura in her gaze. Li Hao felt a bit puzzled. He did not recognize this woman. Why was she staring at him? Just then the woman suddenly stood up and walked towards Li Hao. She approached Li Hao with a smile and said, Hello, I am Mu Rongxue from the Mu Rong family in the Imperial City. Li Hao looked at Mu Rongxue in surprise and quickly stood up, saying, Hello, Miss Mu Rong. Mu Rongxue looked at Li Hao, a hint of subtle emotion flashing in her eyes. She asked, Are you sure you do not recognize me? Li Hao was even more puzzled by what he heard. He studied Mu Rongxue's face carefully, trying to find some clues in his memory, but eventually shook his head. Mu Rongxue sighed softly and said, All right, maybe I was overthinking it. However, I feel a very special connection with you, as if we have met somewhere before. Li Hao smiled and replied, Miss Mu Rong might have mistaken me for someone else. I'm just an ordinary soldier and have never had the chance to interact with the upper echelons of the Imperial capital Star before. Mu Rongxue nodded and said, Perhaps, but I believe in fate. Since we are able to meet here today, it means there is some connection between us. Li Hao didn't know how to respond and could only smile awkwardly. At that moment, the 6th princess approached. Seeing Li Hao and Mu Rongxue chatting happily, she felt a bit displeased. Mu Rongxue, what are you doing here? The 6th princess asked. Mu Rongxue smiled and said, I heard you were hosting a banquet here, so I came to take a look. The sixth princess glanced at Li Hao, then at Morong Shui, and said, Morong Shui, Li Hao is my friend, so don't get any ideas about him. Morong Shui smiled and replied, I'm just having a chat with him, no need to be so tense. The sixth princess said, displeased, you better not do anything out of line, or I won't let you off easily. Morong Shui assured her, don't worry, I won't do anything out of line. The sixth princess snorted and then pulled Li Hao away. Li Hao turned to look back at Morong Shui, who was smiling at him, and he couldn't help but feel an unusual sensation in his heart. For the rest of the time, Li Hao accompanied the sixth princess, chatting with other guests. He tried not to think about Morong Shui, but her figure kept appearing in his mind. After the banquet ended, Li Hao left the hotel with the sixth princess and Wang Lei. In the car, the sixth princess suddenly asked, Li Hao, what do you think of Morong Shui? Li Hao didn't know how to respond, and could only say, she's very beautiful and quite intelligent. The sixth princess said, Morong Shui is the eldest daughter of the Morong family in the imperial capital. Her status and position are very high. You'd better not get too close to her, or it could lead to trouble. I understand your good intentions, Your Highness. I will be careful, Li Hao replied. The sixth princess nodded and fell silent. Li Hao gazed out at the night scenery through the car window, feeling a bit confused. The sixth princess dropped Li Hao and Wang Lei off at a hotel not far from the princess' residence, reminding them to rest well. Li Hao and Wang Lei thanked the princess and entered the hotel. Li Hao lay on the bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time. The image of Morong Shui kept appearing in his mind, and her every smile and frown made his heart race. As Li Hao tossed and turned, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. When he opened it, he found it was Morong Shui. She was wearing a white long dress resembling a fairy descending to earth, beautiful and enchanting. Li Hao was momentarily stunned and took a while to regain his composure. He stuttered, Miss Morong, what brings you here? Morong Shui smiled slightly and said, aren't you going to invite me in to sit? Li Hao quickly reacted and said, please come in, please come in. Morong Shui entered the room, looked around, and said, your place is quite nice. Li Hao replied, not at all, Miss Morong, you flatter me. Morong Shui said, I'm here today to clarify something. Seeing Morong Shui's serious expression, Li Hao felt a bit anxious, unsure of what she wanted to ask. Morong Shui took a deep breath and said, Li Hao, do you really not remember me? Li Hao sincerely replied, Miss Morong, I truly don't recall us having met before. He spoke earnestly. A trace of disappointment flickered in Morong Shui's eyes, but she didn't give up. Since you don't remember, then forget it. When you think of it later, we can talk again. For now, I'll head back, so think about it carefully. Li Hao watched Morong Shui's departing figure, feeling a sense of inexplicable strangeness in his heart. He lay on the bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time. His heart was filled with confusion. Morong Shui returned home and saw her grandfather in the study, so she walked in. Her grandfather Morong Bo was a highly respected elder and the patriarch of the Morong family. Morong Shui had always respected her grandfather since she was young and often sought his advice on various matters. Grandpa, I'm back, she said softly. Morong Bo looked up, and seeing it was Morong Shui, his face broke into a kind smile. He put down the book in his hand and said, Shui, you're back. How was your day? Morong Shui sat down beside her grandfather and said, Grandpa, I encountered something very strange today. Morong Bo frowned slightly and asked, what happened? Morong Shui recounted her encounter with Li Hao, including how he didn't remember her. After listening, Morong Bo fell silent for a moment and said, Shui, are you sure it was Hao? Morong Shui nodded vigorously and said, Grandpa, I'm sure it's him. I wouldn't mistake him. He looks very much like Uncle Li. Morong Bo furrowed his brow and murmured to himself, how could this be? How could Hao not remember you? Morong Shui asked anxiously, Grandpa, do you know something? Why is Li Hao like this? Morong Bo sighed and said, Shui, there are some things you still don't know. The next morning, Li Hao and Wang Lei prepared to visit Wang Lei's father. Just as they were about to leave the hotel, Chun Hong and a few others stopped them. Li Hao, long time no see. Chun Hong said with a gloomy expression. Chun Hong, what do you mean by this? Chun Hong sneered and said, what do you mean? Don't you know what you've done? Li Hao, I warn you to stay away from the sixth princess, as she's not someone you can match with. Chun Hong's tone was filled with threat. Li Hao furrowed his brow and said, Chun Hong, how I relate to the sixth princess is none of your business. Chun Hong glared at Li Hao and said, Li Hao, don't be too arrogant. The sixth princess is my fiancée, so keep your distance from her. Otherwise, be careful, I won't let you leave the imperial capital. Star. Fiancé. Li Hao looked at Chun Hong suspiciously. That's right, the sixth princess is my fiancé. We are about to get engaged, this is common knowledge. Chun Hong, since you want to get engaged to the sixth princess, you should treat her well, not threaten me. Moreover, do you think your Chun family has the strength to threaten an active fleet commander in the military?